Table of Contents. Information. Chapter 1, Against the Will of Heaven. My mother Bibi Dong wants to beat me to death. Chapter 2, Yu tries to get away with it. Chapter 3, Rongxiu's stickers. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong's torture. Chapter 5, Sunji's death. Chapter 6, Douluo's tolerance. Chapter 7, The charming power of the fallen angel. Ren Shui's fall. Chapter 8, Rongxiu's promise, Gu Yuena's arrival. Chapter 9, Gu Yuena wants to be my mother. Chapter 10, Gu Yuena's crazy possessiveness. Chapter 11, New sign-in mission. Chapter 12, The inheritance of the gods. The Taoists are ecstatic. Chapter 13, Gu Yuena looks so much like me. Chapter 14, The god of destruction is the murderous intention of the evil god. Chapter 15, Bibi Dong's arrival, Yu was seriously injured. Chapter 16, Bibi Dong is jealous, Gu Yuena is angry. Chapter 17, I hate this yellow-haired guy who kidnapped my kid. Chapter 18, Bibi Dong's madness. Chapter 19, Bibi Dong's defense is broken. Chapter 20. Chapter 21, Gu Yuena is sleeping. The angel god is coming. Chapter 22, Bibi Dong, how could I regret it? Chapter 23, Xiaowu and her daughter are under surveillance, Gu Yuena is seriously injured. Chapter 24, Gu Yuena plays the victim. Chapter 25, Helping Gu Yuena heal. Chapter 26, Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read more. Chapter 27, Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, Controlling the space elements. Seeking follow. Chapter 28, Angel God is coming. Chapter 29, The three-eyed golden lion has fell in love with me. Chapter 30, Space strangulation. This is rampant. Chapter 31, Bibi Dong protects her cub domineeringly. Chapter 32, Gu Yuena's arrival. Read more. Chapter 33, Bibi Dong's resentment. Chapter 34, I am a good god king, but I don't want to be a rebel with you. Chapter 35, Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 36, The three-eyed golden lion transforms into a human. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 37, Destruction God Test. 4 years later. Chapter 38, Wang Chuer with a hint of tea. Chapter 39, You Why Must I Be an Ordinary Person? Chapter 40, Tang 3, You have already found your way to death. Chapter 41, Tang 3 collapsed. Chapter 42, Sign-in reward. Sword of Destruction. Chapter 43, Tang 3, Ah! Daddy smells so good. Chapter 44, Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? Chapter 45, Yu's threat. Chapter 46, Aayan's sacrifice. Chapter 47, Tang Hao was seriously injured. Chapter 48, Sister Gu Yuena, you are not still a novice, are you? Chapter 49, Fool, of course I chose to leave. Chapter 50, Encounter with Shrek. Information. Table of Contents URL, https://www.fanmtal.com/novel/6985919.html. Kinyu accidentally traveled to Douluo continent and became Bibi Dong's son and Chiian Rongxiu's younger brother. Due to the special nature of the fallen angel's martial spirit, he was abandoned by Kyungsunji. Bibi Dong picked it up and used it as a tool to vent her hatred, abusing and torturing it endlessly every day. Fortunately, the god-level sign-in system was awakened, and he obtained the 10 Evils True Dragon martial spirit. And obtained the inheritance of the god of destruction. The awakening of the 10 evil true dragon martial spirits awakened Gu Yuena, who was sleeping deep in the Star Do Great Forest. She saw Kinyu being mercilessly beaten, poisoned, bled, and all kinds of torture being used by her mother. Gu Yuena's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife, and she was determined to protect this child. So Gu Yuena was born and brought Kinyu back to the Xingdu Great Forest and took good care of her. Until Kinyu was snatched away by Gu Yuena. Bibi Dong then realized how important Kinyu was to her. She vowed to get Kinyu back no matter what the cost. Xiao Yu, Mom knows she was wrong, please forgive me. No matter what you want, Mom will satisfy you, even if it means the entire Wuhan Empire. Bibi Dong's voice was full of regret, and she knelt down and begged for Kinyu's forgiveness. Oh! Belated affection is cheaper than grass. Bibi Dong, experience the taste of despair. Kinyu looked down at her, Yu Xiaogong's head still in her hand, and the sword of destruction pierced her body mercilessly. Novel keywords: Douluo, Bibi Dong's abuse and raising, Gu Yuena's nurturing without pop-up window, Douluo, Bibi Dong's abuse and raising, Gu Yuena's nurturing full text download, Douluo, Bibi Dong's abuse and raising, Gu Yuena's nurturing latest chapter reading. Chapter 1, Against the Will of Heaven. My mother Bibi Dong wants to beat me to death. Chapter 1, Against the Will of Heaven. My mother Bibi Dong wants to beat me to death. Douluo Continent, Wuhan City, inside the magnificent saint's bedroom. Saint Bibi Dong was lying on the bed, her expression sometimes numb, sometimes resentful, and from time to time she showed a sweet smile. Ah! Ah! Suddenly, a sharp pain came, and Bibi Dong curled up on the bed, holding her stomach in agony. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall, soaking her clothes. Your Highness, don't move. Lie still. The baby is about to be born. The healing soul masters around were in a panic and wanted to step forward and hold Bibi Dong down. Get out! Get out! I will never give birth to this evil creature. Bibi Dong screamed madly, and the soul power surged in her body, shocking the healing soul masters who were approaching and making them retreat again and again. Bibi Dong, I admit that what I did was a little shameful, but I did it all for the spirit hall. Besides, how can that loser Yu Xiaogang be worthy of you, and how am I inferior to him? Chiian Sunji stood in a corner of the bedroom with a gloomy face. Shut up! Bibi Dong's eyes were wide open and she looked at Kyung Sunji with eyes full of resentment. Kyung Sunji, you beast! You have ruined my life, my whole life. I will never let you go, even if I die, I will drag you to hell with me. In the womb, in darkness. Kinyu opened her eyes with great effort, and it took her a long time to understand the noisy sounds outside. Kyung Sunji, Bibi Dong. Kinyu woke up instantly, his face full of disbelief. Did I travel through time and space and become Bibi Dong's child? So I am Jian Rongxiu. Kinyu was startled and quickly reached down to touch his crotch. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he touched the small bulge. Fortunately, at least my life force is still there. The amniotic fluid squeezed on both sides and the wriggling of the surrounding flesh walls made Kinyu feel extremely uncomfortable and suffocated. Kinyu followed his instinct and struggled hard towards the bright exit. What? Bibi Dong covered her stomach desperately, her facial expression distorted to the extreme. Your Highness, calm down, you will be fine soon. The healing soul masters around hurriedly used their soul skills to help Bibi Dong relieve the pain. Humph! Bibi Dong, you can say whatever you want. If anything happens to my child, that loser Yu Xiaogang will be buried with you. You'd better think it through. Kyung Sunji's face turned gloomy. He couldn't understand why he, the handsome and well-connected Pope of the Spirit Hall, was no match for a down-and-out descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Ha 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 ha, do you think I still care about his life or death? He would rather get together with his sister than look at me. Kyung Sunji, this is all your fault. It's because of you that I was ruined. Now I'm dirty, and Xiaogang doesn't want me anymore. This child wants to be born? Why? He should die. Bibi Dong laughed crazily. She slowly raised her arm, with purple lines spreading across her fingers. Wait. Bibi Dong, what do you want to do? Kyung Sunji's face suddenly changed. What? Of course, get rid of him. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, she slapped her stomach hard without any hesitation. Bright red blood dripped from her crotch, staining the golden sheets red. Kinyu already felt something was wrong after Bibi Dong finished speaking. As expected, with a burst of severe pain, Chiian Hanyu fainted. A crazy mother and a yellow-haired father. What kind of heaven-defying start is this? If there is a next life, can't I be born into a normal family? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully traveling across time. The God-level sign-in system has started binding. Binding is successful. Ding! It is detected that the host has arrived at the Pope's Palace in Wuhan City. Do you want to sign in? Perhaps because Kinyu was on the verge of death, the system's mechanical sound was a little hurried. Ding! No host response detected, default sign-in begins. Ding! Sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining, Fallen Angel Martial Soul, Ancient 10 Evils True Dragon Martial Soul, Innate Level 20 Full Soul Power. Bibi Dong, you are crazy. That's our child. Kyungsun was shaking with anger. He wanted to go forward, but when he saw the red quilt stained by Bibi Dong, he stopped. The healing soul masters around her hurriedly used their healing soul skills to help her stop the bleeding. Some people wanted to step forward to check whether the child was alive, but they were forced to retreat again and again due to Bibi Dong's terrifying soul power. Inside the bedroom, the only sounds were Bibi Dong's heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping, which seemed particularly eerie. Crazy? Yes, I am crazy. You forced me to do this. All of you in the Chiian family will have a hard time. You'd better not let that bitch Chiian Rongsu appear in front of me, or I will get rid of her too. Bibi Dong looked at Kyungsunji's angry expression, and her heart was filled with pleasure. She reached her hand down to her crotch and forcibly pulled out the warm liquid along with the unformed life. Blood splattered, staining her hands red. She threw the bloody Kinyu towards Kyungsunji. Don't you want a child? I'll give it to you. It's just a piece of flesh that fell from my body. In an instant the whole world became silent. Everyone was shocked by Bibi Dong's crazy behavior. Kyungsunji stared at the child in his arms with sinister eyes, shaking with anger. Ha ha ha! How about it? How does it feel to watch your own son die in front of you? Kyungsunji, I will return to you 1,000 times the pain you inflicted on me. Bibi Dong laughed hysterically, with a bit of madness. Cough cough. Suddenly, the baby's extremely fragile cough broke the suffocating silence. Bibi Dong's face froze, and she said in disbelief, how is this possible? I clearly beat it to death, why is it still breathing? Kyungsunji was also stunned. He carefully picked up the little life covered in blood. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Cure it quickly and don't bother with this crazy woman. If anything happens to my child, you will all die. Kyungsunji said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, the healing soul masters hurried forward and used their healing soul skills with all their strength. As the light of the healing soul skill gradually enveloped Kinyu, his weak breathing gradually became steady and strong. Strange? Why do I feel that this child has a disgusting aura? Could it be that he did not inherit the sacred six-winged angel spirit of my Chiian family like Shuer, but instead inherited the disgusting soul-devouring spider emperor spirit of this woman? Kyungsunji was secretly surprised and suspicious, and his joy over the child's resurrection also faded a little. If this is true, then the existence of this child is a shame to the Chiian family, and he should not be alive. Promote the author's new book, The Main World is Primitive, and the chat group has an infinite flow of the universe. Kinyu traveled through the ancient times and became the first person created by Nuwa. It was during the time of the Lich War calamity, and humans could only survive in the cracks. While the demons were slaughtering the human race, Nuwa, as the holy mother of the human race, stood by and watched. Helplessly, Kinyu could only gather the destiny of the human race, abolish the holy mother, create the Chinese immortal dynasty, and become the first human emperor. Just when he offended Saint Nuwa and everyone thought he would die, he awakened the Heaven Amplification chat group. Ding! Emperor Huangtian joins the chat group. Ding, Ye Tiandi joins the chat group. Ding, Emperor Yan Xiaoyan joins the chat group. Ding, the god of creation Su Ji joins the chat group. Seeing that all the group members are big shots, Kinyu originally wanted to be a newbie and curry favor with them, but ended up being hyped up by them to become a real big shot. End of this chapter. Chapter 2, Yu tries to get away with it. Chapter 2, Kinyu tries to get away with it. Forget it, don't save him, just let him die on his own. A waste with an evil spirit is not worthy of being the successor of the spirit hall. Just treat him as a product of error. Kyung Sunji gave the order in a cold voice, and sentenced Kinyu to death in a nonchalant manner. Then he turned around and didn't look at Kinyu again. The other healing soul masters looked at each other, but no one dared to disobey the Pope's order, so they could only helplessly put down the healing light in their hands. Kinyu, Ga. You are really a good father to me. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. But the good news is that due to the boost brought to him by the level 20 innate soul power and the 10 evil true dragon martial spirit, he did not die suddenly on the spot. After helping Bibi Dong stop the bleeding, the healing soul masters hurriedly left the bedroom, and the entire room fell into silence again. Bibi Dong slumped on the bed, looking out the window with empty eyes. Tears kept falling, dripping onto the cold ground, making a tiny and crisp sound. Kinyu lay on the ground and tried his best to steady his breathing. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Kinyu prayed madly in her heart, while carefully moving towards the dark corner under the bed. But Bibi Dong still noticed the little guy on the ground. She slowly stood up from the bed, walked towards Kinyu, and said in a cold tone. Little beast, even your father doesn't want you anymore. What reason do you have to live now? It's better for me to get to know you myself, so that you won't become a nuisance in the future. Kinyu, Sigma, you, don't come over here. Kinyu was completely shocked. Did I provoke you? Why do you hate me so much? Wu vei. The baby let out a loud cry that echoed in the empty bedroom. Bibi Dong's hand trembled slightly, but she still reached out towards Kinyu's neck firmly. Kinyu gently grasped Bibi Dong's jade fingers, stopped crying, and looked at him innocently with wide eyes. Trying to awaken the little maternal love in her by acting cute. Not good, this is too cute. Bibi Dong swallowed, cold sweat quietly falling on her face. Haha. Kinyu smiled, and 2 shallow dimples appeared on her pink little face. Her pair of clear eyes looked at Bibi Dong in a daze. Bibi Dong gasped and trembled. When his eyes met Kinyu's innocent smile, he felt as if his whole body was healed. Bibi Dong's mouth curled up into a smile unconsciously, and her empty eyes lit up. He gently picked up Kinyu and felt his breath. Kinyu stretched out her little hand and gently wiped the tears from Bibi Dong's face. Forget it, I'll let you live a few more days for now. I'll send you off when I've had enough fun. Bibi Dong smiled and kneaded Kinyu's little face, but said the most vicious words. Kinyu, why don't you just give me a quick death? At least this way I don't have to live in fear. Good man, even after I have done this, you still want to kill me. Damn. I'm dying. In the previous life, at least I could be an ox or a horse, but in this life I am living worse than an ox or a horse. Chiian Yusheng felt hopeless and was held in Bibi Dong's arms and was ravaged. At this time, outside Bibi Dong's bedroom, Chiian Rongxiu was curious and wanted to find out what was going on inside. Chiian Sunji walked out, grabbed Chiian Rongxiu's hand and walked towards the Pope's palace. Dad, where is my brother? How come he is gone? Chiian Rongxiu blinked her big eyes and looked at her father in confusion. No brother, Shuer, you remembered it wrong. Chiian Sunji's voice was low and cold. How could this be? You clearly said that Mom would give me a brother. Chiian Rongxiu looked unconvinced. Dad, are you lying to me? Did something happen to Mom and brother? Chiian Rongxiu has a secret, she is a reborn person. After finding himself traveling back in time, she first used her influence to divert Kyungsunji's attention to repairing his relationship with Bibi Dong. In this way, Chiian Sunji would not chase after Tang Hao, resulting in serious injury and being killed by Bibi Dong. However, after Kyungsunji took great pains to let Bibi Dong know Yu Xiaogong's true face. Instead of giving up, Bibi Dong blamed everything on Kyungsunji. She believed that it was Chiian Sunji who made her dirty, which caused Yu Xiaogang to change his mind. So that day Kyungsunji's defense was completely broken. He could no longer tolerate Bibi Dong's betrayal and resentment. On impulse, he made an impulsive decision, which was to make Bibi Dong pregnant again. He tried to use the new child as a bond to reconnect the two. Of course, this was Kyungsunji's explanation to Chiian Rongxiu after he was done. And what else can Chiian Rongxiu say? Perhaps only my cheap dad can talk about lust in such a righteous way. She sighed, feeling mixed emotions in her heart. Damn dad! I will definitely tell grandpa about this, just wait for your beating. After Chiian Rongxiu finished speaking, she shook off Chiian Sunji's hand and ran quickly towards the offering hall. Kyungsunji's face froze and he wanted to stop it. But he really had no way to deal with his daughter. Innate level 20, full soul power, God level martial soul, 6-winged angel. If the old man really has to choose between the two, Kyungsunji felt that the old man would decisively choose to beat his stupid son until he could not take care of himself. Elder Ju, Elder Gui, let's go. After much thought, Kyungsunji decided to go out and avoid the limelight. By the way, he also captured the 10-year-old soul beast that he discovered some time ago. If I could give the 10-year soul ring to Dong, she would definitely understand my feelings. Yes. Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo responded, and with a flash of their bodies, they caught up with Chiian Sunji's pace. After one day, the early morning sunlight shone through the gauze curtains, casting patches of light into Bibi Dong's bedroom. Bibi Dong lay on the bed very comfortably. The bed covers that were originally stained with blood have been replaced with new ones that are as white as snow. She changed into a purple dress that highlighted her curvaceous figure. Her long, soft pink and purple hair casually falls on her shoulders, making her look particularly charming. As for Kinyu, after Bibi Dong had enough fun with him yesterday, she just threw him away and went to take a shower. At this time, Kinyu was huddled in a small corner under the bed in fear. He hugged his knees tightly with his tender little hands, not daring to make a sound. His stomach was rumbling with hunger, but at the moment he could only endure the hunger and fear silently. As for asking Bibi Dong to drink her milk, Kinyu felt that it would be good enough if she didn't kill herself when she woke up. Yesterday he used up all his life's acting skills to transform himself from a mortal beast into a little pet for people to play with. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Rongxiu Stickers. Chapter 3 Chiian Rongxiu Stickers. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Chiian Rongxiu walked in carrying a tray. On the tray was a bowl of steaming rice porridge and some exquisite snacks. The moment she entered the door, her eyes began to search around. She only remembered this morning to ask the healing soul masters who left yesterday. It turned out that my brother was not dead. Well, it seems like death is not far away now. After all, my stinky dad left it to that crazy woman Bibi Dong. Kinyu was startled and covered her mouth tightly, afraid of making any sound. What are you doing here, you little bastard? Bibi Dong woke up instantly and saw that the person coming was Chiian Rongxiu, whose eyes were filled with ice-cold murderous intent. Chiian Rongxiu's body stiffened slightly. She suppressed the fear in her heart and smiled. Mom just gave birth to my little brother yesterday. She must be very tired, so I specially prepared some food and wanted to come and see Mom and little brother, she said, gently placing the tray next to the bed. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong raised her hand to finish off Chiian Rongxiu, but just as she was about to do so, Chiian Daoliu quickly grabbed Bibi Dong's wrist with just the right amount of force, which didn't cause Bibi Dong to feel pain, but was enough to make her stop moving. Bibi Dong, you're crazy. You even want to kill Shwe'er. Chiian Daoliu's eyes were full of disbelief. From the conversation to the attack, Bibi Dong didn't even have any hesitation. She really wants to kill Zioxiu. Bibi Dong casually picked up the cake with her other hand and put it into her mouth, saying lightly, Chiian Daoliu, you'd better be able to watch over her for the rest of your life, otherwise I guarantee that she will die faster than me. Chiian Daoliu's face turned pale, and he didn't say much. He came to Bibi Dong's bed, squatted down and looked down at Kinyu under the bed. The little guy was squatting on the ground quietly, not crying or making a fuss, his big watery eyes staring straight at Chiian Daoliu. Chiian Daoliu looked at his frightened appearance and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity in his heart. He held out his hand and tried to make his voice soft. Child, come out, Grandpa won't hurt you. Kinyu, Aya. I don't believe you, you old man are so bad. Kinyu curled up deeper. This system could have given a true dragon spirit, but why did it give it to a fallen angel? Is there any way to survive in the spirit hall? Chiian Daoliu closed his eyes in pain. He couldn't imagine what kind of horrible things this little guy who was born just yesterday had experienced. Child, don't be afraid. Chiian Daoliu's voice sounded again. This time he deliberately slowed down his speech to make his tone sound warmer and kinder. Grandpa is your relative. Grandpa will protect you. Puchi. He. Bibi Dong couldn't help laughing out loud when she saw Chiian Daoliu's painful expression. Her laughter was clear and pleasant, but it sounded particularly harsh in this tense atmosphere. Chiian Daoliu frowned and turned back to glare at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, what are you laughing at? Humph. Stop pretending, Chiian Daoliu. Look at the evil aura on that kid. It's even stronger than any fallen one. As the chief priest of the spirit hall, you had better nip the seeds of evil in the bud before they bring disaster to the world in the future. Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice. Kinyu, Sigma, so have I degenerated from a little pet into a damned beast again? Damn! You bad woman, you change your face as soon as you say so. I let you play with me for so long yesterday for nothing. This is even more despairing than being born in the girls' restroom of a vocational high school and having a yellow-haired dad, which is a hellish start. You old witch, if you have the guts, kill me now. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will let you know why the flowers are so red. Chiian Daoliu remained silent and looked at Kinyu with complicated eyes. The appearance of an owner of a fallen soul in the Chiian family would undoubtedly deal a huge blow to the spirit hall. The firm beliefs of countless soul master families will be shaken, and may even lead to civil unrest. Chiian Rongxiu saw the struggle in Chiian Daoliu's eyes and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. She crawled under the bed and forcibly dragged Kinyu out. Kinyu struggled desperately, flapping her hands around, but Chiian Rongxiu held her tightly in her arms. Chiian Rongxiu looked at the panicked look of the little cutie in her arms, and her whole girlish heart melted. Grandpa, my little brother is so cute. Can I keep him? Chiian Rongxiu smiled happily, her little face pressed against Kinyu's tender little face, as if water could drip out of it. Chiian Daoliu frowned and looked at Kinyu solemnly. His mental power continued to explore Kinyu's body. A dark angel with 6 wings on its back appeared in his mind. This made his heart sink to the bottom. Bibi Dong frowned slightly, feeling a little uncomfortable when she saw the intimacy between Chiian Rongxiu and Chiian Yu. She stepped forward, forcibly pried Chiian Rongxiu's hand away, and took Kinyu back. The strong and rough force made Kinyu almost cry out in pain. Don't cry. If you dare to cry, I will kill you. Kinyu groaned and bit her lips tightly. But soon his attention was drawn to the rice porridge and snacks on the table. Want to eat? You little devil! Bibi Dong said jokingly, and couldn't help but pinch his little face. Kinyu nodded quickly. Oh! I won't give you any food, you little bastard without a father or a... You! Now even your grandfather doesn't recognize you. What's the point of living? Bibi Dong teased Kinyu deliberately, while not forgetting to mock Chiian Douluo. Kinyu withdrew his gaze reluctantly. Damn! You bitch, you don't give me food but you ask me, you are so mean. Bibi Dong, he is still the blood of our Chiian family after all. How can you treat him like this? Chiian Douluo's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. On one side is faith, and on the other side is blood. No matter which side he chooses, it will make him feel heartbroken. Oh? The blood of the Chiian family, ask him, do you think he is willing to go with you? Bibi Dong placed 2 fingers on Kinyu's chin with a half-smile on her face, her fingertips glowing coldly purple, as if she could crush him to death in a matter of minutes if Kinyu dared to agree. Kinyu hurriedly shook her head, pitifully held Bibi Dong's jade fingers, placed them on her little head and rubbed them gently. Bibi Dong was delighted. She didn't expect that this little beast was so smart. In the end, Chiian Douluo silently pulled the reluctant Chiian Rongxiu out of the room. Squeak! As the door of the saint's bedroom closed, Bibi Dong's face suddenly turned cold. Kinyu swallowed, having a bad feeling. You were just touched by that bastard, you need to wash yourself clean. Bibi Dong directly carried Kinyu's calf upside down and came to the bathroom. A wooden barrel more than half a meter high was moved to the side of the bathtub. It was filled with boiling water. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Bibi Dong and number 039, S torture. Chapter 4 Bibi Dong's torture. Kinyu looked at the boiling hot water. If he soaked in this water, he would probably end up boiling the fish. He struggled hard, his limbs waving in the air, his eyes full of fear and despair. Bibi Dong showed a vicious smile on her face. She threw Kinyu down directly and held him down with her hands to prevent him from floating up. Fuck you, Bibi Dong, just wait for me. If I can survive, I will definitely make you pay. Kinyu was scalded and burst into tears. The boiling hot water poured down his throat, burning him so much that his whole body trembled. After a long time, the temperature of the water was no longer so scorching, and Bibi Dong finally let go of her hand. Kinyu struggled in the water, her face red from the steam. Bibi Dong took out a brush that was made from the hair of some soul beast, dipped some toiletries in it, and began to wipe his body carefully. The bristles of the brush were very hard, and felt like millions of tiny needles on Kinyu's delicate skin, making him groan in pain. Alas! You are quite tough, little guy. I can't kill you. I guess I will have fun in the future. As a reward for your survival, drink it. You deserve it. Bibi Dong held Kinyu in her arms and opened her clothes to reveal her fair chest. Kinyu looked at her snow-white skin and felt a little uncomfortable. Aya. Why don't you just give me the rice porridge? It looks delicious to me. However, Bibi Dong didn't care and forced his little mouth on her chest, and a warm liquid slowly flowed into his throat. Belch! Kinyu burped with satisfaction, and then fell asleep in Bibi Dong's arms. On the other side, Chiian Douluo forcibly dragged Chiian Rongxiu back to the worship hall. Grandpa, why didn't we save our brother? Chiian Rongxiu clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes were red, and her voice was filled with tears that were hard to conceal. Schwer, this world is far more complicated than you think. That child should not have been born into this family. Chiian Douluo stopped and turned his back to her, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The sacred six-winged angel actually fell into darkness. This is a shame that the family cannot bear. But, he is innocent too. Chiian Rongxiu argued, tears welling up in her eyes, how can we just give up on him like this? She could hardly imagine how Kinyu would be abused by Bibi Dong. It was so small when it was held in her arms just now, but now it has to suffer endless torture in that woman's hands. Her heart seemed to be torn apart and the pain was unbearable. On the other hand, Bibi Dong's rare maternal love did not last long. She looked at Kinyu who was sleeping in her arms, and the anger in her heart grew stronger. She shook Kinyu hard, but the little guy just frowned and continued to sleep. You bastard, you bastard! Why are you sleeping? Hurry up and get up! How can you sleep so soundly? Snapped, Bibi Dong slapped Kinyu on the tender cheek, leaving a bright red mark. Wow! Kinyu opened his eyes in confusion. My body instinctively wanted to cry, but the tears had not yet overflowed from my eyes. He was stared back at by Bibi Dong's cold eyes. Cry! Keep crying! You are not allowed to stop until I tell you to. If you dare to stop, I will kill you. Bibi Dong's eyes were full of hatred. She took out a knife and stabbed it heavily into the table beside her. Kinyu, you might as well just let me die. In the end, Kinyu cried. But Bibi Dong still cut his wrist to let the blood flow. This woman seemed to have found new pleasure. Whenever she saw Kinyu's little face twisted in pain, she felt an extreme pleasure of revenge. Are you going to die? Pain, hunger, and fear of death intertwined together, Kinyu's consciousness gradually blurred. Ha 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 ha, Kyungsunji, it's all because of you. It's all because of you that Xiao just didn't want me. Now I'm going to let your child have a taste of this life worse than death. Bibi Dong watched Kinyu's eyes gradually lose focus, and her smile became more and more distorted. Tick-tock. A hot tear rolled down her cheek. Bibi Dong was stunned. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and a look of confusion flashed across her eyes. No, this is not right. How can I feel sad? How can I feel sad for this evil creature? Bibi Dong muttered to herself as she hurriedly and frantically gave Kinyu first aid, her hands shaking as she tried to stop the blood from flowing out. No, I can't let you die, at least not now. How could I let you die so easily? How can I torture you if you die? How can I make you feel the pain and despair I have felt all these years? Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the empty room, with a hint of hysterical madness. She frantically dug out various medicine bottles and bandages from the drawer. But her hands were trembling and looked clumsy, and she poured all kinds of medicines on Kinyu's wound. The blood and medicine powder mixed together, and the scene was shocking. Hold on, you damned bastard, I haven't had enough fun yet. Bibi Dong cursed with gritted teeth and shook Kinyu's thin body hard. In the end, perhaps because her IQ returned, Bibi Dong finally remembered to seek help from a healing soul master, which saved Kinyu's life. But Kinyu's body was also seriously damaged and he needed a long period of rest to recover. However, Bibi Dong didn't listen at all. What the hell is this rest? It would be better if she died or became disabled. I'm living such a miserable life, why should this little beast have an easy life? So after making sure that the patient's life was not in danger, Bibi Dong decisively stopped any medication measures. In the end, Kinyu managed to survive thanks to his strong luck. When Kinyu woke up again, he found himself in a dark basement. There was a faint smell of mold and dampness all around. He tried to move his body, but found that his whole body was sore and weak, and his limbs were bound by heavy chains. Every slight movement was accompanied by the rattling sound of the chains. Where is this? Kinyu felt numb all over as he looked at the various torture instruments. Do you know? Kyungsun's disease trapped me for a whole year. I was left in despair in this dark secret room for a whole year. I will never forget this shame. Bibi Dong sat high up on the main seat, the dim candlelight illuminating her frosty face. Kinyu suddenly had a bad feeling. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I will savor your pain and despair. Bibi Dong laughed to herself, she didn't expect Kinyu to understand. All these were just excuses she used to convince herself and make herself feel at ease. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Sunji's Death. Chapter 5, Death of Kyungsunji. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 years, Bibi Dong has always been able to think of various novel and cruel ways to torture Kinyu. Starvation, poisoning, electric shock, whipping, bloodletting, each one of them is enough to make any adult collapse. And in this torture, Kinyu unexpectedly awakened the fallen angel spirit's ability to create illusions. Kinyu naturally didn't think that she could resist Bibi Dong in this way. Instead, they immerse their consciousness in a virtual fantasy world to entertain themselves. But having said that, he could still feel the pain. During this period, Kyungsunji came several times, and each time he was injured. Bibi Dong began to show abnormal concern for him. On some nights, she would even snuggle in his arms and tell him about her grievances. This made Kyungsunji even more determined to give his 10-year soul ring to Bibi Dong. The only thing that made Kyungsunji unhappy was every time he wanted to consummate the marriage. Bibi Dong would always refuse him on the pretext that the child was there and it was inconvenient. This made Kyungsunji even more dissatisfied with Kinyu, and he beat and scolded him more than once. And every time Kyungsunji beat him until he vomited blood and was dying. Bibi Dong would always stand up to stop them, looking like a loving mother. He gently picked up Kinyu, with the complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Was it heartache? Was it pleasure? Or was it ridicule? No one knew. When Bibi Dong once again tortured Kinyu until he was covered in bruises and threw him on the cold stone slab, she did not leave immediately as usual, but sat quietly by the side. He always felt empty inside. Kinyu's indifferent eyes were like an invisible dagger that pierced deeply into her heart. Are you blaming me? What have I done wrong? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being born into this world. If it weren't for me, you would have died long ago. Bibi Dong's voice was low and hoarse, and she actually felt a little regretful, which was rare. She walked slowly to Kinyu's side and squatted down, trying to touch his tender face with those blood-stained hands. But Kinyu instinctively turned his head away and avoided her touch. Do you hate me? There was a barely perceptible tremor in Bibi Dong's voice. Kinyu didn't answer. He lay on the ground, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Hey, stand up. I know you can hear me, don't play dead. Bibi Dong didn't hear any reply and felt humiliated instantly, with a surge of anger rushing to her head. She stood up suddenly and kicked Kinyu away with force. Kinyu's body was kicked away like a rag, hit heavily against the cold stone wall, and then slid weakly to the ground. He felt his internal organs churning and the pain almost swallowed up his consciousness. He groaned, and a trace of bright red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Bibi Dong looked at Kinyu's lifeless appearance, and the anger in her heart not only did not subside, but became even more intense. She felt completely ignored by this child whom she saw as a tool of shame and revenge. Do you think you can get away with everything by not speaking? I tell you, it's impossible. Bibi Dong roared angrily. She rushed forward, grabbed Kinyu by the collar, and lifted him up. Open your eyes and look at me. Kinyu was forced to open her eyes. There was no emotion in those dark eyes, only dead silence. He looked at Bibi Dong quietly, as if he was looking at a stranger. You, how could you do this? Bibi Dong was hurt by Kinyu's eyes, and she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of frustration. Squeak! The door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and a beam of dazzling light shone in, breaking the darkness and silence in the room. Bibi Dong subconsciously turned her head and saw Kyungsunji standing at the door with a slightly frown on his brow. His eyes flickered back and forth between Bibi Dong and Chiian. Finally, his gaze fixed on Kinyu's bruised and battered body, and there was no warmth in his eyes. Remember to clean up the body after you die. This is where I practice, and I don't want any filth to be around. Kyungsunji's voice was cold and ruthless, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Bibi Dong's face looked a little unhappy when she heard this. She felt that everything she had done was just deceiving herself and Kyungsunji didn't care at all. Bibi Dong threw Kinyu into a corner like garbage, turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Kinyu looked at the faint light coming from the gap in the secret room's door, and her empty pupils began to gather the faint light again. Fuck. Is this crazy woman Bibi Dong really sick? Kinyu felt the intense pain everywhere on his body and cursed in his heart. At first, Kinyu wanted to use cuteness to awaken his little maternal love. It turned out to be useless and he got the beating he deserved. Since he couldn't resist anymore, he could only immerse himself in the world of illusion to divert his attention. But the pain still fell on my body. You are injured. Bibi Dong appeared in front of Kyungsunji and helped him sit aside, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness in her tone. Kyungsunji was slightly stunned, and instantly felt that all the injuries he had suffered were worth it. Sorry, Donger, the 10-year spirit ring I promised you seems to be delayed again. Kyungsunji shook his head slightly, looking a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Aayan would be so determined to sacrifice himself directly. As a result, he was caught off guard and was severely injured by Tang Hao. Bibi Dong anxiously used her soul power to check Kyungsunji's injuries. Kyungsunji felt warm in his heart when he saw this scene. He gently patted the back of Bibi Dong's hand and comforted her. It's okay, Donger, my injuries are not serious, just some superficial injuries. But I really feel sorry for you for working so hard for me. Kinyu, no, how big of a heart do you have to be to come to Bibi Dong first when you are hurt? Kinyu doesn't think that Bibi Dong will suddenly change her attitude towards Kyungsun. You know, she is currently taking the Rakshasa God test. The whole person is in a state of disarray, and his temper is extremely unpredictable. My whole body is broken, my internal organs are damaged, my body is shattered, and my spirit is backfired. How can this be all right, my good master? Bibi Dong's lavender eyes instantly turned blood red, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. Donger, do you still hate me? Listen to me, Yu Xiaogang is really not a good person. Kyungsunji sensed Bibi Dong's murderous intent and was eager to explain. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Kyungsunji, go to hell. Bibi Dong instantly transformed into the soul-eating Spider King. He mercilessly killed Kyungsunji and devoured him mouthful by mouthful. It was as if he wanted to pour out all the resentment and unwillingness that had accumulated over the years. End of this chapter. Chapter 6, Daoliu's Tolerance. Chapter 6 Chiian Daoliu's Tolerance. Enshrined in the temple. What? You said Dad was seriously injured while chasing Tang Hao? The first thing he did when he came back was not to treat his injuries, but to go straight to the Pope's palace. When Chiian Rongxiu heard the report from her subordinates, she had a bad feeling and hurried to find Chiian Daoliu. Grandpa, something bad has happened to Dad. Let's go save him. When Chiian Daoliu heard this, his terrifying mental power instantly covered the entire spirit hall within a radius of several thousand meters, and his face suddenly changed drastically. Oh no, that woman. Zioxiu, stay in the worship hall and don't go anywhere. Grandpa will be back soon. No. I want to go too. Chiian Rongxiu held Chiian Daoliu's arm tightly. Okay. Chiian Daoliu nodded and did not refuse. Kinyu witnessed the entire process of his father being swallowed. He didn't utter a word, but squatted silently in a corner, like an invisible person. Now that Kyungsunji is dead, there is no need for him to exist anymore, and it will soon be my turn. After all, she herself is just a tool used by Bibi Dong to take revenge on Kyungsunji, an unexpected life. But I really want to dance on my asshole dad's grave. Kinyu felt both ridiculous and sad as she watched Kyungsunji's body being gradually devoured. Boom, the door of the secret room was suddenly pushed open, and a violent energy wave instantly swept through the entire space, causing dust to fly and stone chips to splash everywhere. Chiian Daoliu rushed into the secret room anxiously and found that Chiian Sunji had disappeared, leaving only bloodstains and clothes on the bed. Bibi Dong was sitting on the bed in a daze, with a happy smile on her face. Bibi Dong, what on earth did you do? Chiian Daoliu's body trembled violently, his eyes full of disbelief. Chiian Rongxiu poked her head out curiously, but was pushed back by Chiian Daoliu. "Children, don't look around." Chiian Daoliu's deep voice was filled with anger and sorrow that was difficult to conceal. "Isn't it obvious? He was eaten by me. Both his body and soul no longer exist." "Ha ha ha. What? You actually dared to devour him, Bibi Dong, you deserve to die." Chiian Daoliu was furious, and the angel holy sword condensed and struck at Bibi Dong. The two of them were so fast that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Both of them tacitly stayed away from the area where the secret room was located and fought. This may be the few times Bibi Dong has received maternal love. Chiian Rongxiu came to a dark corner of the secret room. The place was filled with a disgusting smell of blood and mold. She approached cautiously, lowered her eyes and saw the little cub huddled in the dark corner. Compared with the innocent girl seen 2 years ago, Kinyu is now so thin that she is almost unrecognizable, but her facial features are as delicate as a sculpture. What distressed Chiian Rongxiu the most was the pair of eyes that had become empty and numb, completely losing their former luster. His body was covered with scars, both new and old, and the blood oozing from the corners of his mouth revealed the inhumane treatment he had suffered not long ago. Chiian Rongxiu's heart suddenly tightened and her eyes suddenly turned red. He couldn't imagine what kind of cruel parents could let their children suffer such inhuman torture. Brother, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm sorry, sister is late." Chiian Rongxiu's voice was choked, and she wanted to touch Kinyu with trembling hands. Kinyu's body instinctively avoided her touch. "Pain, it hurts." Chiian Rongxiu felt her heart aching, as if it was being cut into pieces by 1,000 knives. She regretted it. If she had been able to hold on a little longer and hug him tighter, perhaps none of this would have happened. Regret surged towards Chiian Rongxiu like a tide. She knelt in front of Kinyu, tears silently sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto the cold ground, splashing tiny water droplets. "He shouldn't have come into this world and suffered so much. It was because I changed the trajectory of the past that this innocent life suffered so much pain." Her tears dripped onto Kinyu's thin shoulders. "Don't be afraid, I'm your sister, Chiian Rongxiu, your biological sister. I will protect you and will never let you get hurt again." Chiian Rongxiu's voice was gentle and firm. She gently embraced Kinyu in her arms. Even though the other party was still resisting, she did not let go. Kinyu felt the pain in her body and pulled her consciousness back from the illusion, and saw a big golden retriever crying breathlessly. "Kinyu, haven't you ever thought that it hurts me when you touch me like this? Let go. You touched my wound." But then again, have Bibi Dong and Chiian Daoliu finished fighting? Or, run away now? Kinyu felt the injuries on his body and found that even moving was excruciatingly painful, let alone running. The key point is that there is a big golden retriever blocking his retreat, with tears and snot all over his face, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Kinyu Sigma, degree, you disgusting little brat, stop rubbing your snot on me." Chiian Rongxiu couldn't stop feeling heartbroken, and gently stroked the little head, but felt blood on her hand. Only then did she remember the scars on Kinyu's body. Those shocking marks made her feel heartbroken. "I'm sorry, sister was negligent. I'll take you to treatment right away." After saying that, he rushed out of the secret room in his arms, holding Kinyu, and ran all the way to the medical room of the spirit hall. On the other side, the battle between Bibi Dong and Chiian Daoliu was also coming to an end. Chiian Daoliu only used one sword, and Bibi Dong couldn't even take a single blow. Boom! Bibi Dong's delicate body slammed hard against the hard palace wall and then fell to the ground. Puff! A mouthful of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth, and her face was as pale as paper. "Why are you doing this? Why is my son not worthy of you? Even this time he was seriously injured just to help you get the spirit ring. Bibi Dong, how can you be so cruel? How has our Chiian family ever wronged you?" Chiian Daoliu's eyes were grim, the angel's holy sword in his hand was trembling slightly, and the anger in his chest seemed to burn everything. Not worthy? Is he worthy? Bibi Dong sneered, her eyes full of madness. He is Kyungsunji, a hypocrite to the extreme, who doesn't even spare his own apprentice. Who is he worthy of? Chiian Daoliu. Do you dare to say that you don't know what your son has done? You knew everything clearly and had the ability to stop it. But did you do it? You turned a blind eye. What else can you do besides portraying yourself as the embodiment of justice? Use me as a reproductive tool? A toy in bed? And what qualifications do you have to question me now? You. Chiian Daoliu was speechless and the anger in his heart was extinguished instantly. After all, they were indeed in the wrong in this matter. End of this chapter. Chapter 7, The Charming Power of the Fallen Angel. Ren Shui and number 039, S. Fall. Chapter 7, The Charming Power of the Fallen Angel. Chiian Rongxiu's fall. The aura of the two men's battle has attracted many elders and priests from the spirit hall. At this time, these people were watching their noses and their hearts, not daring to breathe, for fear that they would be silenced. That's enough, Bibi Dong. No matter what your reasons are, you can't deny that you killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall. This is a fact. Chiian Daoliu took a deep breath and continued. Now that Zioxiu's father has passed away, I don't want him to lose his mother as well. If you can let go of your past hatred, I can give you a chance to stay in the Spirit Hall. Even the position of Pope is not impossible. What? You won't kill me? And you'll give me the position of Pope? Bibi Dong opened her eyes wide in surprise. I don't quite understand what this old guy is thinking. As for Chiian Daoliu's words about letting go of hatred, she instinctively ignored it. Don't get me wrong, I did this for Zioxiu, otherwise I would have slapped you to death long ago. Allowing you to be the Pope is also to allow you to atone for your sins and pave the way for Zioxiu in the future. Also, you are not allowed to attack Zioxiu again. Otherwise, you don't want that useless corpse of Yu Xiaogang to appear in front of you, do you? Chiian Daoliu threatened sternly. Chiian Daoliu, how dare you? Bibi Dong's eyes instantly froze into ice, emitting cold light. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. Ha! There is nothing in the world that I dare not do. Chiian Daoliu sneered, and 9 soul rings appeared on his body one by one. The terrifying pressure from the level 99 ultimate Douluo swept across the entire world. Pass on my order, the Pope has fallen. The culprit is the descendant of Haoshan sect. Tang Hao. From today on, we will do our utmost to capture Tang Hao. Any force that dares to protect him will be regarded as an enemy of the Spirit Hall. In addition, the Spirit Hall has officially declared war on the Clear Sky sect, vowing to wipe out all of its remnants to restore the reputation of our Spirit Hall. Chiian Daoliu's voice resounded through the sky like thunder. Yes. Great offering. No one dared to delay, and immediately bowed and accepted the order, then left. In the end, Bibi Dong became the Pope of the Spirit Hall without knowing it. But Bibi Dong couldn't be happy at all because her cub was missing. It's gone. How could it be gone? Get out here right now, you little bastard. There was a hint of panic in Bibi Dong's voice. She searched every inch of land in Wuhan City frantically, her heart filled with anxiety. Could it be Chiian Daoliu? She suddenly raised her head, her eyes as sharp as torches, looking in the direction of the worship hall. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and Bibi Dong still didn't find Kinyu, so she had to go to the worship hall to ask Chiian Daoliu for the person. But how could Chiian Daoliu, whose son had just died, indulge her? He directly kicked her out of the gate of the worship hall and said coldly, "Get lost. I don't have time to play with you." Bibi Dong staggered a few steps, steadied herself, and her face was as pale as paper. She knew very well that she was no match for Chiian Daoliu, but a war with the Haoshan sect was imminent. She could only temporarily put aside the search for Kinyu and devote all her energy to the confrontation with the Haoshan sect. Kinyu has been treated by various top healing soul masters from the spirit hall these days, and his injuries are almost healed. But he seemed to have a serious mental problem. He would only wake up for a while on time at mealtime. But this made it hard for the healing soul masters who treated him, as they were often scolded by Chiian Rongxiu as quacks. In the treatment room of Wuhan City, Chiian Rongxiu looked at Kinyu lying unconscious on the bed with distress, and said hurriedly to the healing soul master beside her, "What happened to Xiaoyu? Why is he so sleepy? Are you quacks really any good? Believe it or not, I'll ask my grandfather to replace all of you." There was a slight tremor in her voice and her eyes were red. It was obvious that she was extremely worried about Kyunran's safety. The healing soul masters looked at each other, all with troubled expressions. "Miss, the young master's injuries are too severe, and he has too many hidden diseases accumulated over the years. If it weren't for the young master's special physique, he would have died long ago. Besides, with our current level, we can't even find out where his injuries are. We can only try our best to stabilize his injuries. If we want to cure him completely, I'm afraid." The healing soul master hesitated to speak. "What are you afraid of? Tell me." Chiian Rongxiu's voice was as cold as ice. "I'm afraid only the legendary nine-hearted begonia martial spirit can completely heal young master's injuries. The undead sect has been hunted down by our spirit hall for generations, and the nine-hearted begonia has disappeared for many years." The healing soul master answered truthfully. "The nine-hearted begonia is a legendary martial spirit. It is said that as long as there is a breath left, no matter how serious the injury is, it can be healed." Nine-hearted begonia? She has disappeared for many years? Isn't she just... Chiian Rongxiu was about to say something, but suddenly remembered that in this era, Ye Lengling seemed to have not even awakened his martial soul. "Forget it, you guys go out first." Chiian Rongxiu waved her hand gently, signaling the healing soul masters to leave. She sat alone on the bed, staring at Kyunran's delicate, snow-white face, feeling mixed emotions. She gently stroked Kyunran's forehead and whispered, "Brother, you must make it. I can't lose you." Chiian Rongxiu looked at Kinyu. The boy's skin was as white as snow, and his long silver hair fell on the pillow, making him look extremely weak. He just lay on the bed in an irregular and crooked position, with empty eyes, looking like an unconscious puppet, completely lifeless. But if this is a puppet, then there is no puppet in the world more exquisite and delicate than him. Due to the special nature of the fallen angel's martial spirit, Kinyu exudes an enchanting charm all the time. This aura of holiness and evil intertwined almost made Chiian Rongxiu sink completely, and she felt addicted. Chiian Rongxiu's breath choked and she swallowed with a dry throat. She felt like she was about to fall, and the man in front of her was like a devil tempting her. She shook her head vigorously. "No. No. This is not allowed. I am the young master of the spirit hall and Xiao's sister. I cannot have any improper thoughts about my younger brother." But her hand still stretched out unconsciously, with a ripping sound. Her fingers accidentally tore open Kinyu's clothes, revealing his skin as white as jade. She suddenly retracted her hand, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks, and her heart was beating like a drum. How can this be considered unreasonable? This is the love that a sister has for her brother. It is the most normal thing for a sister to hug her brother. Kinyu's empty eyes gradually came into focus. He slowly woke up from his dream, and saw a golden-haired man hugging him tightly. "Kinyu, isn't this sister too enthusiastic? Calm down. Will it embarrass her to talk at this time? Isn't it time for dinner yet? How about I sleep a little longer?" End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Rongxiu and number 039, S Promise, Gu Yuena and number 039, S Arrival. Chapter 8 Chiian Rongxiu's Promise, Gu Yuena's Arrival. Just as Kinyu was about to close his eyes again, Chiian Rongxiu's gentle voice rang in his ears. "Xiaoyu, are you awake? How do you feel?" At the same time, she picked him up with heartache and let him sit in her arms. "Sister, I'm hungry. Kinyu was filled with a brilliant smile, and her voice was as soft as the first melting ice and snow in spring, which instantly melted Chiian Rongxiu's heart. She chuckled and rubbed Kinyu's hair lovingly, her eyes full of tenderness. Okay, sister will take you to dinner right away, just tell sister what you want to eat. Well, then let's use the rice porridge that my sister gave me when we first met. Kinyu has a special obsession with that thing. Chiian Rongxiu was so moved that tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She didn't expect Kinyu still remembered the simple rice porridge when they first met 2 years ago. When she thought of how he had become so thin because of Bibi Dong's starvation, her heart ached. Okay. If Xiao wants to eat it, I'll make it for you myself. Chiian Rongxiu's voice was choked with sobs. She gently put Kinyu back on the bed and carefully covered him with the quilt. Then, Chiian Rongxiu turned around and left the room and went to the kitchen. I personally selected the best glutinous rice and fresh spring water and started making the rice paste that I remembered. Soon, Chiian Rongxiu carefully brought a bowl of steaming and fragrant rice porridge to Kinyu's bedside. She blew gently to cool down each mouthful of rice paste, for fear of scalding Kinyu. Then, despite Kinyu's resistance, he forcibly held her in his arms and fed rice porridge into her mouth spoonful by spoonful. Kinyu was actually very resistant to Chiian Rongxiu's contact. This woman looks gentle, but she is actually very domineering. She would not tolerate any resistance from Kinyu. In essence, she and Bibi Dong were the same type of people. The desire for power and the desire to control everything are engraved in their bones. Kinyu felt more like a doll or a pet, without any freedom at all. Chiian Rongxiu gently hugged Kinyu's slender waist, feeling the softness in her arms, and squinted her eyes comfortably. Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely make you recover. No matter what happens, I will stay by your side to protect you. Chiian Rongxiu stopped feeding and suddenly spoke. Kinyu gave him a puzzled look, and that confused look made Chiian Rongxiu a little dazed, and her heart almost melted. Chiian Rongxiu quickly touched his head and comforted him. It's okay, eat quickly, the rice porridge is getting cold. She scooped up another spoonful and handed it to Kinyu's mouth. Kinyu opened her mouth gently and let the delicate rice paste slide into her throat. She finished it in no time. Kinyu, who was full and satisfied, began to droop his eyelids. After a while, he yawned and fell into a deep sleep in Chiian Rongxiu's arms. Chiian Rongxiu stared blankly at Kinyu, who had closed his eyes, her heart feeling painful as if it was cut by a sharp blade. I'm sorry, Xiao. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let go, you wouldn't have suffered this torture. Please wake up, okay? Even if you hate me, hit me, scold me, it's okay, as long as you can wake up. Chiian Rongxiu's voice was low and trembling. She gently stroked Kinyu's face, and tears fell on Kinyu's tender cheeks. How much she wanted to live with Kinyu until he grew up, and share every bit of life, laughter, and tears like ordinary brothers and sisters. Then see him get married. This is not allowed, I don't agree. Xiao can only be mine, no one can take him away from me. The Great Star Forest. The core area, the Lake of Life, and the dimensional space at the bottom of the lake. A huge, silver-white dragon, 100 feet tall, and extremely exquisite, was quietly sitting among the dazzling gems. She possesses a beauty that is beyond words. Even if it is a giant dragon, judging by human aesthetics, it is enough to make any creature fall in love with it. Xiao Yu. Gu Yuena whispered softly, her voice full of pampering and expectation. 2 years ago, a blood resonance that was enough to make all dragons feel uneasy spread to the entire Douluo continent with Wuhan City as its center. At that time, Gu Yuena wanted to wake up, but because of her severe injuries, her body could not support its complete form. The source of this bloodline can only be explored in the form of a soul. But what surprised her was that the source of such powerful blood force was actually a human cub who had just been born. Just when she was about to leave in disappointment, she found that the baby was imprisoned in this dark and cold secret room. His mother tortured her until she was almost dead. A strong sense of anger and grief suddenly surged in Gu Yuena's heart. But as a soul, I can't do anything and can only watch it all happen. Watch him groan in pain and despair. Watching him being mercilessly beaten, starved, poisoned, whipped, bled, all kinds of torture methods that challenged the bottom line of humanity were used one after another by his own father and mother. Gu Yuena's heart felt as if it was pierced by thousands of needles at the same time. The pain was unbearable. She couldn't imagine how such a young life could endure such endless torture and suffering. Until one day he discovered that he could enter the child's spiritual world. Looking at the little cub who shared a blood connection with her, Gu Yuena's eyes suddenly became moist. She decided to protect the child, stay with him, and share the pain with him. That day, Kinyu was happily playing games in his fantasy home, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and found a white-haired female ghost. Kinyu, LLL. Damn it. I dreamed about ghosts, what should I do? Although this ghost was very beautiful, her lower body was as ethereal as smoke, and her lavender eyes were staring at him, which was creepy. Kinyu suppressed the fear in his heart and kept repeating to himself that this was a dream, everything was fake, and then he was suddenly awakened by the fright. But when I return to the outside world, I will be tortured by Bibi Dong again. I found out after switching back and forth several times. Damn it, Bibi Dong is 1,000 times more terrifying than a ghost. Kinyu simply stayed in the dream and didn't come out. At first, Kinyu played games, watched TV, and just ignored her, pretending that she couldn't see the ghost. But he soon discovered that in his dreams, any modern objects that were beyond Gu Yuena's understanding would gradually disappear. Kinyu initially thought that his memories of his past life were becoming blurred, which led to this situation. Later, she found out that it was Gu Yuena, the old lady, who ignored her because she was playing games all day. He got so angry that he took control of the illusion, unplugged the network cable, and deleted those modern devices. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Gu Yuena wants to be my mother. Chapter 9 Gu Yuena wants to be my mother. Kinyu had no choice but to try to communicate with this uninvited guest. But I found that she couldn't see those modern devices at all. In her eyes there was only a dark and empty picture, and she was just standing there in a daze. Kinyu guessed that maybe she had no idea about mobile phones and computers. So in her world, these objects don't exist at all. The key point is that I don't know what's wrong with this female ghost. She insists on being her own mother. She said that she wanted to give him the maternal love that she lacked and that she should call him mother. Kinyu, actually, I really wanted to kick her out at that time, but I couldn't beat her. Kinyu tried every possible way to reject his ridiculous idea. He wasn't lacking in maternal love to the point where he needed a female ghost to make up for it. But Gu Yuena said that what you said was right, but I didn't listen. Can you take what a child says seriously? Helpless Kinyu could only say perversely, big sister is so beautiful, I like her so much. But if my elder sister becomes my mother, then does that mean I can't marry her in the future? I thought that by saying this, Gu Yuena would give up. But after hearing this, Gu Yuena was not angry. Instead, her cheeks turned slightly red, she spat lightly, and said, "You little rascal, you wish. I want to be your mother, and you want to marry me." She patted Kinyu's head gently, but her eyes were full of doting. "However, since you said so, I can consider changing my identity. For example, how about being a sister?" "Kinyu, can you please go away?" Time returns to the present. When Kinyu entered the dream again. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Gu Yuena wearing a silver-white dress, standing in the golden sea of flowers. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves onto her, covering her with a layer of golden glow. Gu Yuena said softly, "Xiao, welcome back." Kinyu. "Damn. You are such a nasty ghost, can you please leave me alone?" Gu Yuena, ghost? I'm not a ghost. I'll be very sad if you say that. Kinyu, you said yourself that you are a spirit body. What else can a spirit body be if not a ghost? And my sister is Chiian Rongxiu, not you. As Kinyu spoke, a sense of power emanated from her body. I planned to tear apart the dream and throw it away. But it touched the solid barrier built by Gu Yuena. The power is like a drop in the ocean, unable to stir up the slightest ripple. Still not working? Looks like we have to find a way to make her relax her guard and then find a way to break through. Kinyu thought to herself, but her face remained expressionless. Instead, she put on a soft and cute expression and blinked her big eyes. Did your mother beat you again? You almost scared me to death the last time you came in. I thought you were going to die. Gu Yuena hugged her with concern and held her in her arms. Ever since Kinyu strictly prohibited her from prying into her personal privacy, Gu Yuena could only sense everything in the outside world through Kinyu's emotional fluctuations. It's okay, my mom just has some brain problems, she'll get used to it. Kinyu's body unconsciously stiffened. She tried to break free from Gu Yuena's embrace, but found that she couldn't get away at all. She could only let her hold her tightly. It's okay. It's okay. No matter what happens, Sister Nana will be by your side. Gu Yuena leaned close to Kinyu's little face, her voice full of tenderness. Her hand gently patted Kinyu's back, trying to comfort him. But her eyes were filled with darkness, and a raging fire had already burned in her heart. She could not tolerate anyone bullying her cub, even if it was his mother. Can you give me back the ownership of this fantasy? Kinyu saw that she suddenly became so gentle. I think if I ask this request now, there is a high probability that it will be granted. When Gu Yuena heard this, her eyes instantly turned red. She had just entered the dream. Then he saw his little cub lying on the ground. His body was covered in wounds and blood, his eyes were closed and his breath was weak. Holding a stone, his eyes were lifeless and a silly laugh occasionally escaped his lips. At that moment, her heart was broken. She couldn't imagine what kind of pain and torture Xiaoyu had experienced. So much so that he was so desperate even in his dreams. She could only do her best to create a warm haven for him, show him all the beauty in the world, and make him forget the pain. Are you going to drive me away? Gu Yuena's voice trembled a little and her eyes turned red. The corner of Kinyu's mouth twitched. He had explained more than once that the world he saw was different from the world she saw. I am not falling at all. Well, playing games every day is indeed depraved. Xiaoyu, do you know? When I saw you like that, my heart felt like it was torn apart. I can't let you go back to that cold, dark, and desperate world. Gu Yuena hugged Kinyu tightly without any image, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. Sister Nana, I've already said it before. The world I see is different from yours. Kinyu explained with great effort, feeling that his conscience had suffered another blow. This woman is so annoying. She always says, I'm doing this for your own good. It makes him seem like an ignorant and rebellious teenager. Why? Am I not good enough for you? Would you rather immerse yourself in that false, cold, terrifying, and desperate world than look at me anymore? Xiaoyu, why are you so ignorant? There was a hint of hysteria in Gu Yuena's voice. He felt that his good intentions were completely shattered by Kinyu's indifference. I have tried so hard, why doesn't he understand? Kinyu clenched her fists and kept reminding herself to stay calm and not punch her until she cried. I know you've always wanted to escape from me, to get rid of me. What's so good about the outside world? A world full of pain and despair will only destroy you. Everything I did was to protect you. Don't you understand? Gu Yuena's voice trembled. She took a step forward, grabbed Kinyu's shoulders, and looked into his empty eyes. Kinyu sighed, moved her fingers slightly, wiped away the tears from her eyes, and said with a smile, Sister Nana, stop crying. Okay, I won't go out. I'll stay here with you, okay? Gu Yuena's crying gradually stopped after hearing this. She looked up at Kinyu, her big watery eyes full of anticipation. She sobbed and asked, "Really? You really want to stay with me?" Kinyu nodded with a bright smile on her face. "Of course, as long as Sister Nana is happy, I am willing to stay with you forever." "How is this possible? I am a demon, and demons are known to be the most dishonest." End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Gu Yuena and number 039, S Crazy Possessiveness. Chapter 10 Gu Yuena's Crazy Possessiveness. Gu Yuena's cheeks turned slightly hot when she thought of her own loss of composure just now. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. "Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. I just love every moment with you. But I'm worried that you will get tired of this place, want to leave, and never come back." "How could that be? I like Sister Nana the most." Kinyu threw herself into Gu Yuena's arms affectionately and acted cute. At the same time, taking advantage of her relaxed vigilance, he launched a frantic attack on the entire dream. Gu Yuena cried for a long time before she gradually calmed down and whispered softly, "Xiaoyu, I regret that if that day came, I agreed with Chiian and let him lead all the soul beasts to flatten the human world. Does this mean you don't have to endure this pain anymore? Can you stay with me forever? This way you won't have to constantly want to sink into that dark and endless abyss and escape from reality." "Kinyu, LLL, please don't say such scary words suddenly." Kinyu patted her back gently, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "Have you ever thought that the dark abyss is where I truly belong? Look. I am a fallen angel. Isn't it normal for me to live in a dark place? No, I won't allow you to degenerate like this. If you do this again, I will really be angry." Gu Yuena's eyes widened and her tone was full of determination. Okay. I won't say anything more. I won't say anything more." Kinyu immediately raised his hands in surrender. A dragon that is hundreds of thousands of years old, yet he still has the nerve to hug himself and cry. It's simply going your own way and leaving yourself with nowhere to go. By the way, who is Chiian Rongxiu you just mentioned? Gu Yuena's eyes suddenly became bright, and her pupils turned into cold vertical pupils. Her first reaction was that her son had another woman outside. "Chiian Rongxiu is my biological sister. A lot of things happened outside this time. My sister hid me and fed me, which made me gain 3 pounds. Kinyu gestured exaggeratedly, trying to ease Gu Yuena's nervousness with humor. Gu Yuena glanced at Kinyu's skinny figure and frowned slightly, obviously not believing his statement that he had gained 3 pounds. "Forget it, I forgive you. Remember to stay away from Chiian Rongxiu in the future. She is a bad woman, understand?" Gu Yuena's eyes still did not relax, and she gave serious instructions. Kinyu was speechless. "What did I do wrong? I need your forgiveness. But as a stupid dragon that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, it is understandable that its brain is a little out of order." He nodded and replied in a polite manner, "Got it, Sister Nana, I will stay away from her and won't let you worry." Gu Yuena was relieved, but she still added, "Xiaoyu, you have to remember that no one in this world is worthy of your complete trust except me. You have to learn to protect yourself and don't trust others easily." Kinyu nodded hurriedly. Over the next few days, the two traveled in their dreams. Gu Yuena materialized almost all the beautiful scenes in the entire Douluo continent. She can always come up with different ways of making food, such as the brain of light-type soul beasts and the heart of fire-type soul beasts. Kinyu always eats and vomits, and then eats again after vomiting. I wanted to tell her that my taste was actually very different from that of soul beasts. But looking at Gu Yuena's eyes full of expectation, he finally chose to remain silent. "Xiaoyu, you are in the growth stage now, so you can't be picky about food." Gu Yuena looked distressed, and she pinched his thin belly with her little hands again and again. "Why did you vomit? Such delicious brain marrow, but I actually vomited it." It turns out that there is something wrong with my mind. No, I must take you to see more of the beauty of this world so that your soul can be truly healed. As Gu Yuena's mind moved, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. The original emerald green forest gradually disappeared, replaced by a sparkling sea under a bright starry sky. Xiaoyu, look, this is the Aurora Sea, the most beautiful place I created in my dream. Gu Yuena's voice was gentle and full of pride. She held Kinyu's hand, stood on the beach, and let the sea breeze brush across her face. Wow! So beautiful, ah! Kinyu turned to look at Gu Yuena and smiled happily. Thank you for bringing me to see such a beautiful place. I like Sister Nana the most. Gu Yuena exclaimed in her heart, how cute. There was a gleam in her eyes, her heart seemed to be filled with sweet honey, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. She gently held Kinyu's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, and really wished that this warmth could last forever. She whispered, Xiao Yu, if you want, I can bring you here every day to see all the beauty in the world. Kinyu didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Don't you want to? Gu Yuena's voice turned cold, her pupils turned into cold vertical pupils, and she looked at Kinyu deeply. But then, she regained her gentle look and sighed softly, it's okay, Xiaoyu, if you don't like it, we can go somewhere else. As long as you are by my side, everywhere is the most beautiful. Chiba Sigma, degree, so scary. Then Gu Yuena waved her hand again, and a deep-sea demon whale king slowly emerged from the sea. Xiao Yu, I heard from Tian that the kidneys of the deep-sea demon whale king are the most delicious. You will definitely like them. Gu Yuena said with a smile. Kinyu looked into her lavender eyes seriously and found that she was actually serious. Kinyu then squatted there in a daze, watching Gu Yuena busy preparing the ingredients. The tolerance of the illusion world has reached its critical point. He only needs to give it one more push to make the illusion collapse completely. Hey, eat now. Gu Yuena's voice brought Kinyu's somewhat empty eyes back to their senses. Kinyu took a tentative bite, and the strong fishy smell almost made him vomit. He swallowed it with difficulty, his face pale, and tried to force a smile. The taste is very special. Seeing this, Gu Yuena frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. You don't like it? Then I'll go find something else delicious. As she was about to turn around, Kinyu gently pulled her sleeve. Sister Nana, no need. I think I should leave. Kinyu suddenly said this. Gu Yuena's body stiffened and she felt a little uneasy. She held Kinyu's hand tightly and asked, why? Is it because of the food? I can make something else for you. Sister Nana, wake up. This is a fake world. I don't belong here. Chiu's voice filled it. So you've been lying to me all along? You never really liked this place, and you never really liked me, right? Gu Yuena's eyes were red and she held Kinyu's hand tightly. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 New Sign-In Mission. Chapter 11 New Sign-In Mission. I'm sorry. But wasn't it Nana who always advised me not to escape from reality? After Kinyu finished speaking, her body gradually became illusory. Wait. Why, do you want to leave me? Gu Yuena watched this scene with her own eyes, her heart aching as if it were being cut by a knife. She stretched out her hand to grab Kinyu, but she only grasped something empty. Then the entire dream world began to shatter, cracking like glass. Sister Nana, it's time to wake up from the dream. Kinyu's last voice echoed in the dream world, as his figure gradually blurred until it disappeared completely. Yes, it's time to wake up from the dream. Gu Yuena murmured to herself, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, stood up and stared at the illusion that was about to collapse. My child has grown up and thinks he can stand on his own, but how can I let him go? Wait for me. Xiaoyu, I will find you no matter where you are. Next time, I won't let you leave me again. Gu Yuena's voice was filled with morbid madness. A silver glow began to flow around her. She waved her hand suddenly and traveled through time and space back to the star forest. The core area of the star forest, the lake of life, and the dimensional space at the bottom of the lake. The sleeping silver dragon suddenly opened its eyes. A pair of dragon eyes like purple gemstones flashed with determination and firmness. Rumble, the star forest shook violently. The ground cracked, huge fissures spread like a spider web, trees fell down, and dust flew everywhere. The sky was torn apart by a silver holy light, shining brightly. Roar, as a clear and sky-shaking dragon roar sounded, terrifying pressure swept across heaven and earth. Countless beast kings throughout the Stardow Great Forest prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Master, calm down, your injury hasn't healed yet, don't be impulsive. Beast god Chiian felt that his boss's temper had become more and more violent over the years. It was apparently very peaceful before, but for some reason, it would break out at any time in recent years. And the noise was so loud that the beasts in the entire Stardow forest were in panic. Chiian, shut up. I'm going to get out no matter what you say this time. My baby is going to be snatched away. Gu Yuena's voice was cold and firm. Boss, calm down. You haven't even given birth to a child, so why are you daydreaming? Chiian sighed helplessly. What is going on? I have been guarding you for hundreds of thousands of years, how could I not know whether you have children? Yes. My lord, please calm down first. Bridget also persuaded gently. She quickly transformed into a human form and came in front of Gu Yuena, stroking the dazzling crystal gem. A bright green light emanated from his hands, trying to calm the restless dragon soul. You don't understand. There was a hint of sadness in Gu Yuena's voice. You won't understand the feeling of being connected by blood. What bullshit blood connection? I told you you don't have any children. Chiian is about to collapse. With such a boss, how can I make soul beasts great again? Master, I sense that your soul is very tired now. Why don't you take a rest first? I will help you find the young master and bring him back to see you. Bridget suggested gently. No, I can't wait even a day. I can't sleep without holding my baby. Gu Yuena's tone carried a hint of childish stubbornness. In the end, after much persuasion from Chiian and Bridget, it was resolved. Gu Yuena calmed down a little, and as she felt sleepy, she slowly closed her pair of purple gemstone-like dragon eyes. Wuhan City, Worship Hall, in a secret basement. Hey! You're finally back. You scared me to death. Kinyu checked his sea of consciousness and found that there was no trace of Gu Yuena, so he breathed a sigh of relief. As a result, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pitch-black ceiling and felt a little uneasy. Did Bibi Dong catch me again? Kinyu looked around and found that the room was very clean and tidy. There was a faint scent of lavender in the air, and it was obvious that this was not the original secret room. Just then, there were footsteps and conversations outside the door. Remember, if you can't cure Xiaoyu, there's no need for you to exist. As the door slowly opened, a beam of light came in, illuminating a corner of the room. Kinyu narrowed his eyes and saw the person clearly. Two girls walked in. One of them was dressed in black, with long blue hair like a waterfall and eyes full of sadness. The other one was wearing an elegant platinum dress, with snow-white skin, beautiful face, and a temperament as cold as frost. It was Chiian Rongxiu. At this time, Chiian Rongxiu was holding a long sword against Yalingling's neck and threatening her loudly. Yalingling's face was pale and her eyes were full of fear. Sister, please let him go. I'm not sick. Kinyu couldn't help but speak. I didn't feel that way before, but the more I look at her now, the more I feel that there's something wrong with this sister. She has too much of a villain temperament. Chiian Rongxiu held him in her arms lovingly, rubbed Kinyu's little head, her eyes full of pampering and care. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I have found the heir of the world's best healing spirit, nine-hearted begonia, to treat you this time. Your injuries will definitely heal. Kinyu looked at Chiian Rongxiu, who was wrapped around him like an octopus. He was silent for a moment, then quickly struggled to get out of Chiian Rongxiu's arms. Sister, don't be like this, I'm already this big. Oh, you're still shy. How dare you say you're big when you're so small? Chiian Rongxiu chuckled, the doting in her eyes became even stronger, but the strength in her hands did not decrease, and she hugged Kinyu even tighter. In your sister's eyes, you will always be the little brother who needs care. Seeing this, Yelingling mustered up her courage and said softly, Master Kinyu, please allow me to examine your body. Although the nine-hearted begonia is not a panacea, it has a unique effect on healing injuries. Kinyu sighed helplessly and nodded, tacitly agreeing to Yelingling's approach. Kinyu was naturally not sick, so Yelingling could only give him symbolic treatment. After waiting for about 2 hours, Kinyu still didn't fall asleep, and Chiian Rongxiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kinyu had been held by her for more than 2 hours, and her whole body became a little stiff. Sister, I'm fine, don't worry. Kinyu said softly. Then Kinyu looked at the system panel. The sign-in task had been refreshed a long time ago, but I couldn't get out because I was imprisoned by Bibi Dong before. Ding, please go to the Angel Church in the Wuhan City Worship Hall to sign in. Sister, can I go out for a walk? Kinyu hesitated for a moment, but decided to make this request. Chiian Rongxiu hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, Okay, but you can't leave my sight, and you can't act alone. Kinyu, why do I feel like this sister's desire for control is even stronger than Gu Yuena's? I beg you guys to stop supporting this book these days, as it has entered the PK period after 2 words. I also ask those who are willing to support this book to turn directly to the last page if they really don't have time. This is very important, please. End of this chapter. Chapter 12: The Inheritance of the Gods. The Taoists are ecstatic. Chapter 12: God's Inheritance. Chiian Daoliu is ecstatic. Half an hour later, the two passed by the Angel Church. It seemed that Chiian Rongxiu had no intention of taking him in. Kinyu quickly broke free from her arms and ran towards the Angel Church. Wait! Xiaoyu, you can't run around there! Chiian Rongxiu exclaimed and hurriedly followed. Kinyu doesn't care about her. The world is big, but signing in is the most important thing. He quickly ran to the entrance of the church, silently signing in. Ding! Sign-in successful! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Millennium Soul skill Seraph Wings. This skill can grant the host the ability to fly, and comes with a black flame burning effect, causing additional damage to the enemy. Suddenly, a soul ring fell from the sky, and violent soul power fluctuations instantly swept across the entire church. The soul ring slowly descended and finally surrounded Kinyu's body, turning into black light and merging into his body. Black gas began to sizzle out of his body, and a dark figure appeared behind him. The figure was like a dark shadow, and a pair of black devil wings slowly spread out behind him. His body was surrounded by dark flames, and his empty eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. Is this a God-given soul ring? Chiian Rongxiu's voice trembled. At this moment, everyone in the entire worship hall looked up at the sky with their eyes wide open in shock. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky above the entire Wuhan city. A strange vortex of black light suddenly tore through the clouds like a black hole and fell from the sky. The vortex slowly spun, and darkness came over him, turning the day into night. Everyone was shocked by this strange scene. Many people in the Angel Temple also noticed Kinyu at the door and started talking about it. Who is that kid? He has such a weird aura. Such pure dark power. Is he a fallen one? Who on earth is this boy, and how could he be able to cause such a shocking phenomenon in heaven and earth? And the other side. Chiian Daoliu was praying to the angel statue in the hall. Suddenly, the angel holy sword in the angel statue's hand began to tremble slightly, and a dazzling light gathered on the tip of the sword. Chiian Douluo looked up in astonishment, his gaze penetrated the temple and hit the core of the dark vortex, and an unprecedented shock surged in his heart. Is this a god descending to the mortal world? Such an evil dark power! This god is probably not a good person. Once he descends to the mortal world, the entire Douluo continent will suffer a devastating disaster. Chiian Douluo muttered to himself, with shock and worry in his eyes. But Chiian Douluo soon found the culprit who caused this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. At this time, Kinyu was surrounded by several worshippers and was being questioned. What's going on? Chiian Douluo walked over slowly and frowned slightly when he saw Kinyu. Grandpa, Xiao has been blessed by the gods, which is why he has caused such strange phenomena in the world. Chiian Rongxiu hurriedly explained, her eyes filled with pride. Humph! Such an evil and cold dark divine power, and filled with the aura of destruction. Even if this is a god, it is definitely not a good god. Chiian Douluo looked at Kinyu coldly with a somewhat unfriendly tone. Kinyu was completely confused at this moment. I just signed for a soul ring. There's no need to make such a big fuss, right? The black hole hanging high in the sky seemed to have heard his call. It instantly turned into a black beam of light falling straight towards him. The roof of the angel church was instantly torn apart by this force, and rubble and dust flew everywhere. The beam of light accurately enveloped Kinyu, wrapping him up completely, leaving only the dark outline isolated from the outside world. Xiao Yu! Chiian Rongxiu exclaimed, desperately trying to get closer, but was blocked by Chiian Douluo's powerful soul power. Calm down, Shuer, this kid is very dangerous. Grandpa, he is your grandson too. How can you be so heartless? Chiian Rongxiu looked at Chiian Douluo in disbelief. Chiian Douluo remained silent, with a complicated look in his eyes. At this moment, Kinyu in the light column suddenly let out a low roar. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and a strange red light flashed in his eyes. Endless dark divine power was absorbed by him, and the black flames around him became more and more intense. The black flames that contained an extremely destructive aura shocked everyone and made them feel tremendous pressure. The inheritance of divine paper. Chiian Rongxiu's pupils suddenly contracted, and her eyes were filled with shock. She could even feel that this divine power was purer and more powerful than the angelic power she gained after becoming a god in her previous life. What, Xiaoxiu, you said this is the inheritance of gods? When Chiian Douluo heard this, his face suddenly changed, and then he could no longer contain his inner excitement. If Xiao really obtained this unknown dark god position, then wouldn't the Chiian family have two gods? Why worry about the spirit hall not prospering in the future? That's right. This is exactly the same feeling I had when I took the angel test, only it's more vast and more uncontrollable. Chiian Rongxiu's eyes were full of shock. Great priest, congratulations! Xiao is your grandson, and you are the great priest of the spirit hall. This is equivalent to our spirit hall having one more successor of the gods, which is a great blessing for our spirit hall. The second worshipper, Golden Crocodile Douluo, stepped forward excitedly and bowed to Chiian Douluo. He was almost 200 years old, and he never expected that he would be able to find an opportunity to become a god in his old age. How could he not be excited? But Chiian Douluo still had some doubts about this evil dark power. Star Forest. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuena suddenly opened her eyes, raised her dragon head slightly, and stared in the direction of Wuhan City. There was a flash of shock and confusion in her eyes. Inheritance of the throne? Which god chose the creatures of the lower world? And this dark power can actually make me feel terrified. It must be a powerful god king. Gu Yuena murmured to herself. This kind of divine oppression can only be possessed by a strong man at the level of god king. The dark god king of Douluo god realm only has evil and destruction. Judging from the nature of this divine power, it should be the god of destruction. I don't know which lucky person was chosen by him. Humans are really blessed, Gu Yuena closed her eyes in a daze, but suddenly seemed to remember something and woke up with a start. Oh no! My cub has been stolen! Destruction, you are courting death! Gu Yuena's voice was more angry and anxious than ever before. She instantly transformed into a human form, her silver-white dress moving without wind. A faint silver divine light surrounds her body, like a goddess formed by moonlight. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuena flashed. It directly tore through the space and rushed towards Wuhan City. Tian's mouth hasn't opened yet. Gu Yuena's figure disappeared without a trace. All that was left were a group of stunned soul beast warriors staring at each other. Tian sighed and said, "Follow him. The master is seriously injured and has not recovered yet. I am afraid he will suffer." After saying that, he transformed into a huge black dragon hundreds of meters long, and then disappeared on the spot as a black light. End of this chapter. Chapter 13, Gu Yuena looks so much like me. Chapter 13, Gu Yuena looks so much like me, Spirit World. In a gorgeous palace. The god of destruction was a little confused at this time. Originally, he sensed that an ultimate dark attribute martial spirit was born on the Douluo continent, so he casually bestowed the inheritance. It turned out that this young man was so weird that he was actually absorbing his divine power continuously. Good boy, you actually have such potential. You are qualified to inherit my throne. The god of destruction muttered to himself, with surprise and shock in his eyes. Xiaozi, what are you doing? Do you know that this will cause chaos in Douluo continent? The voice of the goddess of life suddenly sounded beside. The god of destruction was stunned and said indifferently, "It's not my fault. Who could have thought that such a heaven-defying creature would appear in this Douluo continent? How about you, Xiaolu, pass on the throne of the god of life as well, and we can become a pair and leave the god realm together to enjoy the freedom." The goddess of life frowned slightly, and an illusory image appeared in front of her. When she saw Kinyu's age, she became a little angry. Xiaozi, are you kidding me? This child is so young, and you haven't even figured out his character, yet you're in a hurry to pass on the throne. The goddess of life said somewhat unhappily. Xiaolu, we have to trust this child. The god of destruction said calmly. In his opinion, character is secondary, talent is the key. Forget it. I will grant him the ancient tree of life martial spirit to balance the dark power in his body and ensure that he does not go astray. But, this child is so cute. It's a pity that we can't have children due to our incompatible attributes. Otherwise, our child would be so cute. The beautiful eyes of the goddess of life moved slightly, and she was instantly moved by Kinyu's cute appearance. She gently stroked the young face in the void, and an unprecedented tenderness surged in her heart. God of destruction! Who can tell me that this kid's dark martial soul has such a high charm attribute? Inside the angel temple, as huge amounts of divine power surged into Kinyu's body like a tide, a strong red light emanated from his body. The terrifying energy and blood force transformed into a stream of energy that pushed everyone around back several meters. Grandpa, is Xiao really okay? Chiian Rongxiu was pushed back several steps by the strong energy, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. How could Xiao's small body withstand absorbing so much divine power of extremely high essence? You know, even when she became an angel queen in her previous life, she didn't have so much divine power. It's okay, Shuer, it's not a big problem. Chiian Daoliu's tone was calm, but he was actually unsure. Because before his mental power could touch Kinyu's body, it was bounced back by the vast dark divine power. He could only judge based on his experience that the god would not harm Xiao. Kinyu slowly opened his eyes, and the fallen angel spirit behind him gradually dissipated. Instead, a huge creature appeared in the sky. As long as the mountains, stretching across the sky, he came from the void, and because of him, darkness turned into day, and a huge crack appeared in the sky because of him. What kind of creature is that? It's a dragon. Even though the color doesn't match the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, it's undoubtedly a dragon. Billions of lives across the Douluo continent were all still like clay sculptures, staring at the sky stupidly. The dragon clan has been the supreme being of all creatures since ancient times. Dragon-type martial spirits are extremely rare on Douluo continent. Even the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex is just a branch of the dragon clan and is far from being comparable to the real dragon clan. And now the dragon has appeared, and it stands proudly in the sky in an unprecedented posture. That magnificent figure gave everyone an unprecedented shock. "My lord, is this a dragon?" Chiian's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at himself, then at Gu Yuena. "Why do I feel like dragons like me are as small as ants compared to the dragon in the sky? If you ask me, who should I ask?" Gu Yuena's legs collapsed to the ground. The dragon clan's pressure that transcended everything made her, the leader of all soul beasts and the incarnation of the dragon god, tremble. Dragon clan, is there such a terrifying existence? Why was it never mentioned in the dragon god's memory? And this breath feels very familiar, it always feels like. Xiao, Gu Yuena's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He looked up at the huge monster in the sky. This dragon is so huge that you can't see the end of it at a glance. The aura he exuded made everyone feel a little chilly. On his head there are a pair of forked dragon horns, shining like jade. A pair of eyes shines as brightly as two suns. The dragon's body is winding, its scales are shiny, its claws are sharp, and its claws are thick, as if they can easily tear through space. It circled slowly, and every breath caused the heaven and earth to change, and all the beasts submitted. Gu Yuena quickly accepted this reality. In her opinion, her cub was the best. No matter what he becomes, he is irreplaceable in her heart. Then she said with some concern, "How old is Xiao now? He has awakened his martial spirit so early. What if his foundation is damaged? No, I have to catch him back quickly and get some magic grass to nourish him. What if he doesn't grow taller in the future? Damn god of destruction! Sooner or later I will attack the divine realm and overthrow all of you corrupt gods." Gu Yuena felt a little distressed and wanted to fly up and touch the dragon's head, but she was suppressed by the terrifying dragon's might and could not move. She could only look into the distance anxiously. "My lord, are you saying that this giant dragon is the young master you have been talking about?" Chiian looked at Gu Yuena's petite figure with suspicion, and compared it with the vast dragon in the sky. "How can it not be? Look how much we look alike. There's no mistaking the feeling of being connected by blood." Gu Yuena pointed at the dragon excitedly, then looked at herself, with the maternal light flashing in her eyes. Chiian was speechless. How was this similar? Apart from the dragon horns, he didn't see any other similar parts. Maybe the master is obsessed with having children. And in another hall of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong sensed the familiar breath and instantly became fully alert. Her eyes were bloodshot, and it was obvious that she hadn't had a good rest for many days. "That's the smell of that little beast. Humph! How dare you run away? Wait till mom catches you and punishes you." Bibi Dong's face was filled with ecstasy. He instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared outside the hall. But when he saw the giant dragon in the sky, he was completely shocked. His lips slightly opened and he was speechless for a long time. What's going on? Is this really my son?" Bibi Dong was stunned, but soon she sensed a divine power filled with a destructive aura, which made her feel a great pressure. Promote the author's new book, The Main World is Primitive, and the chat group has an infinite flow of the universe. Kinyu traveled through the ancient times and became the first person created by Nuwa. It was during the time of the Lich War calamity, and humans could only survive in the cracks. While the demons were slaughtering the human race, Nuwa, as the holy mother of the human race, stood by and watched. Helplessly, Kinyu could only gather the destiny of the human race, abolish the Holy Mother, create the Chinese immortal dynasty, and become the first human emperor. Just when he offended Saint Nuwa and everyone thought he would die, he awakened the Heaven Amplification chat group. Ding! Emperor Huangtian joins the chat group. Ding! Yetiendi joins the chat group. Ding! Emperor Yan Xiaoyan joins the chat group. Ding! The god of creation Su Ji joins the chat group. Seeing that all the group members are big shots, Kinyu originally wanted to be a newbie and curry favor with them, but ended up being hyped up by them to become a real big shot. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The God of Destruction is the murderous intention of the evil god. Chapter 14 The God of Destruction is the murderous intention of the evil god Chiian Douluo. This is divine power. Someone has inherited the power of the gods. Such a powerful dark divine power. Bibi Dong said in her heart, and then rushed towards the dark purple pillar of divine power in the worship hall without any hesitation. God of Destruction. The Rakshasa will appeared in front of her out of thin air. She looked at the giant dragon hanging high in the sky with some disbelief. But soon he saw through the essence of this giant dragon, which was not life but martial spirit. It is simply hard to imagine that there is such a heaven-defying martial spirit. The God of Destruction? Are you talking about that god's legacy? Is he very strong? How does he compare to you? Bibi Dong rushed towards the offering hall while communicating with the Rakshasa's will. Haha! The God of Destruction is of course much stronger than me. He is one of the 5 supreme gods in the god realm and controls the power of darkness and destruction. Since you are my successor, I have to give you a piece of advice. Try to be nice to your child. Who knows, he may be your superior in the future. Rakshasa Will's voice had a hint of amusement. She wanted to see what would happen if Bibi Dong knew about her son whom she had always regarded as a shame. What kind of expression would she have if she had obtained a divine inheritance that was even more powerful than hers? What? This is impossible. Bibi Dong's steps suddenly stopped and her face changed suddenly, as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. You mean that little beast has obtained the inheritance of the God of Destruction? And it is possible that he will step on my head in the future. This? How is this possible? Bibi Dong laughed angrily, feeling humiliated like never before. The son who had always been under her control was showing signs of getting out of her control. She disagrees. How could she allow such a ridiculous thing to happen? Who knows? Rakshasa looked at Bibi Dong's distorted expression with a playful look, then disappeared with great satisfaction. On the other side, in the divine realm, the God of Destruction was also shocked by the real dragon, and the transmission of his divine power stopped unconsciously. Isn't this child too outrageous? The goddess of life beside him blinked, and the mother tree of life she had thrown down just now seemed to be eaten by the dragon. How about feeding it a little more? A dragon this big should have a big appetite, right? Xiaozi, was this dragon there in ancient times? Why don't I have any impression of it? Asked the goddess of life with some confusion. The god of destruction shook his head, frowning. No, as far as I can remember, there has never been such a powerful dragon in the god realm or even in countless planes. Perhaps in a distant and unknown era, there really were such creatures. It seems that we really made the right bet. The goddess of life sighed softly, and then said solemnly, no, I'm going to ask the angels to send down divine orders to teach this child well. Otherwise, if he goes astray, the whole world will be in danger. Inside the angel temple, as the destructive divine power disappeared, Kinyu also opened his eyes, and the real dragon in the sky gradually shrank, and finally turned into a stream of light and sank into his body. A dark purple mark also appeared on Kinyu's forehead, adding a bit of evil charm to his face. The snow-white long hair was also stained with an imperceptible dark purple. The whole person exudes a noble and mysterious temperament. Xiao Yu. Did you really get the inheritance of Shen Yu? I am your golden crocodile grandpa. I held you in my arms when you were a child. Golden crocodile Douluo came up hurriedly. He touched Kinyu's head kindly, his eyes full of relief and excitement. Kinyu looked at the tall old man in front of him and thought for a long time but could not remember any impression of him. This is incredible. This is such a powerful dragon martial spirit. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is like a small earthworm in front of you. Little guy, hurry up and tell us which god's inheritance you got, and how does it compare to the angel god of our spirit hall? Everyone quickly stepped forward, surrounded Kinyu, and started asking questions excitedly. This is the inheritance of the gods, but old fellow Douluo keeps hiding it all day long, as if he is afraid that someone else will snatch it away. Today I finally had the chance to see him, so I must ask him carefully, maybe there is an opportunity for him to become a god. You should know that there have been no gods in Douluo continent for 10,000 years. Gods have become legendary fantasies in the eyes of the world. High above, out of reach. Shut up, this is my grandson, you all stay away. When Douluo saw everyone surrounding Kinyu and asking questions non-stop, he frowned and shouted in a deep voice. When everyone heard this, they all looked at each other, then tactfully stepped aside. Qianrongxiu squeezed out of the crowd, ran over and picked up Kinyu. Grandpa, you're so fierce. You scared Xiaoyu. Qianrongxiu glanced at Douluo in a reproachful manner, then smiled gently at Kinyu. Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. Ignore these old men. Tell me quickly, which god has favored you just now? Is he more powerful than the angel god in our spirit hall? Her voice was soft and a little worried. You have to know that this dark divine power filled with a destructive aura has nothing to do with righteousness in any way. Could it be that Xiaoyu is being targeted by some dark evil god? Thinking of this, Qianrongxiu couldn't help but feel a little scared, and her hands unconsciously clenched together. Kinyu glanced at everyone, hesitated for a moment, and replied, that god is called the god of destruction. The god of destruction. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, as they had never heard of such a god in ancient books. The key is the god of destruction. Just hearing this name, it sounds like he is not a good person. Could he be an evil god? There was even a hint of murderous intent in Douluo's eyes. If the evil god really could threaten the safety of Spirit Hall, he would never tolerate it. Xiaoyu, who exactly is this god of destruction? Can you tell me in detail about the power and teachings of this god of destruction? Although Douluo's voice was calm, it contained murderous intent, and his eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared at Kinyu. Kinyu was startled and shrank back in Qianrongxiu's arms with some fear. Grandpa, you scared Xiaoyu. He's just a child. How much can he know? Qianrongxiu hurriedly protected Kinyu and touched his little head with some heartache. Kinyu knew that if today's incident could not be explained clearly, he would probably be labeled as the apostle of the evil god and regarded as an enemy by the entire Spirit Hall. The god of destruction, also known as the God King of Destruction, is one of the 5 supreme gods in the divine world. He is one of the oldest law enforcement gods in the divine world. He has the duty to judge the gods and the power to rule the divine world. Kinyu said seriously. The god of destruction. The oldest being in the god realm, the god of law enforcement. These high-sounding words made everyone present fall into silence. They all looked at Kinyu, their eyes filled with shock. Is anyone still reading this book? Please read it tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. This issue is a bit long. If you don't read it, it may be pulled down. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Bibi Dong and number 039, S arrival, Yu was seriously injured. Chapter 15 Bibi Dong's arrival, Kinyu was seriously injured. Qianrongxiu asked doubtfully, Xiaoyu, then I wonder if the angel god of our spirit hall is one of the god kings. Shuer, what are you talking about? Our angel god must also be a god king. He is definitely not worse than the god king of destruction. Douluo spoke up quickly. He would not allow the god he believed in to be belittled. No. Kinyu ruthlessly broke Douluo's fantasy. Angel god is a first-level god. In the god realm, from low to high, they are divided into priests, third-level gods, second-level gods, first-level gods, and god-kings. The first-level gods are also called the main gods, second only to the god-king. The god of destruction is the god-king who is above everything else. His power and status are far beyond the reach of the first-level gods. Hearing this, everyone was a little disappointed, but when they thought of the dark purple divine light that just enveloped the sky and the earth, they soon felt relieved. Gods, beings of that level, how could they be easily guessed by mortals like them? Chiian Douluo felt a little uncomfortable, as the angel god he had believed in all his life turned out to be only a first-level god. Doesn't that mean that the angel god still has to obey the orders of the god of destruction? Xiao Yu, what about your martial spirit? Why is it so powerful? Chiian Douluo suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned the topic to Kinyu's martial soul. My martial spirit is called True Dragon. Kinyu directly mentioned the True Dragon martial spirit. After all, his fallen angel spirit is too sensitive, so it is better not to talk about it. True Dragon? What a simple name! Everyone thought that such a powerful martial spirit should have a particularly cool name. For example, the Holy Dragon of Light, the Golden Dragon, the Ancestral Dragon and so on, but I didn't expect it to be just the word True Dragon. Kinyu saw everyone's expressions, shook his head, and continued to answer. The True Dragon is the leader of the 10 ancient evils. If you want to be called a true dragon, you must defeat all the dragons and gain their recognition before you can be called a true dragon. The strongest of the dragon clan, everyone's eyes widened, and the news exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Even the knowledgeable Chiian Douluo couldn't help but gasp. Although they don't know what the concept of the 10 evils is, but just a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex with dragon bloodline can be called the best beast spirit in the world. Then one can imagine how terrifying and noble the true dragon martial spirit, the leader of the 10 ancient evils, is. Haha! Congratulations to the great priest for having such a Chiian son. In the future, our spirit hall will become even more powerful and even able to reach the top of the god realm. The fourth priest, Lion Douluo, laughed excitedly. That's right, great priest, Xiao will surely become the supreme being of the god realm in the future. Then won't our spirit hall be able to ascend to the sky and become the overlord of the god realm? The second priest, Golden Crocodile Douluo, had an ecstatic look on his face, and looked at Kinyu with increasingly eager eyes. Many worshippers gathered around Chiian Douluo and complimented him. If Kinyu really becomes the god king of the god realm in the future, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make them little immortal priests. Chiian Douluo listened to the compliments from the crowd. Although he was happy in his heart, he still maintained his dignity on the surface. He raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to be quiet. It's too early for you to say anything. Although Xiao has been favored by the gods, the road to becoming a god is still very long. Besides, we don't know the rules of the god realm yet. Don't speak nonsense. If you anger the gods in the upper realm, the consequences will be disastrous. There was a hint of caution in Chiian Douluo's words. These priests are really bold to even think of moving the spirit hall to the god realm. However, when Xiao becomes a god in the future, he will need some people to serve him. Not to mention expanding the territory, at least he can't be bullied by other gods. Chiian Douluo thought to himself, but he couldn't suppress the ecstasy on his face. Who wouldn't want to have a grandson of the god king? I didn't expect that I could have such a glory in my old age. My Chiian family bloodline is truly a family favored by heaven. He came to Kinyu, took it from Chiian Rongxiu's hand, lifted him up high, and shouted happily, ha ha ha. My grandson Kinyu has the potential to become a divine king. Why should the spirit hall not prosper? Kinyu. This is not a good thing to say. It is known that Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor, but he is still a nobody. Everyone had smiles on their faces, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely warm. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, and before Chiian Douluo could come to his senses, he snatched Kinyu from Chiian Daoliu's arms at a speed that was astonishing. Haha! You little bastard, I've been looking for you for so long. Run! Where can you run to? Bibi Dong laughed crazily, her eyes filled with endless hatred and pain, her palms tightly gripping Kinyu's neck. Mom! 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 Kinyu felt suffocated. Bibi Dong's hands became more and more powerful, as if she wanted to crush his larynx. Shut up! You have no right to call me that! Bibi Dong's eyes were cold, and she shouted harshly, clenching her fingers even tighter. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? He's your own son. Chiian Daoliu was horrified when he saw this, he quickly stepped forward and tried to stop it. My biological son. Bibi Dong's laughter was filled with a chilling chill. If he is really my son, why does he have the disgusting bloodline of your Chiian family? As Bibi Dong spoke, she became even more angry and slapped Kinyu on the body. Kinyu's body was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Mom, no! Chiian Rongxiu screamed and hurried forward to protect Kinyu, but was shaken by Bibi Dong's soul power fluctuations and staggered back, her face pale. Chiian Daoliu, take care of your granddaughter. It's none of your business to interfere with how I educate my son. We already had an agreement. Kinyu belongs to me, and Chiian Rongxiu, that little bastard, belongs to you. How dare you keep violating it? Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice, and every word was filled with endless hatred. God knows how painful it is for her to be unable to sleep these days. Moreover, this old villain Chiian Daoliu played a trick on her and made her lose all her face. He was simply going too far. Puff! Kinyu lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a shocking bloody hole in his abdomen and blood was gushing out. When Bibi Dong saw this scene, she looked a little dazed and her anger subsided a little. The shocking sight of blood was so dazzling to her that she felt an inexplicable sense of sadness welling up in her heart. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. If this little beast hadn't run away on his own, why would I have hit him? He brought this all on himself. Bibi Dong was comforting herself frantically in her heart. But he couldn't help but fly forward and pick up Kinyu. She pressed trembling fingers on his wound and used her soul power to stop the bleeding. At this time, everyone in the hall was stunned, but they also knew about the dirty deeds of the Chiian family. At this time, they could only look at each other in silence. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Bibi Dong is jealous, Gu Yuena is angry. Chapter 16 Bibi Dong is jealous, Gu Yuena is angry. Bibi Dong. Even so, Kinyu is still the blood of my Chiian family. Besides, as the Pope, it would be inappropriate for you to do this. Chiian Daoliu's tone softened a little. With so many people here today, he didn't want to make things too embarrassing. Haha. Lost my composure? So what if I lost my composure? When you, the Chiian family, bullied and humiliated me, did you ever think about today? Bibi Dong sneered, her eyes filled with endless resentment. You, Chiian Daoliu's face turned pale, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Otherwise, Bibi Dong would have to tell all those things again, and then everyone would be embarrassed. He took a deep breath, turned to Chiian Rongxiu and said, Shuer, go and ask the healing spirit master you brought back earlier to heal Xiao's injuries. The rest of you, please withdraw for now. What happened today must not be spread to others. Upon hearing this, Chiian Rongxiu looked at Kinyu on the ground worriedly, then turned around and left in a hurry. The worshippers in the hall also tactfully withdrew. Chiian Daoliu, aren't you trying to use this little bastard just because he has obtained the inheritance of the divine throne? But do you know how many times that beast Kyung Sunji beat him and how he tortured him? Now that he has inherited the throne, you are jealous again. Haha. Who knows, this little beast might kill you all when he grows up. Bibi Dong's words were like a sharp blade, piercing Chiian Daoliu's heart. Chiian Daoliu looked at Kinyu with an ugly expression. If what Bibi Dong said is true, he is a strong man who has inherited the throne of a god. What a disaster it would be if one harbored endless hatred towards the Chiian family in one's heart. He clenched and unclenched his hands, but in the end he didn't have the heart to strangle Kinyu completely in the cradle. Mom! Xiao won't hate you. Seeing that Bibi Dong was slandering him, Kinyu didn't dare to pretend to be dead anymore. If he continued, he would really die. Originally, Bibi Dong's hateful attack was intended to take her own life. But after his true dragon martial spirit awakened, his vitality increased significantly, which allowed him to barely save his life. Bibi Dong's body trembled, with struggle in her eyes, but she soon became ferocious again. Shut up, you bastard! Who knows what dirty thoughts you have in your mind? Don't think I don't know your little tricks. Do you think I will soften my heart just because of your pleas for mercy? Impossible! Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with anger. She hugged Kinyu tightly, but pressed her fingers even harder on the wound on his abdomen. Kinyu groaned, his face turned pale as paper due to the pain, but he still smiled and comforted. It's okay, don't worry, Xiao won't be hurt. Kinyu raised her hand hard, wanting to touch Bibi Dong's cheek, but she ruthlessly dodged it. Bibi Dong's tears gradually blurred her vision, but she forced herself not to let them fall. She was afraid that once her tears burst out, she would completely collapse. Who cares if you're in pain or not? You were a mistake the moment you were born. If it weren't for my mercy, you would have died long ago. It's fine that you don't know how to be grateful now, but you actually dared to run away? You rebellious son! If you dare to run away again next time, I will kill you. Bibi Dong almost shouted the last sentence. The murderous intent in her eyes was real and chilling. I'm sorry, Mom. Xiao knows she was wrong. Xiao will never make Mom angry again. Kinyu's voice was as thin as a thread and her face was full of sadness. Tears slowly slid down my cheeks and dripped onto the cold ground. Bibi Dong closed her eyes in pain, feeling as if a knife was cutting her heart. How long has it been since I last saw this child cry? The last time was when he was just born. Those eyes, clear as water, seemed to reflect all the beauty in the world. But now, there is only numbness, fear, despair, and endless sorrow in those eyes. Obviously, all of this is what I want, but why does my heart hurt so much? At this moment, Chiian Rongxiu hurried back with Yalingling. Seeing this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. Mom, please don't hit Xiao anymore. I took him away secretly. Xiao just wanted to see me. He didn't mean any harm. Chiian Rongxiu knelt in front of Bibi Dong, clutching her clothes tightly with both hands, her voice choked with sobs. Mom, please, let him go. He is my brother, the only relative I have in this world. Chiian Daoliu's eyebrows twitched wildly and he glared at Chiian Rongxiu in dissatisfaction. Has my granddaughter expelled me from the family? Your grandpa is not dead yet. How come that boy is the only relative? Roll. Bibi Dong didn't even look at her. She just waved her hand and knocked Chiian Rongxiu to the ground, then looked coldly at Yalingling whose face was pale. Heal him. If you can't, you will die with him. Yalingling had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that tears streamed down her face and she nodded tremblingly. She hurriedly summoned the nine-hearted begonia, and bursts of green light rushed towards Kinyu's wound. The green light was like a fountain of life, quickly penetrating into Kinyu's body and repairing his damaged meridians and flesh. Kinyu glanced at Yalingling. I feel that this child is so pitiful. First, his family was wiped out by the spirit hall, and now he has to treat his enemies. He forced a comforting smile and whispered, Don't be afraid, I'll be fine. When Yalingling heard Kinyu's words, a wave of sadness welled up in her heart. She held back her tears and focused more on releasing her soul power. Humph! What are you laughing at? Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Bibi Dong felt a little jealous. He couldn't remember how long it had been since this child smiled at him. Even the smile was a bit distant and defensive. And now, he actually smiled at a stranger, which made Bibi Dong's heart feel as if it was pricked by a needle and caused a dull pain. Kinyu. What's wrong with that? Why is she angry again? I have been so well behaved, what else does she want? Kinyu lowered her eyes helplessly, trying to make her expression look more gentle and harmless, but her heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that the future was bleak. Suddenly I miss Sister Nana a little. At least when you feel wronged, there is a ghost to hug and comfort you. And the other side. The sky above the spirit hall. Gu Yuena's enormous mental power instantly enveloped the entire Wuhan city. It only took a few seconds to find Kinyu, until he saw that Kinyu was covered in blood and was still coughing up blood. Her heart felt like it was torn apart, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. Bibi Dong, if you dare to hurt Xiaoyu, I want you to die. Gu Yuena's voice was filled with rage, and the murderous intent in her heart surged out like a volcano erupting. She couldn't bear the fact that her beloved child was tortured like this by others. Tomorrow is the last day, the final round. Whether this book can be continued depends on the follow-up reading of you big guys. If you really don't have time to read it, the author begs friends who are willing to support this book to just turn to the last page. This special volume has several powerful bosses in the same period, and although they are currently in the lead, there are still great risks. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 I hate this yellow-haired guy who kidnapped my kid. Chapter 17 I hate this yellow-haired guy who kidnapped my kid. Master, do we really have to fight? Your injuries are not healed yet. If we alarm the God Realm, I'm afraid our Soul Beast clan will suffer a catastrophic disaster. Tian's eyes were filled with worry. Although the connection between Douluo continent and the God Realm is not close enough. But once something big happens, the high and mighty gods in the divine world will never sit idly by. Tian, are you stupid? Don't you know how to disguise yourself as a human? And how can you expect me to stay calm after my cub was beaten like this? Gu Yuena said in a cold voice, the anger in her heart gathering like a volcano. I understand, my lord. Tian nodded, and instantly transformed from a black dragon hundreds of meters tall into a middle-aged man. At this time, Gu Yuena could no longer bear it and rushed to the angel temple in the worship hall. The next moment, she had already arrived in the hall and used the power of space to teleport Kinyu into her arms. Who are you? Put that little bastard down now. Bibi Dong reacted extremely quickly. She roared angrily, and 8 spider blades appeared behind her, rushing straight towards Gu Yuena. Gu Yuena simply released a soul power barrier and completely neutralized all of Bibi Dong's attacks. Gu Yuena hugged Kinyu in her arms with a distressed look and buried his head in her chest. Kinyu felt the soft touch, opened her eyes and looked up in confusion. Then I saw a long silver hair falling like a waterfall. Those familiar purple eyes filled with heartache and anger, as well as that familiar profile, made Kinyu's heart tremble violently. Kinyu, LLL. What the hell is going on in broad daylight? I'd better get some sleep. Tian frowned slightly and glanced at Kinyu. Some people don't understand why the master cares so much about a human cub. However, when he sensed the rich true dragon blood in Kinyu, he was silent for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly became hot. Such a rich and powerful dragon blood, if the master devoured him. Not only can it heal injuries, it can even break through to the legendary realm of the God King. By then, another dragon god will be born in this world. No. Even more powerful than the dragon god. Tian couldn't help but recall the phantom of the real dragon that covered the sky just now, and his heart was filled with excitement. Gu Yuena said softly, Xiao Yu, you have suffered. Sister Nana will take you away from here and will not let anyone hurt you again. She stroked Kinyu's head gently, her eyes full of tenderness. Then, she looked up at Bibi Dong, a cold look flashing in her eyes. Who am I? I am someone you can't afford to offend. If you dare to hurt Xiaoyu, you must be prepared to bear my wrath. The fluctuations of divine power on Gu Yuena's body became stronger and stronger. The powerful divine pressure made it almost impossible for Bibi Dong to breathe. I say again, put that kid down and get out of here. Bibi Dong's eyes turned blood red. He disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when he raised his hand, several inky black spider webs covered Gu Yuena and Kinyu. This time she forgot the disparity in strength, she only knew that she couldn't lose the child. Xiao is her everything and her only warmth in this cold world. Bibi Dong would never allow anyone to take him away from her. Gu Yuena snorted coldly, without moving, and just waved her hand gently. The spider web was cut by an invisible sharp blade in midair and disappeared in an instant. Gu Yuena instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong, raised her jade hand and slapped Bibi Dong in the face. Clap! The crisp sound echoed in the hall. Bibi Dong was blown dozens of meters away, and the huge force almost deformed her face. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth and she fell to the ground in a mess, her eyes full of disbelief. You, how dare you hit me? Bibi Dong roared, her voice trembling with anger. She struggled to stand up, but her body was suppressed by Gu Yuena's aura and could not move. Hitting you? This is just the beginning. Gu Yuena walked towards Bibi Dong step by step, her voice was like ice, without a trace of warmth. You think you can touch my Gu Yuena's child? Who do you think you are to dare to hurt him? Gu Yuena said this, waving her hands gently. The entire space in the hall seemed to tremble. A powerful wave of divine power swept out instantly. It enveloped Bibi Dong and everyone in the entire Wuhan city. Tian, take Xiao Yu away from here. I want to make this dirty spirit hall a thing of the past. Gu Yuena's voice rang in Tian's ears. Yes, my lord. Tian responded and was about to step forward to take Kinyu, but was stopped by Douluo. Douluo had cold sweat on his forehead and his heart was filled with fear and anxiety. How strong is Gu Yuena? Even he, a level 99 ultimate Douluo blessed by the angel god, could not see the bottom. The horrifying fluctuations of divine power made it almost impossible for him to suppress his instinctive urge to escape. These people should have come for Kinyu. Then we must never let Kinyu leave. Otherwise, if they have no concerns, the spirit hall will be completely finished. Kinyu is the future of our spirit hall. You can't take him away. And you want to destroy our spirit hall, you are too arrogant. Douluo's voice was slightly trembling due to nervousness. But he still maintains the dignity as the chief priest of the spirit hall. The future? A child who was forced to this point by you, a child covered in bruises? Is this what you call the future? Gu Yuena's eyes were as sharp as torches as she stared directly at Douluo, her tone filled with anger. Douluo remained silent. It was indeed his own prejudice and ignorance that led to Kinyu's experience. You let my brother go. Otherwise, I will be rude to you. Qianrongxiu held the holy angel sword in her hand, her body trembling with instinctive fear, but she still pointed the sword at Gu Yuena. This woman was very strong, even countless times stronger than when she was an angel god in her previous life. She was definitely above level 100 in strength. But she absolutely could not retreat, she absolutely could not allow Xiaohu to be taken away by anyone. Oh? You're welcome? I want to see how you can be rude to me. Gu Yuena's lips curled up in a sneer, and she didn't take Qianrongxiu seriously. He's just a yellow-haired loser who can be easily killed. In the past, she had no choice but to let this damn yellow-haired guy secretly take advantage of her cub. But now that she is here, she will never let this happen again. I, Gu Yuena, will never reconcile with this damn yellow-haired guy. Just when Gu Yuena was about to slap Qianrongxiu away and completely resolve this hidden danger, Kinyu pulled her hair, which slightly calmed her anger. Looking down, she saw Kinyu's little hands tightly grasping the corner of her clothes, and her clear eyes were full of anxiety and pleading. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Bibi Dong's Madness. Chapter 18 Bibi Dong's Madness. Gu Yuena's heart was about to melt, and she could only reluctantly withdraw her hand that was about to fall, but the coldness in her eyes did not disappear. Xiao Yu, you don't want her to get hurt, right? Kinyu. Little white-haired guy from Japan, please calm down. Kinyu was startled and could only bury his head in her chest, trying to avoid the cold light in those silver eyes. He really didn't expect that this stupid dragon would actually crawl along the internet cable to find him. What about the serious injury and dying and unable to move? It turns out it's all a lie. If I had known this, I wouldn't have been so arrogant this morning. Gu Yuena snorted coldly and glared at Chiian Rongxiu with displeasure. She didn't have any good feelings towards the bastard who kidnapped her baby. However, when Gu Yuena saw the angelic power surging wildly on Chiian Rongxiu, she remembered. If Chiian Rongxiu and Bibi Dong, the two inheritors of the throne, were killed, it would probably attract the attention of the gods. If I were discovered by the gods at that time, I would be in trouble. Forget it, I'll let you go today, Ditian, let's go. Gu Yuena walked directly in front of Chiian Daoliu. Chiian Daoliu exchanged glances with her, then gave way in fear, not even daring to breathe. Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu in her arms, her eyes filled with endless tenderness. I have already started to fantasize about every warm moment I will spend with Kinyu in the future. Wait. Give Xiao back to me. Bibi Dong stood up and walked slowly towards Gu Yuena. Her movements were extremely strenuous, and she staggered as if she would fall down at any moment. Oh? Bibi Dong, do you think I really don't dare to kill you? If you weren't Xiao's biological mother, you would have turned into dust by now. Gu Yuena's face was as cold as ice, and her eyes were filled with naked murderous intent. If she was not the inheritor of Rakshasa God, she would have made this woman disappear forever. Oh! I don't care who you are, but if you dare to take him away, I will not let you go even if I die. Bibi Dong's voice was hoarse and resolute. Her pretty face was full of ferocity, her purple hair was flying, but tears kept sliding down her face. Gu Yuena took a deep look at Bibi Dong. She could sense the other person's emotions of sadness and fear. Just when Xiao left her not long ago, she also experienced similar despair and helplessness. There was no trace of nostalgia on that young face, only cold determination. Kinyu ruthlessly broke away from his arms, and his attempts to keep her were ignored like air. Gu Yuena suddenly felt as if her heart was pierced by thousands of needles, and the pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe. She looked at Kinyu in her arms with resentment and pinched him viciously. Kinyu grimaced in pain, but did not dare to resist. He rubbed himself in Gu Yuena's arms in a flattering manner, his cute little face full of innocence. Humph, you little heartless guy, I was so worried about you. Is this how you repay me? Gu Yuena was amused by Kinyu's little action, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. But the coldness in his eyes did not diminish, but became even darker. She was really pissed off by this little bastard. If you dare to deceive yourself, then be prepared to spend the rest of your life making up for this mistake. When Bibi Dong saw Kinyu's little action, she was stunned and then became jealous. Kinyu is my child, you can't take him away. Ha! Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, so how can you be worthy of being his mother? Get lost! Ha ha! I'm not worthy? Why am I not worthy? Bibi Dong seemed to have heard some huge joke. Her purple hair was flying and her eyes were full of madness and despair. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. It was my mercy that allowed him to live to this day. Do you think I don't deserve it? You think I like giving birth to him? His bastard father raped me, so I was forced to get pregnant with him. But I love him more than anything else. He is everything to me. Gu Yuena said coldly, what you call love is to imprison him in a dark secret room every day. Endless torture every day just to please your perverted and twisted mind. Whenever Gu Yuena saw her most beloved child being tortured by this woman, Her heart felt like it was being cut by thousands of sharp blades at the same time, and she felt excruciating pain. Haha! I know you. You are the spiritual consciousness hiding in Xiao's sea of consciousness. But I don't deserve it, so how can you deserve it? How can you be better than me? Haha! You obviously have such a powerful force, you obviously have the ability to save him, but you choose to stand by and watch. Because you think that this way Xiao will be more dependent on you, to the point where she can't leave you. Am I right, Miss Ghost? Bibi Dong lowered her head and grinned, saying in a somewhat vicious tone. He is the chosen one of Rakshasa God, and his perception of souls and consciousness is extremely sharp. Just because I like to see Gu Yuena's intertwined expression of pain and despair. She pretended not to know and enjoyed this twisted pleasure. You're talking nonsense. Gu Yuena's pupils shrank suddenly and her voice was filled with panic. She almost didn't dare to look down at Kinyu's eyes, for she was afraid of seeing disappointment in Kinyu's eyes. Because I have indeed had such thoughts. But how could she have any bad intentions? She just wanted to protect Xiao and keep Xiao by her side forever. I didn't, I just... Gu Yuena's voice trembled. She tried to explain, but found that all her words seemed pale and powerless. Kinyu huddled in Gu Yuena's arms, pretending to be seriously injured and dying, and could not hear their conversation. You are just what? What qualifications do you have to accuse me? Do you think that without me, his fallen angel spirit could survive until the next day in the spirit hall? Will these two beasts, Chiian Daoliu and Chiian Sunji, let him go? No one has been willing to accept this child since he was born. I am the only one who is willing to treat him as a treasure. I tortured him so that he could survive in this cruel world. Let him remember the pain and hatred, and make him stronger. Bibi Dong was madly telling her own twisted ideas. He took advantage of the moment when Gu Yuena lost her mind and suddenly attacked. The Rakshasa power around her surged, transforming into dark purple spider thorns that shot towards Gu Yuena and Kinyu. Give him back to me. You bitch! Gu Yuena snorted coldly, and with a powerful wave of divine power, it turned into a shock wave that turned countless spider thorns into nothingness. Finally, the shock wave hit Bibi Dong hard. Puff, Bibi Dong couldn't even resist that ordinary attack. The whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth and his face as pale as paper. Is anyone still reading this? There are not many reviews for this book, so the author doesn't know if anyone is reading it. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 Bibi Dong's defense is broken. Chapter 19 Bibi Dong's defense is broken. You don't deserve to have children. Gu Yuena snorted coldly and turned to leave. Please, please, I beg you, give Xiao back to me. Bibi Dong's voice was full of pleading as she struggled to get up. But he was pinned to the ground by Gu Yuena's pressure and could not move. He will never come back to you. You will lose him forever. Gu Yuena's tone was cold, without any emotion. Bibi Dong felt that her heart was like a sharp blade, cutting her heart again and again, making her feel so painful that she wished she was dying. Tears blurred her vision, but she still tried to keep her eyes open, unwilling to look at Kinyu. Kinyu was frightened by her stare and shrank into Gu Yuena's arms. Gu Yuena raised a provocative smile and gently smoothed Kinyu's hair. This made Bibi Dong so angry that she wanted to tear the woman's mouth apart. At this moment, Chiian Rongxiu suddenly shouted, Xiao, wait for me, sister will definitely come to save you. Chiian Rongxiu clenched her fists and stared at Gu Yuena fiercely. Once again, I watched helplessly as my brother was taken away by someone else. Chiian Rongxiu. Chiian Rongxiu. Are you still such a loser? Are all your promises just empty words? Kinyu heard Chiian Rongxiu's call, and he poked his little head out of Gu Yuena's arms. He looked at Chiian Rongxiu with those innocent big eyes and waved his hand, as if saying goodbye, and as if saying, Sister, don't be sad, I will be fine. Chiian Rongxiu's heart trembled, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from crying. But her shaking shoulders and unstoppable tears still betrayed her emotions. This group of people must have some ulterior motive behind kidnapping Xiaohu. Xiaohu still doesn't know what kind of pain and torture she will experience. Qian Daoliu came to his side, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her. "Shuer, don't blame yourself too much. None of this is your fault. What you should do now is to practice well and improve your strength." Chiian Rongxiu heard this and nodded, "Yes. Grandpa, I will." Gu Yuena noticed the little movements of the little guy in her arms. Suddenly, I felt jealous and pushed his little head back. "Stop looking at it. Don't flirt with that yellow-haired guy anymore. Do you hear me? That yellow-haired guy is not a good guy. The only person you should trust is Sister Nana." There was a hint of pampering and warning in Gu Yuena's words. An innocent smile appeared on Kinyu's little face. She gently put her arms around Gu Yuena's neck and rubbed her affectionately. Tian looked coldly at Bibi Dong lying on the ground, his eyes full of indifference and contempt. He slowly walked to Bibi Dong, squatted down, and said coldly, "If the master had not spared your life, you would have died countless times. Continue to live in this world with your pain and regret." After saying that, Tian turned around and walked towards the direction where Gu Yu left. "Wait. What is your purpose in taking Xiaohu away?" Bibi Dong suddenly raised her head and looked at Tian with cold eyes. "Haha. What other purpose could there be? That kid has such a rich dragon blood in his body, which is the best magical tonic for us. What do you think we are going to do? Of course we are going to eat him and refine his blood to help us improve our cultivation." Tian sneered, his words were full of cruelty and greed. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank suddenly when she heard this, and her heart was broken. She never thought that they would capture Kinyu for such a cruel purpose. She even thought that Gu Yuena did this just to snatch the child from her. It turned out that she was too naive in all this. You are worse than beasts." Bibi Dong roared and tried to pounce on Tian with all her strength, but he kicked her away and she fell heavily to the ground. "Humph, we are not human beings, so how can we be called beasts?" Tian smiled contemptuously and turned to leave. "Not human? Then who are you?" Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she wanted to see through his disguise. "You stinking bitch! You're trying to trick me." Tian's expression changed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He turned around suddenly, with soul power surging throughout his body, ready to crush Bibi Dong completely. But he soon calmed down again. "So what if you know? You are just a mere human being, what can you do? Besides, the person is already in hand, all we have to do is wait for the master to devour the little devil. Even if all the gods in the divine world were to gather together, they would never be a match for the Lord." Then, he resumed his stern look and sneered, "In short, you don't need to know too much. You just need to know that your child is in our hands now, and you can't do anything." After saying this, he disappeared in a flash. Bibi Dong's heart sank to the bottom. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Blood dripped through her fingers, but it was not even 1/10 the pain of the blood dripping in her heart. "No matter how dirty that little bastard is, he is still my Bibi Dong's son. If you dare to cause him any harm, I, Bibi Dong, swear that I will make your entire tribe be buried with you." Chiian Rongxiu also heard what Tian said. Her face instantly turned pale as paper and her body was shaky, as if she would fall down at any time. But she held on and brought Yelingling to Bibi Dong. "Mom, you're injured, you should get treatment." Chiian Rongxiu's voice was a little hesitant, and she stretched out her hand, wanting to help Bibi Dong up. A green light also appeared in Yelingling's hands, and she was ready to treat Bibi Dong at any time. "Ah! That bitch! How dare that bitch snatch my Xiaohu away? Who does she think she is? She is just an outsider. What right does she have?" What qualifications does she have? Bibi Dong suddenly burst into a hysterical scream. The more she thought of the provocative smile Gu Yuena had on her face before she left, the angrier she became. What made her even angrier was that Kinyu, that little beast, was actually rubbing against that woman affectionately, even more affectionate than she was with her own mother. This little beast, doesn't he know that the woman is going to kill him? She pushed Chiian Rongxiu and Ye Lingling away, staggered to her feet, her eyes red, and a heart-pounding dark aura surrounding her. I am Bibi Dong, and you are not the one to be pitied by a bastard like you. I will take back what I lost with my own hands. No matter who it is, don't try to stop me. After saying this, she stood up with great effort and staggered towards the Pope's palace. I want to become a god. I must become a god. By then, I will make that woman kneel at my feet. Take that little bastard back and let him have a taste of what it feels like to betray me. I overslept yesterday, so the update is a bit slow. Good news is that I have been promoted. The second place in the same period is also a relatively good result. The author is working hard on writing, please follow me. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. There are forces hidden in Douluo continent that even our spirit hall doesn't know about. We must find out. Chiian Daoliu came in front of the angel statue, his eyes full of solemnity. Although the woman finally stopped. But there is no doubt that she has the ability to easily destroy the entire spirit hall. Chiian Rongxiu's heart was also full of doubts. Did such a strong person exist in the previous life? Why is there no information about that mysterious woman in my memory? The Star Forest, the Lake of Life in the core area. Gu Yuena held Kinyu in her arms and placed it on her fleshy thighs, her eyes full of tenderness and doting. Baiji, heal his wound for me. Yes, my lord. A stunning woman in a green dress walked out from among the beast kings and looked at Kinyu with eyes full of pity. When Bridget wanted to take Kinyu away, Gu Yuena's eyes suddenly turned cold. Baiji, he is my child. No one can touch him except me. Upon hearing this, Bridget paused, then bowed her head respectfully. Kinyu looked at Gu Yuena, then at Baiji and the many beast kings behind him, and suddenly felt that there was no hope of escape. A green light appeared in Bridget's hand. The powerful vitality allowed Kinyu's injuries to recover quickly. The originally pale cheeks gradually regained their color. This child's vitality is so strong, and his life level is even higher than mine. It's incredible. Bridget withdrew her hand in amazement. The point is that this child is too cute, I really want to hug him. But unfortunately the master won't let me touch him. Xiao Yu, why don't you speak? Do you hate Sister Nana? Gu Yuena gently stroked Kinyu's head, her eyes full of grievance. But Kinyu just lay quietly in her arms, eyes closed, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Bridget comforted him softly, he may be too tired and needs to rest. Gu Yuena nodded and said nothing more. She just hugged Kinyu tightly, fearing that he would disappear in the next second. Baiji, you said this child's life level is higher than yours, how is that possible? Xiang Jun's eyes widened. The Emerald Swan is the top-level healing soul beast in the Star Do Great Forest. Its vitality is rarely matched in the forest. It is really unbelievable that this little guy in front of me can surpass Bridget. The other soul beasts also cast strange looks at him, but Tian alone looked very calm, as if he had expected this. Suddenly, Gu Yuena's face turned pale and her body began to shake. She bit her lower lip, trying not to let her gaffe show. Seeing this, Baiji hurried forward to support her and asked with concern, Master, what's wrong with you? My lord, you better devour this child quickly. As long as you devour his blood essence, not only will your injuries be cured, but you will also be able to become the supreme dragon god. Then, it will be easy for us to counterattack the god realm. Tian suggested eagerly, greed and desire flashing in his eyes. What? As long as the master devours this child, he will be able to recover. Haha. That's great. As long as the master recovers, our soul beast clan will have hope of revival. As expected of you, my lord. You found such a great opportunity just by going out. This child is definitely the savior of our soul beast clan. Many beast kings were extremely excited and stared at Kinyu with greedy eyes. Kinyu, LLL. Kinyu woke up suddenly. He was just pretending to be asleep and he didn't expect to hear such explosive news. Bibi Dong is just torturing herself at most, but Gu Yuena is going to kill herself. I knew that this stupid dragon must have some untold secrets when approaching me. It turns out that it was really for the purpose of devouring his own blood. Kinyu looked at Gu Yuena with eyes full of fear. He tried to struggle, but found that facing Gu Yuena, he was as powerless as a baby in swaddling clothes. Gu Yuena noticed the fear of the little guy in her arms and touched his little head with some heartache. Then he glanced at Tian and other ferocious beasts with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "Shut up, Tian, I won't devour Xiao Yu. Also, you scared my cub." Boom, the terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire Stardew forest, and the entire earth was shaking. All the soul beasts were silent under this pressure, not even daring to breathe. "My lord, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." There was a flash of unwillingness in Tian's eyes, and he wanted to persuade her, but was interrupted by Gu Yuena's cold eyes. He had never seen his master so angry, and that cold look in his eyes showed true murderous intent. Tian's heart trembled, knowing that if he said any more, he would be in trouble, so he had to retreat in disappointment. Gu Yuena looked at Tian deeply. He knew that this guy would never give up, and that he was seriously injured and would soon fall into a deep sleep, and then Xiao would be in danger. "No, we have to give them a beating again to make these guys give up completely." Then her eyes fell gently on Kinyu again, and she hugged him gently. "Xiao Yu, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. You are my Gu Yuena's child. No matter how special your bloodline is, you are my child." Kinyu remained silent. His scalp tingled when he thought about having a silly dragon nagging in his ear every day in the future. "Are you unhappy? Why aren't you smiling? Is it that Sister Nana didn't do well enough? Or are you still thinking about leaving me?" Gu Yuena's eyes suddenly became dim. "Why did I go through so much trouble to bring this child back to my side? Why is he so indifferent to me? Is it because I am too strong? Or is it because he already has another woman in his heart? Is it because of that damn yellow hair? As expected, I should have killed her directly just now to stop Xiao from thinking about it. No, I'm just a little hungry. Of course I'm very happy that Sister Nana came to see me, but I'm a little afraid that Sister Nana will devour me." Kinyu explained hurriedly, rubbing Gu Yuena's neck affectionately, like a coquettish kitten. Kinyu was really afraid that she would turn evil. Saying nonsense like, "If I can devour you, then we can be together forever." Seeing this, the coldness in Gu Yuena's eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by full of pampering and love. She gently stroked Kinyu's back and said with a smile, "Silly child! How could Sister Nana devour you? You are my most precious baby, how could I bear to hurt you? It's Sister Nana's fault for not thinking it through. You must be hungry. Sister Nana will give you the best milk in the world." After Gu Yuena finished speaking, a blush flashed across her face, and her hands actually reached towards her peak. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Gu Yuena is sleeping. The angel god is coming. Chapter 21. Gu Yuena is sleeping. The angel god is coming. Bridget and the surrounding beast kings all looked embarrassed upon seeing this. Tian's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped him, saying, "My lord, this cannot happen. How can such a filthy human being defile your holy body?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena paused and then looked at Tian and other beast kings with unfriendly eyes. The beast kings felt as if they were poured with a basin of cold water, and felt cold from head to toe. "My lord, don't you want to kill the beast to silence it?" Tian, you have overstepped your bounds. Gu Yuena's voice was as cold as ice, and every word she said was like a heavy hammer, striking Tian's heart. Dishan. I'm going beyond that. If I hadn't reminded you, my lord, you would have been seen naked. Wouldn't our lives be in danger then? Tian was sweating profusely. Why did he feel that his master had become more moody? Seeing this, Bridget hurriedly tried to smooth things over. What's wrong with you stinky men? You have no sense at all? Do you think you can look at the holy body of the Lord? After saying that, she glared at the Beast Kings. The Beast Kings all lowered their heads, not daring to make any rebuttal. Get out of here! Bridget's words were like thunder, shocking the Beast Kings so much that they retreated again and again until they disappeared from sight. Seeing that Gu Yuena wanted to take off her clothes to feed her, Kinyu waved her hands and said with a red face. Sister Nana, no, I'm not hungry anymore. Really, I'm fine. Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu's embarrassed look and couldn't help but chuckle and said unhappily, what are you thinking? I don't even have a child, so where does the milk come from? I'm just trying to warn the emperors. You little guy, you really think in a crooked way. She gently scratched Kinyu's nose, her eyes full of pampering. Oh, so that's how it is. I thought. Kinyu lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, the blush on her face still lingering. What do you think? Do you think I really want to feed you? Gu Yuena laughed even more happily. No, I just... Kinyu stammered, not knowing what to say. After this little episode, the relationship between the two was no longer as stiff as before, and became more warm. For the next few days, Gu Yuena kept strolling around with Kinyu in her arms. And the new sign-in task has also been refreshed, and it happens to be in the Stardew Great Forest. Sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, 10,000 years soul skill, Extinction Black Mist. Extinction Black Mist can transform its own soul power into a corrosive dark mist. Targets touched by the mist will suffer continuous soul erosion and weakening. This skill is particularly effective in group battles and blockade escape. Kinyu was delighted. This Extinction Black Fog was undoubtedly a powerful group control skill. It's the Fog Invasion. Why does it look a bit like a villain's skill? Gu Yuena felt that the dark aura in Kinyu's body became stronger, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. She whispered, Xiao Yu, the dark element in your body seems to have increased again. What's going on? She had no favorable impression towards this fallen angel spirit. Because it is because of this martial soul that Xiao wants to leave her and chooses to indulge in darkness. Now seeing his dark power growing stronger, Gu Yuena couldn't help but feel worried. Darkness and light are mutually reinforcing and counteracting, but if you just indulge in darkness, one day the innocence and kindness in his heart will be devoured. Kinyu looked innocent and cute as she looked at Gu Yuena, her eyes full of confusion. So cute. Gu Yuena looked at that innocent face, her heart melted instantly, she hugged him tightly, and then kissed him. How could such a cute child be swallowed by darkness? Gu Yuena hugged Kinyu and breathed hard, and she felt much better. Soon, she felt sleepy and could no longer hold on. She slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. She was already seriously injured, but she still forced herself to come out. It's already her limit that she has held on until now. Grow up quickly, little one. You are mine and you can't run away. Gu Yuena murmured to herself in her dream, rubbed Kinyu's little face affectionately, and then continued to add, when you grow up, I will eat you. Kinyu, LLL. I knew that you, this damn dragon, still had evil intentions towards me. He actually wants to wait until I grow up before devouring me. No wonder I always feel that the way you look at me is full of possessiveness. Good fellow. It turns out that they are treating me as reserve food, fattening me up before slaughtering me. What an evil dragon. No, I have to find an opportunity to run away. Wuhan City, Worship Hall. At this time, Chiian Douluo was doing his daily prayers under the angel statue. Suddenly, the angel statue emitted a brilliant golden light, instantly illuminating the entire hall. Countless sacred and brilliant light particles began to gather into a noble and beautiful figure. She was a woman wearing a golden long dress, with golden hair shawl over her shoulders, and her snow-white jade feet stepping in the void. Chiian Douluo widened his eyes, then belatedly knelt down. The spirit hall's great priest Chiian Douluo respectfully welcomes the arrival of the god. I came to the mortal world this time to destroy the heir of the god king. This boy has an extraordinary talent. If he is not guided, he may cause turmoil in the god realm. Chiian Douluo was stunned, and suddenly said in a panic, "Your Excellency, the person you are referring to is probably my grandson Kinyu. But unfortunately, he was abducted by a mysterious group of forces not long ago and his whereabouts are still unknown. The spirit hall is searching with all its might, but there is no clue at all." Hearing this, the angel god sighed in disappointment. She was about to retire, but who would have thought that she would be assigned such a task? "I have only been in the upper realm for 10,000 years, and you have already fallen to such a state? You can't even protect a child." Chiian Douluo lowered his head in shame, too embarrassed to say that his family had abused his grandson, causing him to feel resentful and leave voluntarily. "Please calm down, Lord Angel God. It is Chiian Douluo who lost his job. But the Spirit Hall will do its best to find Kinyu and guide him to the right path." The angel god frowned slightly. She keenly sensed that Chiian Douluo was hiding something, but she didn't ask any more questions. Her mental power covered the entire Douluo continent in the blink of an eye. Soon, he sensed the strange breath of destruction and life intertwined. The child is in the core area of the Star Forest. But even I can't sense the exact situation inside. I think there must be an extremely powerful being guarding it. You need to be careful and don't alert the enemy. Chiian Douluo was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that Kinyu would be hidden in the Xingda Great Forest, and at the same time he felt a chill in his heart. If this was really done by the 10-year-old soul beasts. No matter how many people the Spirit Hall sends, it's probably not enough to fill that bottomless pit. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Bibi Dong, how could I regret it? Chapter 22 Bibi Dong, how could I regret it? Please give me some guidance, Lord Angel God. How can I approach and bring back Kinyu safely? Chiian Douluo decisively chose to cling to someone powerful. Showing off his ability at this time would simply be courting death. The angel god glanced at him. This old guy was so annoying that he actually wanted him to work overtime. It seemed that this bastard's faith was not strong enough. Just go ahead, I'll handle those who are above the god level. Oh, and call my successor here. I want to see how her cultivation progress is going. Chiian Douluo felt relieved when he heard this, and immediately accepted the order. Yes, Lord Angel God. I'll go get Shweta right away. In less than a moment, Chiian Rongxiu was brought to the worship hall by Chiian Douluo. She was wearing a white dress, as pure and flawless as the first snow, and her golden eyes sparkled with a desire for power. You're only level 60, but you've already begun to show the signs of a god. Not bad. There was a hint of approval in the angel god's voice. She raised her hand gently, and a warm and sacred power surged into Chiian Rongxiu's body, instantly making her cultivation level leap forward, jumping directly from level 60 to level 70, and one more spirit ring was added. Chiian Rongxiu immediately bowed her head respectfully and said gratefully, "Thank you for the gift from the angel god. Shweta will work harder to practice and live up to your high expectations." "No need to thank me, just practice hard and inherit my throne. I'm looking forward to retiring soon." "Oh. The goddess of life is getting better and better at ordering people around." There was a hint of helplessness in the angel god's words. She lazily conjured up a sofa and lay on it, her golden eyes half closed. "Blasphemy! This is really blasphemy, Shweta. don't do this when you become a god. The dignity of a god should not be violated. When Chiian Douluo saw the angel god like this, he instantly felt numb. He hurriedly pulled Chiian Rongxiu aside and gave her some instructions, telling her not to learn bad things. Chiian Rongxiu felt her face getting a little hot. If my grandfather knew that I became a god in my previous life, he would cry all day long. And she loves Tang San so much, will he faint? She secretly laughed in her heart, but she still maintained a respectful attitude on her face and replied softly, "Yes, Grandpa, Schwetter has made a note of it." "Hey! What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and get me something to eat. You are so old and you have no sense at all. How can I have believers and successors like you?" The angel god looked at Chiian Douluo with unfriendly eyes. She heard it all clearly. This old man actually plotted against her behind her back. How bold of him! "Yes, yes, Lord Angel God, I will arrange the meal right away." Chiian Douluo responded quickly, but secretly complained in his heart. This is not what a god should be like. He is simply a difficult little ancestor. Pope's Palace, Dimensional Space, Rakshasa's Secret Realm. Bibi Dong has been practicing in the Rakshasa's secret realm these days. Those negative emotions and evil thoughts disturbed her all the time, making her feel tired. Every time at this time, he would always think of the warmth and comfort he felt when he slept with Kinyu in his arms. What made her even more desperate was that her cultivation had not made any progress at all. It was as if his talent had been completely exhausted and he would never be able to become a god. Why can't I break through even though I've tried so hard? Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the empty secret realm, carrying with it endless despair and unwillingness. Her eyes were red, as if they were about to bleed. If this continues, how long will she have to wait to catch that little beast? She really can't wait even for a day. Although I don't care about your life or death, I still have to remind you that if you don't rest, you will really die, okay? Rakshasas will turned into a phantom and appeared beside Bibi Dong. But her gaze was fixed on the offering hall across a distance of several thousand meters. He felt a sickening divine presence there. Are you interfering with my training? How could I only be at this level? I have twin martial souls and extraordinary talents. How could I stop here? Bibi Dong turned around abruptly and glared at the phantom of the Rakshasa's will. Who told you that you couldn't complete the divine test? You're a loser yourself and you're blaming me. If you are able to sacrifice a large amount of soul power and life force to me, why not give you this deity position? Rakshasa smiled mockingly. Then he casually stripped the annoying Shura power from Bibi Dong's body. Bibi Dong suddenly felt that her killing god domain could no longer be activated. But the absorption of Rakshasa's divine power became smoother than ever before. Why are you helping me? Bibi Dong was a little surprised and doubtful. He didn't believe that this old bastard would be so kind. Bibi Dong, don't get me wrong, I just simply don't like Shura. Besides, the angel god has descended to the mortal world this time. It is probably related to your son. Do your best to ruin the angel inheritance. There was a hint of amusement in Rakshasa's laughter. She never tires of doing things that hurt others and benefit herself. After saying this, the shadow of Rakshasa's will slowly dissipated. After Rakshasa disappeared, Bibi Dong no longer had the heart to continue practicing. She walked out of the Rakshasa's secret realm, took a bath and returned to her own bedroom. But she tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. She was obviously very sleepy and tired. But Kinyu's childish face always flashed through my mind. Anger, jealousy, unwillingness, all kinds of negative emotions intertwined together and drowned her like a tide. Bibi Dong suddenly covered her chest and felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if millions of ants were gnawing at her heart. She sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, tears streaming down her face and dripping onto the sheets. She hugged him tightly, her body shaking violently, and the extreme sadness almost suffocated him. I won't regret it. I will never regret it in my life. How could I care about that little beast? I just want to capture him and torture and humiliate him endlessly to avenge myself. Bibi Dong whispered through gritted teeth. If it weren't for Kyungsunji and that little beast, Xiao Gang wouldn't have left her. That child is a disgrace to himself. He shouldn't be alive in this world. It was his own compassion that gave him the chance to survive. But he doesn't know how to be grateful and even dares to betray me. I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. You'd better pray that I don't catch you, otherwise I will make you suffer all the pain in the world and let you know the consequences of betraying me. Bibi Dong screamed madly. But even he himself didn't know, is Yu Xiaogang really that important to her? Or maybe I just want to find an excuse to cover up my own vulnerability and unwillingness. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Xiao Wu and her daughter are under surveillance. Gu Yuena is seriously injured. Chapter 23. Xiao Wu and her daughter are under surveillance. Gu Yuena is seriously injured. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. The entire Wuhan city began to enter an emergency state of preparation for war. Bibi Dong also received an order from Chiian Douluo, asking him to quickly go to the Xingde Great Forest and bring people to surround the core area. Chiian Douluo has already gone to the Xingde Great Forest with many offerings. Star Forest, on the edge of the core area. Because Gu Yuena was forced into a deep sleep, Chiian and other Beast Kings hurriedly sealed Gu Yuena back in the Dragon King Palace, and no one cared about Kinyu for a while. The most important thing is that no one dares to care. No one knows whether Gu Yuena is really asleep or not. If we attack Kinyu at this time and Gu Yuena suddenly wakes up, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Chiian could only dispatch 2 powerful but not too ferocious-looking soul beasts to take turns to monitor in secret. A few days later, Kinyu felt very unhappy these days because he found out that he was being monitored and his originally planned escape plan instantly went up in smoke. What made him feel most humiliated was that the 2 rabbits, one big and one small, were guarding him. I was so angry. You really thought I wouldn't run away, didn't you? You looked down on me so much. The 2 rabbits, one was an adult rabbit with a sturdy body, and there was vigilance in its eyes. The other one is a young rabbit, which is ignorant but curious. It is holding a tender green carrot in its hand and chewing it with relish. Xiao Wu, put the carrots away and be serious. We must reassure Lord Chiian. If this kid runs away, we will all be in trouble. The adult rabbit, Aru, spoke sternly to Xiao beside her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu looked at the carrot in her hand reluctantly. Finally, he hid it in the grass behind him. Then he stood up straight, imitating his mother's behavior, staring at Kinyu with wide eyes. Wow, what a cute human cub. I really want to touch his head. Xiao Wu chattered non-stop, but was immediately stopped by Aru's stern look. She stuck out her tongue and quickly stopped playing around. But soon he became bored again and started pulling the grass on the ground, chewing it bite by bite, and his eyes began to wander. And Aru's eyes began to roll. She had hardly slept these days in order to monitor Kinyu, and now the feeling of fatigue surged over her like a tide. Besides, this task was originally assigned to her and Xiao Wu in rotation, but Xiao Wu was too unreliable. She didn't even dare to expect Xiao Wu to complete the surveillance mission. But I really can't hold on any longer now. It should be okay to take a nap, right? After all, the child seems so well behaved these days, so nothing should go wrong, right? Xiao Wu, I'm a little sleepy. Can you help me keep an eye on it for a while? Just a little while. I just want to take a nap. Xiao Wu, who was eating grass nearby, was stunned for a moment, but quickly patted her chest and assured. Don't worry, Mom, I'm here. Go to sleep, I promise he won't be able to run away. Seeing Xiao Wu's confident look, although Aru still had doubts in her heart, her tired body did not allow her to think too much. She quickly found a secluded corner, curled up into a ball, and fell asleep. Kinyu drew circles on the ground with a small wooden stick, and glanced at him casually. Just then, I saw Aru curled up on the ground and snoring softly, and I felt happy immediately. As for the other stupid rabbit that looked silly, he didn't take it seriously at all. He came to the bushes, picked up a carrot that he had prepared in advance, and said with a smile, "Oh, who is so wasteful? Such delicious carrots are thrown away carelessly." When Xiaowu heard this, she suddenly felt that the grass in her hand no longer smelled good. She quickly pricked up her ears, stood up, stared at the carrot in Kinyu's hand with her red eyes, and her little nose kept sniffing. "Oh, what a pity! I ate too much this morning and can't eat any more." Kinyu said this and threw the carrot in one direction. Seeing this, Xiaowu's eyes lit up and she instinctively chased in the direction where the carrot rolled, completely forgetting her surveillance mission. Just when Kinyu was about to activate his first soul skill and fly away, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, shocking him so much that he trembled violently and almost cried out. "Finally found you, little one. Don't run around these days. There are a lot of humans outside. They seem to be looking for you." The Lord and Dityan were both seriously injured. "If anything happens to you, my little fellow, the Lord will definitely skin me alive." Bridget's eyes were full of pity. She picked Kinyu up from the ground and held him comfortably in her arms, feeling like she was holding a warm cloud. The soft touch made Bridget feel as if she had unlocked the door to a new world, and a feeling of joy quickly grew in her heart. Is this the Lord's happiness? Holding such a soft and cute little guy every day is simply the peak of life. "Little Jin and I, come out and say hello to your new friend." Bridget searched for a long time but couldn't find the lively little guy. Instead, she found Aru, who was lazily sleeping. His face suddenly darkened, but considering that the child was here, he didn't say anything. "I had already secretly planned to send this lazy dead rabbit out to fight against that crazy woman. At that time, Daming and Erming will definitely not sit idly by. By this calculation, she can be considered a relatively strong fighter." At this time, Xiaowu ran back feeling somewhat guilty. She secretly glanced at Bridget, then quickly lowered her head, her heart filled with uneasiness. Kinyu was held tightly in Baiji's arms, and the warm and soft touch of her made him feel a little uncomfortable. "I have to say that Bridget has a very good figure. Her figure is well proportioned, with some flesh but not looking bloated, and her embrace is warm and soft." "Senior Baiji, what are you doing?" Kinyu turned her head to the side somewhat embarrassedly, avoiding the sensitive parts that should not be looked at directly. The clothes worn by the soul beast were really too casual. "I heard that human children drink milk when they are hungry. Little one, are you hungry too?" There was a hint of teasing and doting in Bridget's voice. Kinyu quickly explained, I am no longer a child. I don't need milk." Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The master wants to see you. Come with me." Bridget chuckled, picked up Kinyu, and flew to the lake of life. Kinyu fell silent. He had managed to sneak to the edge of the core area with great difficulty these days. Was it all in vain again? The key point is that Gu Yuena was actually pretending to sleep. Fortunately, he did not act rashly, otherwise Gu Yuena would have been completely turned evil. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Gu Yuena plays the victim. Chapter 24 Gu Yuena plays the victim. More than half an hour later, Kinyu met Gu Yuena again after many days. "But I didn't expect her condition to be so bad," with a huge scar across her chest. There is still a ray of sacred light around the wound, preventing it from healing. Blood continued to seep out from the edge of the wound, dripping onto the ground, forming strange blood flowers. "Sister Nana, what's wrong with you?" Kinyu hurriedly broke free from Bridget's arms and ran to Gu Yuena. The sunlight shines on the girl's silver hair, giving her a layer of golden glow. The exposed skin was like the finest porcelain, with an unhealthy paleness. The silver-white long skirt outlines her graceful figure, but at this moment it hangs limply on the ground, and the whole person has a kind of lovable and fragile beauty. Kinyu had never seen Gu Yuena so vulnerable, and an indescribable emotion surged in his heart. It felt like a huge rock was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Gu Yuena's eyes were red and her breath seemed a little disordered. She wanted to hold Kinyu in her arms, but eventually collapsed on Kinyu's shoulder, stroking his hair gently, her voice hoarse and gentle. "Xiao Yu, I'm fine. It's just a fatal injury. That mixed-haired bird isn't feeling well either. Anyone who tries to take you away from me will be made to pay the price." After saying that, Gu Yuena gently hugged Kinyu's waist and pressed him tightly against her chest. The smooth touch suddenly made her feel pleasant. When she thought of Xiaohu caring about her, she was so stimulated that her face flushed. The tender white skin is set off by an alluring blush. Kinyu's expression changed from anxious at the beginning to expressionless. He didn't expect that even at this time, this stupid dragon still wanted to take advantage of him. Kinyu sighed deeply. What a bullshit fallen angel martial spirit. Apart from the addition of wings, it is clearly a succubus spirit. This increased affinity is even higher than that of the Emperor's auspicious beast. Gu Yuena rubbed her head against Kinyu's face. "I am obviously very sleepy, but I just don't want to sleep." She was afraid that if she fell asleep, thousands of years would pass by. When he thought that when he woke up again, Xiaohu might have disappeared in the long river of history, he felt a surge of sadness and reluctance in his heart. She hugged Kinyu tightly, as if she wanted to merge him into her own bones and blood. Wow, Xiaohu, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that when I wake up, I won't be able to see you again." There was a hint of sob in Gu Yuena's voice, and tears welled up in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around Kinyu with such force that she almost strangled Kinyu to death. The weak and limp look from just now was still there. Baiji came to Tian's side, kicked him on the back, glared at him fiercely, and said in a voice transmission still looking. "Why don't you get out of here now? Do you want to wait for the master to come to his senses and dig your eyes out before you are satisfied?" Tian staggered after being kicked. He touched his nose awkwardly, turned around and was about to leave, but he couldn't help but look a few more times. After all, this was the first time he had seen such a master. But Tian didn't expect that his glance would meet Gu Yuena's cold eyes. "Dishin. At that moment I seemed to see my grandmother. Is it too late to kneel down and apologize now? Tian, your eyes tell me that you seem to be enjoying this scene." Gu Yuena's voice echoed in Tian's heart. Although it was light, it was as cold as ice and made him tremble all over. It's okay, Sister Nana, I won't leave you." Kinyu comforted with a smile. "But you lied to me the same way last time." Gu Yuena's cheeks puffed up with anger, like an angry kitten, and her crystal-clear eyes flickered with grievance and dissatisfaction. "You said you would always stay with me, but what happened? You turned around and left without any regrets, and told me that it was time to wake up from the dream. I have been waiting for you for 2 years, just to wait for you to say it's time to wake up from the dream." There was a hint of questioning and sadness in her voice, as if all her strength collapsed at this moment. Kinyu's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he almost couldn't help but start cursing. "Did you guard it for 2 years? You sucked my true dragon essence for 2 years. This silly dragon stayed on his body, ate and took things from him, and in the end he even turned the tables on me. He really has a bad heart. If it hadn't absorbed the power of the god of destruction, I'm afraid he will never be able to condense a true dragon martial spirit in this lifetime. This time, I am about to fall into a deep sleep. I don't even know how long I will sleep. It may be thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. I'm afraid that when I wake up, the world will have changed and you will no longer be waiting for me." Gu Yuena's words were filled with endless worry and fear. For the first time, she felt how lonely and helpless the immortals were. She held Kinyu's hand tightly and begged. "So, Xiaohu, you promise me that no matter how the future changes, no matter how long I sleep, you will find me and come back to me, okay? Kinyu remained silent because the promise was too heavy and almost impossible to fulfill. Even if he inherits the throne of the god of destruction in the future, there is no guarantee that he will still be the same. Gu Yuena felt heartbroken when she saw Kinyu's silence. The tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, rolling down and dripping onto the back of Kinyu's hand, burning and scalding. I know this is an excessive request, but it is my only wish. Gu Yuena's voice was trembling, with a hint of crying. I beg you, no matter what the future holds, don't forget me, okay? Chiian was speechless. How could just a nap turn into a separation of life and death? Hasn't the master been sleeping like this for hundreds of thousands of years? He secretly glanced at Bridget and saw that she also looked embarrassed. She also thoughtfully prepared some porridge, fruits, and water from the fountain of life. Without exception, these foods contain a large amount of life energy and are obviously carefully selected. Kinyu always felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what the problem was. But you are still playing moral blackmail. You want me to wait for you for tens of thousands of years? Think about what you are saying. The key is that if I refuse, this stupid dragon will probably burst into tears in the next second. Those eyes that were like amethyst gemstones would dim. Then your conscience will feel as painful as if being pricked by a needle. He sighed and finally softened his heart. Kinyu's hand gently touched Gu Yuena's forehead. The majestic and pure essence of life gushes out from the palm of your hand. It also contains the extremely high essence of true dragon blood power, which slowly seeps into Gu Yuena's body. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Helping Gu Yuena Heal. Chapter 25 Helping Gu Yuena Heal. A blush appeared on Gu Yuena's face. The extreme pleasure made her moan involuntarily, and her voice contained both pain and pleasure. A morbid smile appeared on her face, and her dragon horns and tail were revealed uncontrollably. Kinyu frowned slightly. He could actually feel Gu Yuena's pleasure at the same time. This feeling was like they were one body and had an illusion of soul fusion, which made him feel a little distracted. Bridget quickly slapped Chiian's head back to its original position and gave him a warning look, signaling him not to look again. Chiian touched the back of his head embarrassedly. He quietly took a few steps back and found a corner to hide. All right. In less than a moment, Kinyu saw that Gu Yuena's complexion had recovered a little, so he quickly withdrew his hand. Gu Yuena pushed him to the ground and rubbed her head against his face again and again. However, the dragon horns hurt Kinyu so much that he couldn't help but reach out and gently push the crystal-clear dragon horns apart. No, I feel like I'm not done yet, I want more. And it feels so good, please give me some more. Gu Yuena acted coquettishly, with a hint of naivety in her tone. Those big watery eyes stared at Kinyu, as if they could drip water. There were still traces of tears on her cheeks, but at this moment she smiled the brightest smile, so beautiful that it made people's heart beat faster. Kinyu sensed the situation inside his body and his face suddenly turned dark. The giant dragon that originally covered the sky and the sun seemed to have wilted and turned into a small golden snake several centimeters long. His whole body was filled with resistance, and he kept urging Kinyu to stay away from this bad woman. Moreover, even his innate soul power regressed by 10 levels, which made Kinyu feel a little painful. Seeing Gu Yuena's big watery eyes, he felt even more unhappy and said unhappily, "Get up now. Stop playing dead and get out of here. You could have taken it all, but you chose to act cute and pitiful. It's as if I really fell for it." Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu with an innocent face, and a surge of ecstasy surged in her heart. When the dragon god separated, she inherited the elemental power of the dragon god. The golden dragon king inherited the body and power of the dragon god. The two complement each other and together constitute the complete form of the dragon god. But Kinyu's true dragon bloodline, in essence, is purer and more powerful than the complete dragon god. Now that she has absorbed the blood of a true dragon, she will be able to transform soon. Not only can the injuries be easily recovered, it is even possible to break through that layer of shackles and truly reach the heights that the dragon god once reached. She was secretly calculating in her mind, but on the surface she pretended to be aggrieved. Xiao Yu, how can you say that to me? Do you think I am with you just for the power of your bloodline? I just need it so badly, Gu Yuena's voice gradually became lower, and her eyes became red again, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She hugged Kinyu tightly and buried her head in his chest. That fragile and helpless look completely blocked Kinyu's retreat. It even made Kinyu wonder if he was too stingy. She is just a child who is hundreds of thousands of years old, what bad thoughts could there be? Gu Yuena saw the hesitant look on Kinyu's face and felt secretly proud. Hee. Got it. At this time, Bridget also brought up a large amount of food full of life energy and said, "Okay, little guy, these foods are all carefully prepared by me, so eat them quickly." Kinyu struggled hard to break free from Gu Yuena's arms and ran straight to the table. The little hands quickly stuffed the food into their mouths. While eating, he kept mumbling, "Even the food is ready, and you still say you are not plotting against me." Bridget smoothed Kinyu's messy hair with some distress, and said softly, "Little guy, don't be angry, we are all doing this for your own good." My lord, she had no choice. If you really had to sleep for tens of thousands of years, you would be quite lonely, wouldn't you? At this moment, Tian snorted coldly and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Humph! Who do you think you are to be counted by the master himself? It is your good fortune that the Lord has allowed you to live till now. Besides, if it weren't for you, why would those humans come to attack us? How would the master be injured?" Suddenly the scene fell into silence. Kinyu's heart trembled, and then he remembered his situation. If Tian hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten that he was among a pile of soul beasts. It's a blessing not to become food for soul beasts, so how can I have the qualifications to bargain here? It was just that Gu Yuena's attitude towards him was too close, making him forget his own identity for a moment. "Okay, Tian, talk less." Bridget frowned and said to Tian. Gu Yuena's heart tightened when she saw Kinyu's vigilant eyes. Then he gritted his teeth in anger and glared at Tian viciously. "Tian, if you don't know how to speak, don't speak. If you do this again, I will peel off your dragon skin. Now hurry up and get me your Tianmeng ice silkworm. My cub needs more energy to nourish." Upon hearing this, Tian's face suddenly changed and he said hurriedly, "Master, this is not possible. This Tianmeng ice silkworm is a treasure left for you to recover from your injuries. If you give it to this little fellow, won't your recovery be delayed again? By then, our ambition to conquer the divine world will be a long way off." The Tianmeng ice silkworm is a million-year-old soul beast that accidentally hid in an ice crack in the far north and encountered a large amount of 10,000-year-old ice marrow. It broke through not long ago. It was originally intended for Gu Yuena's recovery, but Gu Yuena's injuries were caused by the sword intent of the Shura god, and even a million-year-old soul beast would not be qualified. So he became a tonic for many powerful soul beasts. But he couldn't help feeling unwilling to let Tian give the human boy Kinyu to him. Gu Yuena said angrily, "Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you wasting your time? You are so stingy. Do you think all of us soul beasts are as petty as you?" She was speechless. Kinyu's bloodline, which was comparable to that of a dragon god, was not as good as a bug in Emperor Tian's eyes. "Yes, my lord." Upon seeing this, Tian didn't say anything more. Kinyu's small body couldn't eat much anyway. "But it still hurts to cut this flesh that is so dear to my heart." His figure flashed and he disappeared from the spot. Bridget took a few more fruits and stuffed them into Kinyu's little mouth affectionately, making his little mouth round. Looking at Kinyu's cute appearance, she couldn't help but feel pity for him. She kissed his forehead and said softly, "Little guy, eat more. Only when you are strong and healthy can you protect the master." When Gu Yuena saw this scene, her face turned green. She felt that letting Bridget take care of the baby was a huge mistake. Would her baby be taken away from her? Promote the author's new book, The Main World is Primitive, and the chat group has an infinite flow of the universe. Kinyu traveled through the ancient times and became the first person created by Nuwa. It was during the time of the Lich War calamity, and humans could only survive in the cracks. While the demons were slaughtering the human race, Nuwa, as the holy mother of the human race, stood by and watched. Helplessly, Kinyu could only gather the destiny of the human race, abolish the holy mother, create the Chinese immortal dynasty, and become the first human emperor. Just when he offended Saint Nuwa and everyone thought he would die, he awakened the Heaven Amplification chat group. Ding! Emperor Huangtian joins the chat group. Ding! Ye Tiandi joins the chat group. Ding! Emperor Yan Xiaoyan joins the chat group. Ding! The god of creation Su Ji joins the chat group. Seeing that all the group members are big shots, Kinyu originally wanted to be a newbie and curry favor with them, but ended up being hyped up by them to become a real big shot. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read more. Chapter 26 Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read more. In less than a moment, Tian came back with a giant insect that was more than 1 meter in diameter and 7 meters long. The Tianmeng ice silkworm is jade white in color, and its crystal clear body appears very plump. Gu Yuena came to Kinyu and slowly held him in her arms. Let him sit on her snow-white thighs. Kinyu rested the back of his head on her chest, feeling the soft touch, and couldn't help feeling a little sleepy. Tian, let me go. I am a million-year-old soul beast. How dare you treat me like this? The Tianmeng ice silkworm still struggled under Tian's grip, and its funny appearance made Bridget cover her mouth and laugh. Wu, I can't accept this. I, Tianmeng Kong, have cultivated for millions of years, but I have to fall into the hands of you youngsters. This is unjust. Shut up. If you keep making noise, I'll make you into soup. Gu Yuena glared at Tianmeng ice silkworm fiercely, and her majestic aura instantly made Tianmeng ice silkworm shut its mouth, leaving only slight sobbing sounds. She stroked Kinyu's hair gently and said softly, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, this is your food. Eat it and you will become stronger. In Gu Yu's opinion, Kinyu can withstand and absorb the erosion of the destructive divine power. Then the energy of a mere million-year-old soul beast is nothing more than a nourishing delicacy to him. Kinyu looked at Tianmen's fat body and fell into silence. No, Sister Nana, I'm full, and I don't like eating bugs. As he spoke, he tried to break free from Gu Yuena's arms, but Gu Yuena held him tightly, not allowing him to break free. Xiao Yu, don't be picky about food. I'm doing this for your own good. If you eat it, you will recover faster. Gu Yuena's words were very harsh, and she felt extremely unbalanced. Why does Xiao eat Bridget's food with gusto, but her own tonics are despised? Seeing this, Kinyu had no choice but to bite the bullet, endure the discomfort, and reach out to touch the Tianmeng ice silkworm. Woo, young master, please spare me. I have parents and children to take care of, and they all depend on me for survival. Tianmeng ice silkworm felt Kinyu approaching and began to tremble with fear. Kinyu looked at the giant insect that was more than 7 meters long and didn't know how to bite it. He blinked and turned to look at Bridget, his eyes full of helplessness and pleading. Seeing this, Baiji sighed softly, took a step forward, gently touched Kinyu's little head, and turned to Gu Yuena and said, Master, perhaps we can try another way to let him absorb the energy. For example, cut it into pieces, add some seasoning and cook it. No, the original flavor is the best. Gu Yuena looked at Bridget coldly, her heart filled with jealousy. Why does it feel like my cub is closer to Bridget than to me? No, Xiao must know who is the most important person in his heart. Bridget was startled by Gu Yuena's gaze and quickly lowered her head without saying anything. Xiao Yu, are you dissatisfied with your sister Nana? How are the Tianmeng ice silkworms inferior to these wild fruits? Or do you prefer the snacks that Baiji prepared? Gu Yuena's voice was a little bitter. She stared at Kinyu, her eyes full of grievance. I have been with you for 2 years, and you still don't want to eat my food. You've only known Bridget for a few days, but you're so dependent on her. Why? Kinyu felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, and quickly shook her head to deny. No, Sister Nana, I don't dislike what you prepared, but I'm really not used to eating raw insects. It was fine that he was forced to eat those messy things in his dreams before, but in reality, he would really have psychological trauma if he ate them. Gu Yuena frowned slightly when she heard this, and looked at Bridget with cold eyes, her heart filled with jealousy and resentment. Bridget avoided Gu Yuena's sight in panic. They all began to wonder if the master was thinking of turning himself into a tonic as well. The thought of Gu Yuena ruthlessly peeling off his skin and bones made him feel uncomfortable. Bridget couldn't help but shudder, and quickly said, "My lord, you are right. Tianmeng ice silkworms are only delicious when they are in their original flavor. The rich ice element tastes refreshing and delicious." As she spoke, Bridget had already taken out a sharp blade and pointed it at the Tianmeng ice silkworm, as if she was going to cut it into pieces in the next second. Seeing this, Tianmeng ice silkworm was so scared that he almost peed himself, and quickly shouted, "Wait! Don't eat me! If you want to absorb my energy, I have a better way." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena raised her eyebrows slightly and signaled Baiji to stop for the moment. "Tell me. If you can't tell me, I'll really stew you. Tianmeng ice silkworm, I can seal myself and become his first soul ring, living in his sea of spirit in the form of spiritual origin. This way he can not only absorb my energy safely, but also gain my spiritual blessing, which will be of great benefit to his growth. This method is feasible, but you must promise to assist Xiao wholeheartedly and not have any ulterior motives." Gu Yuena pondered for a moment and finally gave in. Yes. I will do my best and will never have any second thoughts." Tianmeng Binkan quickly agreed. "Wait, let this guy parasitize my spiritual sea of consciousness? I don't agree." Kinyu's face was full of resistance. He had finally driven out the stupid dragon Gu Yuena, and now another bug came. "Wu, please let me go. I don't want to be eaten. And don't you want your first soul ring to be a 1,000,000-year level? What an honor it is! In addition, I can also improve the quality of your future spirit rings, making your cultivation journey smoother." Seeing Kinyu's refusal, Tianmeng Binkan raised the offer again, trying to persuade him. Gu Yuena patted Kinyu on the shoulder and said, "Why don't you just eat him? Believe me, it's delicious." In the end, Kinyu had to accept Tianmen's proposal. Because if he doesn't accept it, he will have to eat the fat bug. Kinyu summoned his true dragon martial spirit. A small golden snake appeared in the palm of his hand. At this time, the little golden snake struggled desperately, trying to drive away the silver-white light that was on its body. When the little golden snake saw Kinyu, it immediately widened its eyes in grievance and pointed at the silver light on its neck with its tail. Kinyu instantly understood what the little guy was thinking. "I have been defiled by that stupid dragon. I am no longer clean. Please help me get rid of it." This little golden dragon martial spirit is the embodiment of his own blood and soul. The two are of the same mind, there is no difference. But Gu Yuena had drained his bloodline power many times in a row. He had already instinctively repelled Gu Yuena, and was even more unwilling to be contaminated by her power. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Absorbing the 10,000-Year Soul Ring, Controlling the Space Elements. Seeking follow. Chapter 27, Absorbing the 1,000,000-Year Soul Ring, Controlling the Space Elements. Seeking follow-up reading. How is this going? Kinyu rubbed the silver light spot, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the light spot did not move at all. "Xiao Yu, you don't really think I'm just going to eat and take Do you? I left a gift inside you. Gu Yuena blushed instantly, lowered her head, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Xiaohu's martial soul will soon be dyed with her own color, and I feel excited just thinking about it. But, Sister Nana, why do I feel like my martial soul doesn't like this gift very much? Kinyu looked at his martial soul with some distress. The originally giant dragon has become so small. How much injustice must it have suffered? Try to absorb it quickly. My spirit ring is definitely 100 times stronger than the one given by the god of destruction. Gu Yuena snorted softly and raised her little head proudly. That destruction was too stingy, wasn't it? He only gave me 1,000-year spirit ring. How petty. Kinyu closed his eyes half-believingly and began to try to guide the silver energy. As his mind focused, the silver light slowly merged into the body of the little golden snake. The little golden snake's body began to tremble, and a platinum halo gradually emerged on its golden scales. The little golden snake also grew back its horns and limbs. Although it is still very small, it has already begun to take on the form of a dragon, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It swam happily around Kinyu. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Yuena was still full of disgust, as if to say, "You bad woman, I will never forget the bad things you did to me in my life." Gu Yuena gently stroked Kinyu's head and said softly, "Xiao Yu, how is the absorption going? How is my spirit ring?" Kinyu frowned slightly, feeling as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, heavy. Fortunately, most of the burden was borne by the true dragon martial spirit, so that he did not explode and die. The little golden dragon next to him vomited out of disgust. Strings of golden liquid streaked across the air and then dissipated into a faint golden light. This scene stunned Gu Yuena, Tianmeng-I silkworm and other beasts. Is this martial spirit so spiritual? It can even vomit. Ah, ow. The little golden dragon was cursing, and it seemed like he was cursing quite fiercely. Although no one could understand what it was saying. But the anger and dissatisfaction can still be clearly felt. Kinyu immediately understood what he meant. It turns out that Gu Yuena's gift is a shame for the real dragon. In his opinion, the Western dragon is a fake dragon. What qualifications does it have to imprint its power on its noble bloodline? This is simply a trampling on the dignity of the dragon clan and a blasphemy against the bloodline of true dragons. What is he saying? Why do I feel like he is scolding me? Gu Yuena asked with a confused look on her face. No, nothing, it's just that you gave it too much energy, so it felt a little bloated. Kinyu smiled awkwardly. Oh, so that's it. Gu Yuena grabbed the little golden dragon in her palm and played with its tiny body wantonly, ignoring his resistance. At the same time, he asked curiously, "By the way, what is your soul skill?" Hearing this, Kinyu lightly grasped the air in front of him with his palm. Crack! Crack, accompanied by the crisp sound of space tearing. A tiny space crack slowly appeared in the void ahead. A hint of chaotic aura emanated from the crack, and the vacuum inside instantly swallowed up the surrounding air, causing a gust of wind. Kinyu's face turned slightly pale, and it was obvious that the use of this soul skill was no small burden for him. It seems that this soul skill should have inherited your spatial ability, Sister Nana. Kinyu was silent for a moment, then a bright smile appeared on her face. It smells so good. As for the so-called dragon clan glory, aren't Eastern dragons and Western dragons both dragons? A good dragon is one that can fight. The little golden dragon collapsed limply in Gu Yuena's hands, with Gu Yuena fiddling with its horns. It looked as if it had lost all desire to live. Noticing Kinyu's change of mind, it glared at Kinyu indignantly. There was a mist of humiliation in his eyes. Control of space elements, tear the surrounding space, create a short space crack, and banish the enemy into an unknown space. You can also perform space jumps to advance or save your life. More abilities are waiting to be developed, but each use will consume a large amount of soul and mental power. Gu Yuena pondered for a moment and said, Space ability? Not bad. But absorbing my spirit ring should put a huge burden on your body. Can you still bear the burden of Tianmen's spirit ring? In Douluo continent, every absorption of a soul ring would place a huge burden on the soul master's body. If one absorbs a soul ring that exceeds the body's endurance limit, there is a possibility of exploding and dying. It should be okay, right? Kinyu said hesitantly. Although my body felt a little uncomfortable. But judging from the little golden dragon's appearance, it seems that it hasn't reached its limit yet. I can seal it myself. My mental strength is very strong. I can control myself and avoid excessive load. Tianmeng Binkan added quickly upon seeing this. Finally, after repeated inspections by Gu Yuena, the Tianmeng ice silkworm then began the sacrificial ceremony. His body turned into a soul ring and was wrapped around the little golden dragon. Kinyu sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes and concentrated, absorbing the soul power of the Tianmeng ice silkworm to practice. The little golden dragon opened its mouth wide and madly swallowed this huge energy. The golden soul power poured into its body like a torrent and was instantly refined into its own strength. Its body also quietly expanded a bit. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5 days later. Because it was a reconstruction, Kinyu quickly reached level 20 again. The little golden dragon also turned into a young dragon more than 2 meters long. The golden scales sparkled in the sun, and the dragon horns became more upright. Hey! I finally absorbed it all. Kinyu opened his eyes, and a faint golden light flashed across his eyes. How is it? What is the soul skill? Gu Yuena came over immediately. When he saw that the golden patterns on the Tianmeng ice silkworm's soul ring were not as many as his own, he nodded with satisfaction. I know. My soul skills are mind detection, mind interference, soul impact, and the most unique one, mind sharing. The voice of Tianmeng ice silkworm suddenly sounded, with a hint of complacency and pride. The most important thing is that there is also a life reflection shield, which can reflect all physical and mental attacks. How is it? Am I awesome? I have the most skills. 1 spirit ring can be used as 5. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena raised her eyebrows and looked at the Tianmeng ice silkworm with displeasure. Shut up, did I ask you? Do you mean that my spirit ring is not as good as yours? Please continue reading and please protect my new book. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Angel God is Coming. Chapter 28 Angel God is Coming. The Tianmeng ice silkworm fell silent instantly. It shrank its neck and hid behind Kinyu in grievance. The originally 7 long big insect turned into a mini version about half a meter long, which looked somewhat funny and cute. Mental shock and mental interference are compatible with the characteristics of my martial soul. They also allow me to unleash a more powerful dragon power. Longwei will indiscriminately judge the will of all creatures around him, and those that fail to meet the standard will completely lose their combat effectiveness. And the mental detection provides me with a complete vision, so that all the enemy's actions can be seen by me. Kinyu simply ignored the spiritual sharing. He felt that there was no need for him to share. 3 days later, the spirit hall attacks again. During this period of war, many human soul masters were killed or injured. However, the soul beasts that can be seen in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest are becoming stronger and stronger. But what an honor it is to follow the angel god in the decisive battle with the soul beast. It is no exaggeration to say that it will go down in history. Unlike those middle and lower classes who have lost their minds. Chiian Douluo and Ditien and other senior officials on both sides maintained subtle restraint. Chiian Douluo was afraid that the spirit hall would be unable to recover from this war, allowing other forces to reap the benefits. But Ditien didn't care about Kinyu's life or death at all. Besides, the master has already obtained his true dragon bloodline. This human being is no longer of any use to him and is instead a big trouble. Silver Dragon King, surrender. Hand over the inheritor of the god of destruction, and I will spare your life." The voice of the angel god echoed between heaven and earth. The battle between the two almost dyed the entire world into silver and gold. "Haha! Get out of here, you bastard! If I hadn't been injured some time ago, would you have been able to take advantage of me? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Gu Yuena curled up the corner of her mouth in a sneer, and her body suddenly accelerated, turning into a stream of silver light, rushing straight towards the angel god. "Today, I will show you what the true power of the dragon god is." Gu Yuena growled and pushed her palms forward. A devastating elemental storm instantly gathered and swept towards the angel god. When the angel god saw this, his expression changed slightly, but he immediately calmed himself down. The 6 wings behind him spread out, golden light shone brightly, and the holy angel sword in his hand was swung down fiercely. Wherever the tip of the sword passed, a dazzling sword mark formed in the air, colliding head-on with Gu Yuena's destructive elemental storm. Holy judgment! The angel god roared, and the power of light and the power of destruction condensed on the holy sword clashed fiercely in the air. Boom! 2 energies exploded in the sky. The violent wind swept across an area of hundreds of miles around. The trees in the star forest were broken and dust was flying everywhere. "How is this possible? How could you become so strong?" The angel god's face changed drastically. She was actually at a disadvantage in the previous attack. Moreover, Gu Yuena's aura was getting stronger and stronger, as if some powerful bloodline was awakening in her body. In her eyes, silver and gold intertwined, as if the dragon god had reappeared, releasing a majesty that made the heaven and earth tremble. Gu Yuena stretched out her left hand, and a silver holy spear slowly condensed out of the void, with various law elements flowing through the spear body. What made the angel god feel even more horrified was the seemingly inconspicuous golden rune on the gun body. He actually felt a fatal threat. This spear was a silver dragon holy spear that Gu Yuena condensed with the power of her own bloodline and the elements of heaven and earth. Even Gu Yuena didn't expect that Kinyu's true dragon bloodline would be so strong. Just by obtaining a part of it, her silver dragon holy spear underwent a qualitative change, and it even seemed to be on the verge of becoming a super artifact. "If I can devour it all, wouldn't I be able to directly ascend to the realm of God King, or even higher? How about, wait for Xiaohu to recover and let Xiaohu do it again?" Gu Yuena's pretty face turned slightly red. Recalling the extreme pleasure, she couldn't help but feel a burning sensation in her heart. The angel god had already begun to back down in his heart. "What's the point of living like this with just this little salary? There is no benefit in winning the fight, and losing the fight would be embarrassing, and you might even lose your life. The key point is that Poseidon and Rakshasa must also be watching this battle in the underworld. Poseidon is okay, his character is acceptable. But Rakshasa's bottom line is that there is no bottom line. If you are really attacked by Rakshasa, it will be fatal." Thinking of this, the angel god snorted coldly and said unwillingly, "Considering that it is not easy for a wicked beast like you to cultivate in the lower realm, I will let you go today. If you violate the majesty of our divine realm again in the future, I will not let you off easily." After he finished speaking, the angel god suddenly flapped the 6 wings behind him, and his body turned into a stream of golden light, rushing straight into the sky, and disappeared at the edge of the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Who are you calling a bastard? When I was roaming the god realm, you were not even born yet." Gu Yuena's face darkened and she felt very unhappy. She vaguely remembered that 10,000 years ago there was a little girl who became a god through the power of faith. "It only took me a nap for this guy to come over and start scolding me. Humph! You're lucky you run fast, you mixed feathered bird, or I would have plucked your wings and roasted them for food." Gu Yuena snorted coldly, and the silver dragon holy spear slowly dissipated. She put away her sharpness and domineering attitude, and a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked towards the direction of the lake of life with gentle eyes, but her face soon darkened. She was silent for a long time before she sighed heavily. "Xiao Yu, how can I treat you well?" Do you want to leave Sister Nana again? That won't do. Sister Nana finally found you. How can I let you go so easily? Gu Yuena's expression was somewhat complicated. He knew in his heart that Kinyu had become wary of him. But the temptation from the true dragon bloodline made it hard for her to give up. She stroked her chest gently, feeling the powerful blood force in her body. She could no longer tell whether this was love or a desire for power. Or was it that he was really influenced by the evil fallen angel spirit and became selfish and greedy? As the angel god left, the spirit hall's army also retreated. Only the bodies of the soul masters who had not been evacuated were left in the mess. Bibi Dong also took advantage of this war to sacrifice a lot of vitality and soul power, and successfully completed a part of the Rakshasa god test. He keenly sensed the familiar aura deep in the Star Do Great Forest. But the angel god has already left him, so no matter how unwilling he is, he can only endure it temporarily. Wait, why is this little beast coming towards me? Bibi Dong frowned slightly, but soon she felt ecstatic. Humph! You know you're wrong now? It's too late. Even if you beg me, I won't forgive you. A sneer appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. My silly son finally understands how terrifying soul beasts are. Run into your mother's arms quickly, and she will love you well. I'll let you know what happens if you betray me. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 The Three-Eyed Golden Lion has fell in love with me. Chapter 29 The Three-Eyed Golden Lion has fell in love with Meth. Other side is in the core area of the Star Forest. Kinyu discovered that one of the two rabbits responsible for monitoring her was missing, and she was afraid that it had died in the melee. The little rabbit seemed to be extremely sad. It curled up in the corner, its eyes were red and swollen, and there were still traces of fighting on its body. Kinyu walked closer and placed a carrot in front of her. When she was engrossed in eating, she turned around and activated her seraph's wings. A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly spread out behind him. He flew quickly towards an area where the soul beast defense was relatively weak. Due to the unsealing of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, the 2 soul rings of the 1,000-feather seraph martial soul were sublimated to 100,000 level red. When Gu Yuena noticed that Kinyu's dark aura had increased, she was so angry that her teeth were itching, but there was nothing she could do. After 10 years of sublimation, the seraph wings gained a new feature. That is, Kinyu can adjust his own weight and the surrounding gravity at will. Then he will be able to walk on the air and fly freely without the help of wings. I never thought that one day I could become a Dozong strongman. When I have more soul power in the future, I can also tear the void and become a Dozun strongman. Kinyu joked, and looking at the silver dragon holy light and angel holy light that filled the entire sky, he couldn't help but fly faster. Suddenly a golden light rushed towards Kinyu. Kinyu's heart trembled, and he quickly rolled sideways, but the light kept chasing him, knocking him to the ground directly, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Kinyu struggled to get up, but was pinned heavily to the ground again, unable to move. Kinyu opened his eyes and saw a strange beast with golden hair and a body like translucent crystal pressing on him. Her body is very much like a lion, but her claws are like a dragon. There is a ball of golden flame on each dragon claw, and there are fine golden scales under the hair. In addition to a pair of golden pupils, there is also a scarlet vertical pupil in the middle. The eyes of the man and the beast met in the air. They both felt their hearts tremble slightly, and there was a tingling feeling, and an inexplicable emotion quietly grew between them. The true dragon blood in Kinyu's body began to boil, responding to this resonance. Doubt flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed golden lion. He lowered his head and gently sniffed Kinyu's breath, as if confirming something. The icy pupils in its eyes gradually softened, and the scarlet vertical pupils slowly closed. Its huge body moved slightly, reducing the weight on Kinyu. Then he stretched out his big fleshy tongue and gently licked Kinyu's little face. "Good dog, be obedient and let me get up." Kinyu pushed open the little head of the strange beast with difficulty. "Dog? You called me a dog? What a bastard! I am the three-eyed golden lion, the auspicious beast of the emperor. How dare you be so rude, you damned human! A hint of anger flashed in the golden pupils of the three-eyed golden lion. But soon he continued to lick Kinyu with a dazed look in his eyes. There seemed to be some kind of charm about this human that made it irresistible. Okay, I get it. Three-eyed golden lion, I'm leaving, let me get up quickly. Kinyu wanted to get up, but the three-eyed golden lion didn't seem to be going to let him go easily. It gently pressed Kinyu with its huge body, staring at him intently. Leave? You can't go anywhere, stay and be my pet. I will love you well, sister. The tone of the three-eyed golden lion was full of arrogance. She is the spoiled little princess of the Stardew Great Forest. Anything she sets her eyes on is hers and she will not let it go easily. At the same time, at the edge of the core area of the Star Forest. Your Holiness, do we need to go back first? The people from the worship hall have already started to retreat, and the spirit hall has suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to go any deeper. Douluo Yuguan reminded Bibi Dong carefully. Oh, retreat? That little beast is only a few thousand meters away from us. If you ask me to leave now, do you believe that I will let you stay in this forest forever? Bibi Dong's voice was as cold as ice, and her expression was full of excitement. The pressure of divine power surging from his body made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. Yuguan's heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head and dared not say anything more. I just feel that His Holiness the Pope has become stronger again, and the pressure from him is almost suffocating. Bibi Dong sensed that direction and suddenly there appeared an extreme aura of fire attribute, which made her heart tighten. I'm afraid that little beast will encounter some danger? But she quickly calmed down and laughed at herself secretly. If something really happened to Kinyu, wouldn't that be exactly what she wanted? But why is there a sense of inexplicable uneasiness in my heart? No, I must catch him and punish him severely. How can I let him die outside like this? Bibi Dong was furious. She took a deep breath and said to Yuguan beside her. Yuegwan, you lead the team to guard the perimeter, and I will personally go to the core area to investigate. When Yuguan heard this, although he had doubts in his heart, he did not dare to disobey and had to obey the order and leave. Bibi Dong's figure flashed and turned into a stream of black and purple light, heading straight into the depths of the Stardew Great Forest. At this time, the core area of the Stardew Forest. Kinyu breathed out slightly. He controlled a black smoke to fly towards the three-eyed golden lion. However, the three-eyed golden lion just clapped its dragon claws, which were emitting golden light. The wisp of black smoke disappeared instantly as if it had encountered the scorching sun. Her golden eyes stared at Kinyu fierily, and her throat was slightly moving. He could hardly suppress the urge in his heart to lick every inch of Kinyu's skin. You are such a difficult guy. Kinyu smiled bitterly, not expecting that all his attacks were ineffective. Spatial abilities cannot be captured, and mental shocks are ineffective. Now the extinction black fog is easily dissolved by the ultimate light attribute of the three-eyed golden lion. Under the pressure of this imperial beast, escaping is a luxury. Brother Tianmeng, is there any way? Kinyu called out to the Tianmeng ice silkworm pretending to be dead in his heart. It's no use calling me brother. What can I do? I would just give in. The auspicious beast of the emperor is also very beautiful, and is also the darling of the Stardew Great Forest. How many soul beasts would love to have him? Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's voice was lazy and a little teasing. Besides, I really don't understand why you want to run away. Isn't life pretty comfortable now? The master's pair of long white silk legs is what many people dream of, but you are still ungrateful for what you have. Kinyu's forehead was throbbing with veins. Tianmeng was really talking about things that were not relevant. Stop talking nonsense and think of a solution quickly. I don't want to be kept as a pet by a soul beast. Please continue reading, and I beg you to stop keeping the book. End of this chapter. Chapter 30, Space Strangulation. This is rampant. Chapter 30, Space Strangulation. This is rampant. There's really nothing I can do, even though this auspicious beast has only cultivated for a few thousand years. But the extreme light and fire attributes are almost comparable to those of soul beasts that are tens of thousands of years old. In terms of offensiveness alone, some 10-year-old soul beasts may not be its match. And you're just a level 20 rookie. It's amazing that you've been able to deal with her for this long. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm helplessly spread out his chubby little hands, his face full of helplessness. Seeing this stink bug making sarcastic remarks again, Kinyu directly made the little golden dragon appear in his sea of consciousness, and bit the round body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Ah! Brother Long, I was wrong, it's okay if I'm wrong. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm begged for mercy quickly, its skin torn apart by bites. Kinyu was speechless, and then he withdrew his mind and focused it back on the three-eyed golden lion. Little guy, just obey your sister. I will treat you well. The voice of the three-eyed golden lion was somewhat overbearing, followed by a loud dragon roar. A golden dragon-shaped light began to emerge from her body. The terrifying aura of golden dragon blood spread instantly. The surrounding space is filled with solemnity and sacredness. The golden flames between the four claws suddenly exploded. The three-eyed golden lion disappeared from the spot in an instant and slapped Kinyu fiercely with its claws. Kinyu's eyes narrowed, and he tried his best to mobilize all the soul power in his body, condensing it into a blue light shield around him. The blue and golden light collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. The light shield was torn apart in an instant, and the golden claws continued to rush towards Kinyu. Puff! Kinyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body retreated repeatedly under the huge impact, and his face turned pale as paper. The sharp dragon claws left several bloody marks on his body, deep enough to see the bones and dripping blood. Tianmeng! You stinky bug lied about military intelligence. What happened to the life reflection shield that you said could block anything? But when Kinyu saw Tianmen's condition in his sea of consciousness, he was stunned. Because Tianmen's body had turned black and the outer shell had cracked, revealing the crystal clear flesh inside that was emitting a slight heat. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. This is not my fault. I can't bear her extreme fire at all. Ahem. And I said I could bounce back all physical and mental attacks. I didn't say it could block elemental attacks, too. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm rolled over in pain, but then seemed to remember something and wailed tearfully, hey. The life reflection shield is supported by my life force. Don't use it again for a while. If you use it again, I'll die. When Kinyu saw his miserable appearance, she didn't know what to say. Humph, human, don't take my preference for you as a capital for your willfulness. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and surrender to me. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. The voice of the three-eyed golden lion was cold and contained unquestionable majesty. She walked over slowly, emitting the domineering aura of an emperor. The red pupil between the eyebrows slowly opened, and a strong sense of oppression came over him. She was burning with anger. The black fog had actually hurt her. Although it was only minor, it was an intolerable blasphemy. Xiao Yu, I beg you, please surrender quickly. Oh, Brother Long, stop biting me, or I will die. The wailing of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sounded again. Ahem, Brother Tianmeng, can you lend me your soul power? I won't return it to you. Kinyu pleaded with all his might, covering his wound, while letting the little golden dragon return to the depths of his blood. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm asked hesitantly, What are you going to do? Kinyu replied, have you forgotten that I have spatial abilities? It's just that I don't have the soul power to mobilize now. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said anxiously, but this will put a huge burden on your body and even exhaust your vitality. Kinyu, it's okay, just give it to me. I'm very strong and can hold on. Okay. Then I'll release a seal for you, and you take it. As Tianmeng finished his words, an extremely terrifying soul power suddenly burst out like a river bursting its banks, instantly filling Kinyu's sea of consciousness. Kinyu felt a black screen in front of his eyes and he almost fainted. His whole body was almost blown apart by this overwhelming soul power. The blood on his body gushed out like a fountain. Kinyu endured the pain in his body. A platinum soul ring appeared behind him. The silver-white light in my hands is gathering. The entire earth began to shake violently, and countless cracks spread out like spider webs. The big trees, huge rocks, and soil seemed to be cut apart by an invisible force. The surrounding space began to distort, and crackling sounds began to echo continuously. Hey, what are you doing? That's the royal beast. Are you crazy? You actually want to kill her? The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sensed the cold murderous intent in Kinyu's heart. His eyes widened in fear. In his opinion, attacking the imperial beast was unforgivable, and there was no other choice but to escape. I'm not a soul beast, why should I follow your rules? Kinyu's eyes were full of ferocity. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? The rabbit is in a hurry and even bites. I can't beat Bibi Dong, I can't beat Gu Yuena, so why can't I beat you, little beast? In his opinion, what the hell is the three-eyed golden lion? What is the imperial auspicious beast? Apart from some dragon blood, what is the difference between it and ordinary soul beasts? Oh! You beast! Today I'll show you what it means to be so rampant. Space twisting. Just as Kinyu was about to release his killing move, Tianmeng hurriedly took back all his strength. Kinyu's soul power was suddenly interrupted, and his body suffered a severe backlash. He fell to the ground shakily. Sorry. I really can't do anything to the three-eyed golden lion. This is a taboo that is not allowed. It is a rule that is engraved deep in the soul of every soul beast when it is born. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's voice carried a hint of guilt. In his opinion, Kinyu is simply a lunatic. He clearly admitted his mistake, knelt down and begged for mercy, and even won the favor of a little princess. Why did it come to this, Kinyu? Kinyu felt like she was going to be socially dead. I had already called out the name of my skill, and you interrupted me? This hurts more than being slapped in the face. Cough cough. Kinyu struggled to get up from the ground, glanced at the three-eyed golden lion, and then lay weakly on the ground, waiting for the decision of fate. Human! Do you really think I won't kill you? The three-eyed golden lion became completely serious after sensing the fatal threat. A brilliant golden ball of light began to slowly gather in her mouth, and the aura around her became even more violent. The terrifying pressure caused the soul beasts within several kilometers around to crawl on the ground and tremble. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong protects her cub domineeringly. Chapter 31 Bibi Dong protects her cub domineeringly. Oh? Really? Even if this little beast is the son of sin, he still has my Bibi Dong's blood flowing in his veins. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I'm afraid all your thousands of years of cultivation will be wasted. A cold and majestic voice suddenly sounded in this space. The terrifying pressure of divine power swept over in an instant, even the air solidified. The three-eyed golden lion suddenly paused, slowly raised its head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. I saw a woman wearing a gorgeous robe and a purple gold crown on her head slowly walking into the battlefield. She has a beautiful face, small and rosy lips, and a faint smile at the corners of her mouth, giving people a gentle and charming feeling. Her long lavender hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her figure is well proportioned, with full and firm breasts, slender waist and round buttocks, as if she is the most perfect masterpiece between heaven and earth. She looks as gentle as the girl next door. But Kinyu's heart was filled with fear. Is this the calm before the storm? It's you. The three-eyed golden lion's pupils suddenly shrank and his body trembled uncontrollably. because the number of soul beasts that died at the hands of this woman exceeded tens of millions. She slaughtered soul beasts crazily like an executioner, making all soul beasts terrified. Mom. Kinyu's voice was a little dry. He felt like he was doomed. He had only been out for a few days and hadn't even leveled up when he was caught by the villain boss. He tried to force a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. I just came out to play for a few days. I didn't mean to do anything bad. My dear son, I have been searching for you with great difficulty. But what's that attitude of yours? Aren't you glad to see me? Oh. It's not cute at all. This makes me start to wonder whether you are necessary to exist. Although Bibi Dong's voice was soft, it was as cold as ice. She walked slowly towards Kinyu, grabbed Kinyu's neck with her jade hands and lifted him up. When he saw Kinyu's frightened eyes, he felt the pain in his heart grow stronger, but his appearance remained as cold as ice. He is only 2 years old, but the innocent smile he once had is gone, replaced by a deep wariness and fear of this world. Bibi Dong's heart skipped a beat and her eyes reddened slightly, but she quickly suppressed her emotions, not wanting anyone to see her vulnerability. But she still unconsciously let go of his hand, hugged him tightly in her arms, and whispered, "Come back with me, be obedient in the future, and don't run around anymore, otherwise I will really be angry. And don't call me Mom, you are not worthy." Hearing this, Kinyu looked up at Bibi Dong in confusion, then smiled, and wiped the tears from her eyes as she did before, nodded obediently, and said softly, "Okay, I won't run around, I will be obedient." The fear in the heart of the three-eyed golden lion grew stronger. Even though Bibi Dong never looked at her straight in the eye from beginning to end. But the cold murderous intent had made her body almost unable to move. There is no doubt that I have been locked in. Any action taken would bring about a devastating blow. But how could he be willing to let her watch Bibi Dong snatch Kinyu away? The three-eyed golden lion said coldly, "Human, give it back to me. This little guy is my prey. Otherwise, I will not let you leave this star forest." "Oh? Prey?" Bibi Dong laughed angrily and looked down at Kinyu. The little guy looked a little dirty. His body was pierced by several invisible bloodstains, and his clothes were stained red with blood. The flame of life was so weak that it seemed that it could be extinguished at any time. Even the true dragon bloodline was eroded and devoured by some powerful force, appearing mottled and fragile. Bibi Dong felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if a blunt knife was cutting her flesh, and it was unbearable. How dare that woman do that? She even dared to destroy the cub that she herself was reluctant to eat, but she still sneered and said sarcastically, "Is this the treatment you get for betraying me? Ha! You little beast are really getting more and more promising." Bibi Dong said this, no longer able to suppress the anger in her heart. His eyes turned red, and the bloodthirsty murderous intent gushed out like a substance. The aura around her suddenly surged, and the air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. The Rakshasa demon scythe suddenly emerged from the palm of her hand, with a dark purple light flowing on it and a heart-pounding breath of death. How dare a mere untransformed soul beast dare to claim to capture my son? If you hurt him in the slightest, I will take my revenge on you 1,000 times over. Bibi Dong swung out the Rakshasa blade suddenly, cutting through the sky and going straight for the head of the three-eyed golden lion. The three-eyed golden lion's pupils suddenly shrank as it felt a fatal sense of crisis. But with the help of the power of destiny, she temporarily withstood the pressure and took a few steps back in time. But he was also blown away by the aftermath and suffered serious injuries. Squeak! The three-eyed golden lion let out a shrill howl. Tianmeng Binkan said dumbly, "This woman is crazy. She actually dared to attack the emperor's auspicious beast. Oh my god! It's been less than a month. Where did she get the artifact? She must have spent money on it." Kinyu felt the Rakshasa divine power surging on the Rakshasa demon scythe, and pondered secretly in his heart. But his face was even more obedient. He happily hugged Bibi Dong's neck, rubbed his face against it gently, and said in a soft voice, "Mom, you are so awesome. I want to be as strong as you in the future to protect you." Bibi Dong pursed her red lips, feeling a hint of warmth in her heart. Feeling the warm touch on my neck and the little guy's admiration, I felt unprecedented excitement and pleasure in my heart. But he still snorted coldly, "Humph, you are so smooth-talking. I'm afraid you are thinking about how to kill me. And you are not allowed to call me Mom. Hey! You even called your mother to save your life. I despise you." Tianmeng's silkworm had a look of disgust on his face, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. "Kinyu. I should have fried this bug, crunchy as hell." Kinyu's face turned slightly red, but she was concerned about her life. He could only bite the bullet and continue to speak coquettishly in that soft voice, "Mom, I know I was wrong. I will be obedient and never run around again. Will you forgive me?" As he spoke, he gently tugged at Bibi Dong's collar with his little hand, his eyes full of innocence and pleading. At the same time, he pressed his lips on Bibi Dong's cheek, leaving a shallow kiss mark. "You." Bibi Dong was slightly stunned, and her cheeks instantly turned red. The murderous look in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his eyes became clear. "Looking at the little cutie in my arms, I feel like my heart is melting. I wish I could bring all the good things in the world to him. I beg you all to read this book." The popularity of this book has been cut in half since it was put on the shelves. It has dropped directly from 46% to 23%. The author is forced to deliver food every day. Woohoo! End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Gu Yuena and number 039, S Arrival. Read more. Chapter 32, Gu Yuena's Arrival. Read more. Humph! You are such a young devil, yet you are a disaster to the country and the people. Now only I can deal with you. Go back and starve for 2 days as your punishment." After saying this, Bibi Dong's lips curled up into an indulgent smile, and her cold eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. Hearing this, Kinyu breathed a sigh of relief, at least he had avoided a beating. Roar! Suddenly a loud roar came from the forest. The overwhelming pressure caused the entire Stardew forest to tremble. I saw a giant beast rushing out from the forest. He is shaped like a lion, with 3 heads, each of which is more than 1 m in diameter, and his whole body radiates a red-gold glow. The Scarlet King growled, "Human, do you know who he is? How dare you touch him? Do you want to fight to the death with us soul beasts? Humph! Do you think you deserve to fight to the death?" Bibi Dong sneered and swung the Rakshasa demon scythe lightly. A pitch-black sickle phantom cut through the air, carrying the momentum of destroying the world, and went straight towards the Red King. The Scarlet King stretched out his body and transformed into a streak of red-gold lightning, barely avoiding the fatal blow. But the aftermath still caused the blood and energy in its body to churn. With just one move he knew that he could not be a match for this human. He let out a low roar, and the terrifying sound waves shattered the surrounding trees. This roar was equivalent to shouting in the common language of soul beasts, "The auspicious beast is here, come and protect me quickly. King Chi, kill that damn woman immediately. I want to take that little guy back to make my dinner." The 3-eyed golden lion looked at Kinyu coldly. Her voice turned out to be a clear and pleasant female voice, which sounded pleasant but also had a chill that could not be ignored. Her golden eyes sparkled with greed. She had a hunch that as long as she swallowed Kinyu, the golden dragon blood in the body will be fully awakened, and one can even directly transform into a dragon and become a god. This temptation was almost irresistible to her. For dinner. The Red King was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly and said, "Little Jin and I, you can't eat that kid, he is." Chi Wang thought for a long time but still didn't know how to describe Kinyu's identity. After all, who is this kid? He doesn't know. But judging from Tian's attitude, it was obvious that the child was of some importance. No matter who he is, as long as he can enhance my strength, I will not let him go. The three-eyed golden lion roared angrily, with golden blood flowing from the corners of its mouth. It was obvious that it had been seriously injured before. Dinner. Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes slightly, and her voice was as cold as ice. Humph. It seems that your little beast's bloodline is really attractive to soul beasts. Isn't it possible that part of your bloodline has been devoured by this woman? How pitiful and sad. And now this beast who came from nowhere wants to have a piece of the pie. Bibi Dong looked at Kinyu's severe, unhealed wounds, and an indescribable anger and heartache surged in her heart. Even though he was beaten half to death before, he had never seen anyone bleeding like this. Obviously, there is a big problem with the origin of the bloodline, and even the foundation has been shaken. Kinyu looked up at her aggrievedly and kept silent. Because there was no choice at all if he didn't take the initiative to contribute his bloodline at that time. Gu Yuena had no choice but to devour him in order to preserve herself and the peace of the Star Forest. As for sleeping for tens of thousands of years? That's just a trick to fool children. If they really sleep for tens of thousands of years, the gods will attack and the soul beasts will definitely face a catastrophe. Bibi Dong looked at his pitiful little appearance and her fingers trembled slightly with anger. She glanced coldly at the Red King and the three-eyed golden lion. Her pupils turned red again and the bloodthirsty murderous intent spread like a substance. He couldn't imagine what fate Xiao would face if she hadn't arrived in time today. You all deserve to die. The soul-devouring Spider Emperor's first soul skill, Half Moon. 6 spider spears appeared behind Bibi Dong, emitting an intense dark green light. Finally, they gathered into crescent-shaped blades of light, all shooting towards the Red King and the three-eyed golden lion. The Red King's face changed drastically. He hurriedly picked up the three-eyed golden lion and retreated violently. Humph! Escape? Can you escape? Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and with a thought, the crescent-shaped light blade instantly changed direction and chased after him. Oh no, this woman really intends to kill the Emperor's auspicious beast. Xiao Yu, stop him quickly. If the three-eyed golden lion dies, the entire Xingda Great Forest will go crazy, and we might be buried with him. The voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sounded anxiously in Kinyu's mind. Upon hearing this, Kinyu hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and patted Bibi Dong's pretty face, interrupting her spell. Because of his interference, all of Bibi Dong's attacks fell into nothingness. She lowered her head and shouted, "What are you doing, you little beast? Believe it or not, I will pinch you directly." Before Bibi Dong could finish her words, she was dazzled by that pair of clear blue eyes. The scolding in his mouth stopped unconsciously, but his eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. "You want me to let them go?" Bibi Dong asked coldly. Chiian Dao asked cautiously, "Mom, can't I?" "Don't call me Mom, you're not worthy." Bibi Dong immediately retorted, staring at Kinyu intently. "Do you think I'm afraid of the revenge of these soul beasts? I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Would I be afraid of any threats?" Bibi Dong roared angrily. But the body has been firmly locked by an extremely terrifying aura. After so many days of fighting, Bibi Dong must know what this aura represents. But she didn't want to let go. She was unwilling to do so, and she didn't want to experience the pain of losing Kinyu again. "Bibi Dong, put Xiao down, and then you can go away." Gu Yuena's figure slowly emerged, her voice was full of ethereality and majesty, and her eyes were as cold as ice. She was wearing a silver long skirt, the hem of which swayed gently, and a faint silver glow surrounded her body, like condensed moonlight, making people dare not look directly at her. "Mom, put me down. Xiao doesn't feel any pain. She's fine now. It's okay." Kinyu noticed that something was wrong with Bibi Dong. Is she thinking of strangling herself to death? He quickly comforted her with a soft voice and a bright smile on his face. "Shut up. You think I'm worried about you, you bastard." Bibi Dong's body trembled, her eyes turned red, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. She almost didn't dare to look at Kinyu, for fear that the defenses in her heart would completely collapse. She knew very well that since Gu Yuena was here, she would not be able to take Kinyu away. But she was also very glad. If she had not come, the consequences would have been disastrous. If Xiaohu dies, this world will no longer have any meaning. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Bibi Dong's Resentment. Chapter 33 Bibi Dong's Resentment. Silver Dragon King, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Bibi Dong's voice trembled slightly, but remained firm. Kinyu hurriedly comforted her. It's okay, Mom, Xiaohu is living well here, everyone is so nice to me. Oh? Really? Since Sister Nana is so good to you, why do you want to leave again? Do you know that I will be very angry? Gu Yuena's eyes were dark and the anger in her heart was almost bursting out. She couldn't believe that Kinyu, whom she regarded as a treasure, would choose to leave the Stardew Great Forest. Returning to this mother who once wanted to hurt him and who might even hate him in her heart. Gu Yuena's pressure could not be suppressed and was released indiscriminately. Kinyu was the first to be hit. He was already seriously injured, and now he has no soul power to protect him. His internal organs felt like they were crushed by a huge rock, and the severe pain made his face turn pale as paper in an instant. Bibi Dong reacted instantly and hurriedly held her tightly in her arms. A strong fluctuation of soul power suddenly erupted from her body, confronting Gu Yuena's pressure head-on. Puff! Kinyu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his injuries became more serious at this moment. Blood flowed like a stream, staining Bibi Dong's clothes. Bibi Dong panicked instantly and hurriedly took out various precious herbs from the storage soul guide. Hey, don't die, you little bastard. If you dare to die, I will grind you into dust. Do you hear me? Bibi Dong's voice was tearful as she frantically treated Kinyu's wound. Looking at the body covered in blood, she didn't know where to start for a moment and could only randomly sprinkle the powder on the wound. What am I doing? This is the child of that beast Kyung Sunji. Wouldn't it be better if he died? But why does my heart hurt so much, as if it were being stabbed by thousands of needles? Gu Yuena instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong, slapped her and sent her flying dozens of meters away, staring at her coldly. Get lost! Don't come here again! Get as far away from me as possible. If I see you again next time, I will show no mercy. Gu Yuena's voice was cold, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. My lord, no. This woman hurt the auspicious beast, we can't let her leave so easily. Chi Wang's voice suddenly rang out, and he flashed, blocking Bibi Dong's way, his eyes full of anger. King Chi, get out of the way. You should pray that nothing happens to Xiaohu, otherwise both you and the so-called auspicious beast will have no chance of survival. Gu Yuena glanced coldly at the Red King and the three-eyed golden lion, then turned and left. The Emperor's auspicious beast possesses the terrifying power of destiny. As long as he doesn't want to die, almost no creature can truly kill him. But as long as Gu Yuena really wants to do it, she is absolutely capable of making the three-eyed golden lion experience a life worse than death. Tian remained silent, but gently picked up the trembling three-eyed golden lion and slowly followed behind Gu Yuena. He, Gu Yuena, if you don't kill me today, you will definitely regret it. After being knocked away, Bibi Dong managed to keep her body steady, blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, but her smile was extremely ferocious. His eyes were red as he stared at Gu Yuena. The hatred in his heart was like a poisonous snake that entangled him and he couldn't break free. She clenched her hands into fists, her nails dug deep into her palms, and blood dripped between her fingers. My lord, why don't you kill him right now? Tian's grim voice rang in Gu Yuena's ears, his eyes revealing his deep fear and murderous intent towards Bibi Dong. No need, let her live like this. Maybe it will be more painful than death. Gu Yuena's voice was low and cold, like a chill wind from the abyss, without any emotion. When Bibi Dong heard Gu Yuena's words, she couldn't hold back her tears and burst out. She bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound, but her body was shaking like a sieve. Kinyu poked his head out from Gu Yuena's shoulder, glanced at Bibi Dong curiously, and finally his gaze fell on Gu Yuena's profile. Humph! What are you looking at? I'll deal with you when we get back. Gu Yuena curled up the corners of her mouth imperceptibly. A woman's jealousy will make Bibi Dong suffer a fate worse than death, but for Xiaoyu, only I am enough. Sister Nana, I'm hungry. Kinyu put his arms around Gu Yuena's neck, buried his head in her neck, rubbed it, trying to get away with it by being cute. Oh! You still want to eat? Go hungry. You are eating my food and drinking my drinks now, and you still want to escape. Do you really think I won't beat you? Gu Yuena felt very frustrated and her heart was filled with anger. Kinyu had already fainted due to excessive bleeding. The silly child didn't say a word from beginning to end. No matter how much pain it was, she just bit her lips tightly to prevent herself from making any sound. She looked at Kinyu's pale little face, and the anger in her heart was gradually replaced by heartache. Forget it, I'll deal with you when you wake up. Gu Yuena and Tian brought Kinyu and the three-eyed golden lion back to the Lake of Life and handed them over to Bridget for treatment. Tian came to Gu Yuena's side, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Tell me. Tian, what do you want to talk to me about? Gu Yuena squatted by the Lake of Life, gently stirring the water, causing delicate ripples to appear on the surface. Tian said in a deep voice, My lord, you should know that boy is the successor of the god of destruction. No matter what, he should not continue to stay in the Star Do Great Forest. Gu Yuena's body froze and she didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the full moon in the sky, and the pain in his heart was like a cut by the moonlight, bleeding. Putting it in the Star Forest means that we have to live under the eyes of the god of destruction at all times. Let alone counterattacking the god realm, even protecting ourselves is a problem now. Our only choice now is for you, my lord, to devour that brat and become the supreme dragon god. Only in this way can we make soul beasts great again. Every word of Tian hit Gu Yuena's heart like a heavy hammer, making her feel suffocated. Tian, do you know why I favor him so much? Gu Yuena's voice carried an ethereal and sacred charm. Because you, my lord, have been bewitched by that boy's fallen angel spirit. Tian's tone was calm, and he didn't respond to Gu Yuena's words at all. You, Tian, don't force me to beat you. Gu Yuena looked resentful. What's wrong with this subordinate? Doesn't he give me any face at all? Hey! Boss, that's all I have to say. Besides, the auspicious Emperor Beast is the foundation of our Xingda Great Forest. Don't get carried away and kill it. Tian sighed, turned, and left. Having such a love-brained master, he is really worried. Please continue to read, and stop supporting the book. The author really can't sustain it any longer. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 I am a good god king, but I don't. And number 039, T want to be a rebel with you. Chapter 34 I am a good god king, but I don't want to be a rebel with you at the same time. In Kinyu Sea of Consciousness. Brother has already told me that we can stay in the Xingda Great Forest and enjoy the delicious food and drinks. Why do you want to run away? The Tianmeng ice silkworm lay comfortably in the Sea of Consciousness. Feeling the healing light slowly seeping into his body, he squinted his eyes comfortably. Given the favor the Lord has shown you now, maybe you can become a supreme ruler in the God realm in the future. With such a bright future, you still want to run away. You really don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Kinyu wiped the silvery white stripes on the little golden dragon's body with some heartache. This means that his bloodline is being constantly eroded and polluted by Gu Yuena's power. Hearing Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's words, Kinyu said with some indifference, but what if I say that the probability of a soul beast successfully counterattacking the divine world is 0? What? Don't talk nonsense, my lord is so powerful that even the angel god was almost killed by her. It's only a matter of time before she counterattacks the god realm. When Tianmeng Ice Silkworm heard this, he immediately became unhappy. It waved its chubby silkworm pupa, trying to refute Kinyu's negative remarks. Kinyu did not choose to mention the 5 great gods, but said in a deep voice, I am a human, not a soul beast. Our positions are inherently opposite. If one day you soul beasts want to counterattack the god realm, I will stop you. Because a group of soul beasts who regard human life as worthless reached the top. The best outcome for humans is to face brutal and barbaric rule, and the worst outcome is to be reduced to blood food and kept in captivity. I can't imagine how dark and desperate the world would be if it became like that. Kinyu sighed. He is not a good person though. But even a hypocritical person like Tang San has a sense of justice. Then how could he be a traitor, not to mention that Gu Yuena's revival is inextricably linked to himself? You are slandering us. We soul beasts are much kinder than you humans. You humans are the race that treat us soul beasts as soul rings and food. When it comes to cruelty, you humans are second to none. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's voice was filled with a bit of indignation and dissatisfaction. Okay, let's talk about the most realistic example. I am the heir of the god of destruction. With my talent, I can become the god of destruction in less than 30 years. I am a good god king, but I am not willing to be a rebel against you. Are you crazy? After Kinyu finished speaking, he lowered his head and continued to rub the silver stripes on the little golden dragon's body. Those silver stripes are like the shackles of fate. He was bound so tightly that he could hardly breathe. But the master is so good to you, can you really bear it? The voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm trembled a little. He didn't expect Kinyu to be so realistic and not care about any feelings at all. When the soul beasts go to war with the god realm, that will be the day I die, and the one who kills me is exactly the master you mentioned. If he wants to achieve the throne of God King, the best way is to devour me. In the face of the interests of the tribe, she will not hesitate. There was a hint of bitterness in Kinyu's voice. Hanging out with Bibi Dong, even though I get beaten up all day, at least I can still stay alive. Who knows, he might even become a god king in the future and turn the tables and trample her under his feet. But if you hang out with Gu Yuena, you will be a pet that provides emotional value in peacetime, and once war breaks out, you will be a stepping stone for her to reach the top. Moreover, if he surrendered to the enemy, he might be destroyed by the god of destruction in the next second, and his soul would be annihilated, with no chance of reincarnation. All this is just your guess, don't be so pessimistic. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm tried to ease the atmosphere with a relaxed tone. Kinyu glanced at him and said nothing. In fact, most of his words were meant for the god of destruction who was watching from behind. When your life is in control, not standing firm is simply seeking death. And deep in the sea of consciousness, a pair of vertical pupils closed their eyes in pain. Gu Yuena felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. She never thought about how much she loved and cared for Kinyu. But in the other person's heart, it has become a shackle for future life and death decisions. That love and pampering were now like a sharp blade, cutting her heart with every inch. Am I really wrong? Gu Yuena murmured to herself, tears unconsciously sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto the lakeside, creating ripples one after another. It's not that she doesn't understand the overall situation, she just doesn't want to think about it, and doesn't dare to think about it. If even Tian could figure it out, how could she not see through it since she inherited the wise divinity of the dragon god, but the word love is the most difficult to understand. Spirit world. Inside a temple. The god of destruction looked at the illusory scene before him and nodded with great satisfaction. Xiaolu, I told you my vision is never wrong. Look at how good this child's character is. When it comes to racial right and wrong, he's already so aware at just 2 years old. It seems that the expansion plan of the God realm can be put on the agenda. I feel relieved to leave the God realm to him. The god of destruction was filled with relief. What a wonderful boy! He thought the child had grown up crooked. How come his charm attribute is so strong? It turns out that his character is so cold and ruthless, which is a natural match for his position as the god of destruction. No, Xiaozi, I don't agree. I absolutely disagree with you passing the throne to this child. There is no love in this child's heart, only cold calculations and weighings. If he were allowed to take charge of the divine realm, it would be a disaster for countless planes. The goddess of life retorted firmly. This child is so scheming at such a young age. He will inevitably become an evil dark god in the future. It took me a lot of effort to pull Xiaozi's heart back from devastation. We must not allow another extreme god of destruction to appear in the divine world. The god of destruction narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, the god of destruction does not need love. This child is the best successor to the throne of destruction. Currently, all gods in the Douluo god realm are bound by emotions, and even I am no exception. We need a ruthless judge to expand the territory of the divine world. Xiaozi, if you have the guts, don't get into my bed again. The goddess of life suddenly raised her voice and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Obviously she was very angry. This. The god of destruction was speechless for a moment, and finally could only change the subject helplessly. Forget it, let's not talk about this. After the meeting tomorrow, I will go down to the mortal world and execute the silver dragon to prevent her from becoming a nuisance in the future. When the goddess of life heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She bit her lower lip and glared at the god of destruction. Xiaozi, why did you become like this? What did the Silver Dragon King do wrong? All of this is the legacy of the Dragon God. She herself is also a victim. How can you decide her life or death so cruelly? As gods, we should be merciful and guide her towards goodness, rather than taking her life so easily. I was speechless. I was delivering a takeaway and a bug got into my eye. I went to the public toilet to flush it, and my eye became inflamed with bacteria. I felt so numb. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 35 Gu Yuena is jealous. Please read. Please vote for recommendation. The Silver Dragon King is a threat to the God realm and must be eradicated. Life, have you forgotten how the Golden Dragon King once caused a bloody storm in the God realm? How much did our Divine Realm Committee pay to seal him away? The God of Destruction sneered, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. She is different. She is the product of the goodwill of the Dragon God. We should give her a chance to reform. Could it be that this vast divine world cannot accommodate even a glimmer of life for other races? The eyes of the goddess of life were slightly red, and her voice was a little choked. Humph! If she is not of my kind, her heart must be different. How do you know that she will not follow in the footsteps of the Golden Dragon King and endanger the God realm again? Life. Your kindness is meaningless and will only become our weakness. The God of Destruction said coldly. I don't care. I'm going to find evil and good and make them vote against it. Xiaozi, your evil plan will never succeed. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, the goddess of life flashed and turned into a green light, instantly disappearing in the temple. The god of destruction stared at the direction where the goddess of life left in silence for a long time, and finally could only sigh unwillingly. Outside world. Bridget quickly cured the three-eyed golden lion and Kinyu. The three-eyed golden lion felt relieved when he woke up and found that Gu Yuena was just crying and not causing trouble for him. She quietly slipped to Kinyu's side, looked at him with wide eyes, and finally couldn't help but stick out her tongue and licked Kinyu's cheek. And the other side. Bridget took out a handkerchief, came to Gu Yuena, and gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. Gu Yuena opened her eyes and looked at Bridget, her eyes full of helplessness and confusion. Okay, Master, you are our soul beast leader, you can't cry easily. Did that bastard Chiian make you angry again? I'm going to settle the score with him right now. Bridget said this indignantly, and turned to leave, but was gently pulled back by Gu Yuena. No, Baiji, it's none of Tian's business. Gu Yuena's voice was hoarse and low. I was wondering if I was really wrong. I tried to give Xiao a carefree environment to grow up in, but I never expected that this love would become a burden and shackle for him. As soon as Kinyu opened her eyes, she felt her face was wet and warm. He looked up and met the curious golden eyes of the three-eyed golden lion, as well as the water droplets remaining on the tip of its tongue. Look at her furry, round, and cute appearance. Kinyu's heart was touched, and he couldn't help but hug her in his arms and rub her. The three-eyed golden lion did not resist, but just squinted his eyes comfortably, and then rubbed against his arms even harder. Hey! Human, from now on you are my private property. Only I can bully you, no one else can. The three-eyed golden lion suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a bit of arrogance and childishness, as if declaring sovereignty. Gu Yuena walked in from outside and her face immediately turned black when she saw this scene. He directly took the three-eyed golden lion out of Kinyu's arms and put it aside. You little bastard! Stay away from my cub! Believe it or not, I will whip your dragon tendons. The three-eyed golden lion was frightened and shuddered. He shrank his neck in grievance and glanced at Kinyu secretly. Sister Gu Yuena, how could you hide such an interesting human cub? Let him play with me. The three-eyed golden lion blinked its big watery eyes, trying to soften Gu Yuena's heart by acting cute. Gu Yuena said unkindly, Humph, do you know that Xiao was almost killed by you? You still want to play? Reflect on yourself first. The three-eyed golden lion had no choice but to retreat aside in disappointment, but its golden eyes still secretly glanced at Kinyu from time to time, full of unwillingness. Kinyu felt a little uneasy when he saw Gu Yuena. Just based on the words I said in my sea of consciousness. It would be a light punishment for Gu Yuena to kill herself directly. He was not sure whether Gu Yuena was eavesdropping or not. After all, Gu Yuena's bottom line is that she has no bottom line at all, especially when it comes to things concerning him. I wish I could stare at him 24 hours a day. Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu's anxious eyes, which were like a little rabbit, and felt mixed emotions. She slowly walked up to Kinyu, squatted down, and looked at him. Sister Nana, what happened? Kinyu avoided her gaze guiltily, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Yuena looked at it for a moment, but still couldn't bear to blame him. She just sighed softly, reached out her hands, held him in her arms, pinched his soft little face, and then took out a lunchbox. Hurry up and eat. I made this myself. If you don't finish it, I'll beat you up. Kinyu opened the lunchbox and the corners of her mouth couldn't stop twitching. When I saw the bloody soul beast entrails inside, I felt my stomach churning. He really wanted to know how these dragons could eat such strong-tasting food. Wow! They look delicious. The brain of a light-type soul beast, the heart of a fire-type soul beast, and the essence of blue-silver grass. The three-eyed golden lion jumped directly into Kinyu's arms, looked at the lunchbox in his hand, and drooled unconsciously. But his attention was more on the comfort brought by Kinyu's soft skin. Of course it would be better without those annoying hairs. Thinking of this, the three-eyed golden lion couldn't help but look up at Gu Yuena, and happened to see the blush on her face. So this is Sister Gu Yuena's happiness? A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the three-eyed golden lion, and it seemed to have found new fun. Kinyu unconsciously smoothed the fur of the little animal in his arms. It has to be said that the three-eyed golden lion is worthy of being the darling of the world. The affinity he exuded all the time made Kinyu unable to resist wanting to get closer to him. Eat quickly, don't dawdle. And you little pervert, get out of here now, there's no place for you, or I'll stew you. Gu Yuena felt very uncomfortable when she saw how close Kinyu and the auspicious beast were. What's going on with these two little guys? They were mortal enemies just a few hours ago, how come they became so close in the blink of an eye? Gu Yuena frowned slightly, jealousy rising quietly in her heart. Her mental power traveled through Kinyu's body and soon found the source of the abnormality. It turned out that the silver dragon blood she left in Kinyu's body produced a subtle resonance with the golden dragon blood of the three-eyed golden lion. Due to the rarity of dragons, male and female dragons will unconsciously develop attraction and closeness when they come into close contact. This effect is particularly significant for immature dragons. Gu Yuena's face turned dark. It turned out that she was the culprit. If I were a male, wouldn't I fall in love with this stinky beast? Oh! It feels so disgusting. Please read on, and please give me recommendation votes and monthly tickets. Too many people are supporting the book, and the author can't hold on any longer. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, The Three-Eyed Golden Lion Transforms into a Human. Please vote for recommendation. Chapter 36, The Three-Eyed Golden Lion Transforms into a Human. Please recommend. It's okay, Sister Nana. I can't finish it all by myself. Kinyu picked up a piece of brain marrow and stuffed it directly into the mouth of the three-eyed golden lion. The little guy chewed it excitedly. Now I have one more reason to run away. Is this something edible? Xiaohu, you are not allowed to be picky about food, and you are not allowed to feed the cat. This little bastard is not a good person, stay away from her. She is an evil soul beast that regards human life as worthless. Gu Yuena said to Kinyu with a serious face. The corners of Kinyu's mouth twitched. I knew this silly dragon was eavesdropping. But judging from her appearance, it shouldn't be a big problem. As for whether the three-eyed golden lion is good or bad, he doesn't care. Anyone who can help you deal with these unpalatable foods is a good friend. The three-eyed golden lion protested, I am not a bad soul beast. Sister Gu Yuena, you are prejudiced. I am a very good person and never bite anyone. Those golden eyes sparkled with innocence. In the end, this meal was under Kinyu's deliberate guidance. Most of it went into the stomach of the three-eyed golden lion, and he only tasted a few bites symbolically. Sister Gu Yuena, what do you think of me? How about I be your daughter-in-law? I will definitely take good care of Xiaohu. The three-eyed golden lion suddenly said seriously. That expression seemed to be saying something extremely serious. Those eyes stared straight at Kinyu, almost trapping the entire beast in them. Kinyu was so frightened that she almost dropped her chopsticks. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the three-eyed golden lion in disbelief. I want to treat you as a pet, but you want to have sex with me. Impossible. Don't even think about it. You bastard. Put away your dirty thoughts, or I'll break your legs. Gu Yuena's face turned ashen in an instant, as if water could drip out of it. She pulled the three-eyed golden lion out of Kinyu's arms and glared at it fiercely. He he he. Old woman, you still want to be the old cow eating the young grass? It's time to give us young soul beasts a chance. The three-eyed golden lion curled its lips. Although it was intimidated by Gu Yuena's aura, its stubbornness was still evident. Old woman. Do you really think I dare not whip your dragon tendons? Gu Yuena's voice was as cold as ice, and a dangerous light flashed in her eyes. The three-eyed golden lion raised its head unyieldingly and said with a look of dissatisfaction, even if you can suppress me with force, my love for Xiaohu cannot be stopped by any force. Gu Yuena scolded mercilessly, is that love? You are just lusting after his body, you are a slut. Sister Nana, don't be angry, Xiaojin and I might just be joking. Kinyu gently pulled Gu Yuena's sleeve, trying to ease the atmosphere. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Xiaohu, from the first time I saw you, I had a special feeling for you. I know you may think I'm childish, or even a little too much, but I really want to be with you, protect you, and take care of you. The three-eyed golden lion kept exhaling hot air from its mouth. If it weren't for the golden hair, her face would probably have turned red. Kinyu was slightly stunned, forced a smile, and said, sorry, I still prefer humans. Besides, I am only 2 years old now, it is too early to say such things. Did you hear that? Xiaohu said she doesn't like you, so stay away from me from now on, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Gu Yuena threw the three-eyed golden lion away, her eyes full of warning. The three-eyed golden lion's eyes dimmed for a moment, but soon regained their stubbornness. It gently licked the remaining food residue at the corner of its mouth, and a hint of heat flashed in its golden eyes. Then it pounced towards Kinyu suddenly, pressed him under it, and held Kinyu's shoulders tightly with its two front paws. A loud dragon roar continued to sound from her body. A golden dragon hovered over her body, and the entire beast began to grow in size. Suddenly the whole sky turned into a brilliant golden color, and a figure gradually emerged from the golden light. A girl with long wavy pink hair with golden hues appeared in front of the two men. She has a stunning face, a tall figure, and snow-white skin as smooth as cream. The most important thing is that she was not wearing anything. The three-eyed golden lion hugged Kinyu in his arms. The delicate skin pressed against Kinyu's chest. The breathing of both of them suddenly became rapid. How is it? Is my sister's body soft? Is it white? Does it look good? The three-eyed golden lion smiled proudly, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction in his heart. Clothes. Clothes. You exhibitionist, put on your clothes quickly. Do you believe I will beat you to death? Gu Yuena's pupils shrank suddenly, and she hurried over to cover Kinyu's eyes. Kinyu felt the soft touch of her body and the perfect figure she had just seen, and her heart was beating fast. Wait. I can't think about it anymore, I can't think about it anymore. Don't look at what's indecent, don't look at what's indecent. Gu Yuena was so angry that she was shaking all over. She rescued Kinyu from the claws of the three-eyed golden lion and said angrily, "You bastard, are you itching for a beating?" The three-eyed golden lion, however, looked nonchalant. She waved at Gu Yuena frivolously, as if to say, "Come on." That smug little expression makes people angry and annoyed. But there is an inexplicable charm that makes it impossible to really get angry with her. Hey, do you think I don't dare? Gu Yuena snorted coldly. She would not be affected by this affinity. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would beat this little bastard up. Upon seeing this, the three-eyed golden lion hurriedly conjured up a gorgeous golden long dress. She spun gracefully like a fairy in the forest, her golden skirt drawing beautiful lines. A sly smile appeared on her lips. Is this all right, old woman? Don't look for excuses to do it again. Gu Yuena took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. It's really lowering your own standards to get angry with this little bastard. She turned to look at Kinyu, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. Xiaohu, are you okay? Don't be scared by this crazy girl. Kinyu smiled awkwardly, her cheeks slightly flushed, she lowered her head and said nothing, but she couldn't stop feeling restless in her heart. When Gu Yuena saw Kinyu's appearance, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. You've never even blushed in front of me, why are you blushing now? Can this damn girl be as pretty as me? Oh, you're blushing, little one. How is it? Am I pretty? Do you want to be my partner? I'll show you every day in the future. The three-eyed golden lion became even more proud when he saw Kinyu was shy. She moved closer to Kinyu, almost touching his face, and held him tightly in her arms. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, Destruction God Test. 4 years later. Chapter 37, Destruction God Test. 4 years later. Suddenly, a dark purple light flashed in Kinyu's eyes. The restless silver dragon blood in the body was instantly suppressed by a powerful force. He pushed the three-eyed golden lion away violently, and his eyes became clear again. At the same time, a piece of information about the divine test of destruction appeared in his mind. Destruction test: kill a 10,000-year-old soul beast alone within 4 years, the third soul ring must be no less than 10,000 years old. Kinyu frowned slightly. His physical strength could no longer support him in absorbing the huge energy of the 10,000-year soul ring. If it was before, he would be confident even if it was 100,000-year spirit ring. But now most of the blood essence has been absorbed by Gu Yuena. His body was like a lake that was about to dry up, unable to bear any more power. Xiaohu, what's wrong with you? Gu Yuena sensed the destructive power in Kinyu's body and hurried forward to support him, constantly probing his body with her mental power. Kinyu hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully, it's nothing, it's just that the god of destruction has given me a test. If I want to become the god of destruction, I must complete the 9 tests of destruction. Destroy the divine test? Xiaohu, is the content of the divine test dangerous? If it's dangerous, we won't do it. Sister Nana will protect you, so it doesn't matter if you don't become stronger. Gu Yuena's voice was a little flustered. She gently stroked Kinyu's head, her eyes full of tenderness. Sister Nana, don't you want me to become a god? Kinyu suddenly looked up and met her eyes, trying to see the emotions in her eyes. Of course I hope Xiaohu you can become a god. But I hope you can have a good childhood. You are still too young, this world is too complicated, and the path to becoming a god is too difficult. Gu Yuena's voice was a little choked, she held Kinyu's hand tightly, her heart filled with fear and anxiety. If Xiaohu becomes a god, wouldn't they become hostile entities? She didn't dare to imagine such a future, and she didn't want to see a rift in their relationship because of it. She would rather Xiaohu was just an ordinary person, staying with her for the rest of her life, and spending every ordinary day in peace and stability. Kinyu looked at her seriously, nodded heavily, and said, "Okay, I will, Sister Nana." In the blink of an eye, 4 years have passed. During these 4 years, Kinyu has devoted almost all of his energy to physical training. Relying on its terrifying mental power, it can easily mobilize the qi and blood in the body to strengthen the body to the maximum extent. There has also been great progress in the control of spatial elements. Able to teleport in battle and create space traps to teleport enemies to unknown space. It is worth mentioning that Kinyu reached level 30 in the 3rd year. But Gu Yuena always refused to allow him to hunt for spirit rings on the grounds that he was too young. But in contrast, Gu Yuena is not stingy when it comes to food. All kinds of rare natural treasures flowed into Kinyu's mouth like water. Although the food is a bit strange and unpalatable. But for him who does high-intensity exercise, it is undoubtedly the best supplement. Ding! The new sign-in task has been refreshed, please go to the specified coordinates on the map to sign in. Under a waterfall in the Lake of Life, Kinyu closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. After hearing the system's voice, he was slightly stunned. The system hasn't appeared for so long that he almost forgot he even had such a system. Brother Tianmeng, help me find out how many years of spirit rings my current physical strength can withstand at most. Kinyu called out to Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in his heart. Upon hearing this, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm used his mental power to investigate a little, and then said, "You can absorb about 13,000 years of spirit rings, but this is your limit. You must know that although your true dragon bloodline is powerful, most of its power has been absorbed by the Lord. You are now more like a hollow vessel that needs to be filled carefully. What's more, your true dragon martial spirit also possesses 2 million-year spirit rings. If 2 martial spirits practice together, once the balance is broken, you may explode and die at any time. So, I suggest that you choose one martial soul as your main training, make one martial soul stronger first, and then gradually improve the other one." Kinyu frowned when he heard this. Of course he knew about this. After all, twin martial spirits were almost a standard feature for protagonists. But if you can only practice one, it is better to choose the fallen angel martial spirit. Because the spirit ring is too weak and has no effect on improving the true dragon martial spirit. But if he majored in the fallen angel martial spirit, Gu Yuena would get angry and think that he had fallen into darkness. Kinyu quickly changed into a white robe and came to the shore of the Lake of Life. His appearance instantly attracted the attention of all soul beasts. Especially Gu Yuena, she came to Kinyu's side almost immediately and gently picked up a strand of his hair. Her hair is as white as snow, flawless and silvery white. Gu Yuena could hardly contain her joy and buried her face deeply in his hair. This is Xiao's smell, it smells so good. Hey! Xiao, when will my Xiao grow up? I want to eat you. Gu Yuena opened her fiery eyes. The desire in her heart burned like a flame, but she suppressed it deep in her eyes. Not yet. Not yet. The child is still too young. But it's really soft. Gu Yuena lowered her head and grabbed his little hand. Her breathing gradually became rapid and her face flushed. The boy is simply a treasure given to me by God. The fingers of these hands are long and flawless, and even the most exquisite creations are not as delicate as them. His temperament is so cool and handsome, and his snow-white skin glows faintly in the sun, as pure and flawless as the first snow. Gu Yuena's eyes gradually became blurred. She gently stroked the back of Kinyu's hand and let out a faint moan. Her body was shaking constantly, and she tried her best to suppress the urge to swallow him. Kinyu's body stiffened, and he felt that the person hugging him was a female Tyrannosaurus, who would tear him into pieces in the next moment. He quickly patted Gu Yuena's back, trying to calm her overly excited emotions. Sister Nana, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Yuena suddenly woke up, realizing that she had lost her composure, and quickly let go of her hand, her cheeks flushed, her eyes flickering. No, nothing, I just feel a little dizzy all of a sudden. She turned around in panic, not daring to look into Kinyu's clear eyes again, for fear that the filth in her heart would be exposed. Hey! You old woman, get away from Xiao! Wang Chuer pulled Gu Yuena away from Kinyu with an unfriendly look on her face, her golden vertical pupils full of vigilance. Please read, recommend, and vote for me. This is related to whether the author can write 12 words. Nowadays, too many people are dependent on books. They can earn 20 yuan by typing for 6 hours a day. The author is basically working for love and has to deliver food during the day, which puts him under a lot of pressure. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Wang Chuer with a hint of tea. Chapter 38, Wang Chuer with a hint of tea. Gu Yuena was startled back to her senses by the scolding and looked up at Wang Chuer with great dissatisfaction. Why are you here again? Get out of the lake of life right now, you are not welcome here. Hearing this, Wang Chuer put her hands on her hips and responded without showing any weakness. Why? This place is not yours. The name Wang Chuer was given to him by Kinyu, which is consistent with the original work. After all, he has transformed into a human, so he can't still use the name of a soul beast. Moreover, Wang Chuer herself felt that the name Three-Eyed Golden Lion was too difficult to pronounce and was not as friendly as Wang Chuer. Oh, Xiao, you've grown taller again, and your temperament is becoming more and more outstanding. Why don't you just marry Sister Chuer, so that you don't have to be bothered by that old woman every day? Wang Chuer looked at Kinyu and said seriously. She even thought of what to name her future child. Who are you calling an old woman? Believe it or not, I will crush you to death. Gu Yuena was furious, gritting her teeth, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Wang Chuer. Oh my! Xiao, I'm so scared, Sister Gu Yuena is going to crush me to death, save me quickly. Wang Chuer pretended to be weak and held Kinyu's hand tightly, with tears flashing in her big eyes, as if they would overflow at any time. As she spoke, she pressed her hot face against Kinyu's. It rubs against the ground like a little kitten, trying to seek shelter. Kinyu was a little at a loss as to what to do and her cheeks turned slightly red. He gently pushed Wang Chuer away and said in a calm tone. All right, Sister Chuer, stop making trouble. Sister Nana, don't be angry either. You're already a dragon that's hundreds of thousands of years old, why are you still acting like a child? Gu Yuena heard this and gnashed her teeth in anger. Hundreds of thousands of years old. Who said that? I'm only 18 years old. She puffed up her cheeks and her eyes were full of grievance. She didn't stop her hands and grabbed Wang Chuer's face. Ouch, it hurts. Be gentle, old woman. Wang Chuer was so angry that she grimaced, but she fought back without giving in. Hey, 18 years old? Who are you kidding? The wrinkles on your face can kill a fly. You're talking nonsense. Where do I have wrinkles? Gu Yuena's pain point was hit, and she felt so ashamed and angry that she couldn't help but increase the strength in her hands. Seeing this, Kinyu was too lazy to persuade him anymore. Anyway, it is impossible to kill the imperial auspicious beast Gu Yuena. Not to mention that Wang Chuer still has the blood of the golden dragon. Strictly speaking, she and Gu Yuena are really relatives. Kinyu sighed, turned, and walked towards the lake, looking at the lake water that had not changed for thousands of years, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Seeing this, Gu Yuena was too lazy to argue with Wang Chuer. She snorted coldly, let go of her hand, glared at Wang Chuer, and then quickly followed Kinyu's pace. Wang Chuer rubbed her painful face, stuck out her tongue, and followed with a smile. Kinyu turned around and said lightly, "Sister Nana, I want to go out and hunt for the third soul ring to enhance my own strength." Gu Yuena's eyes instantly turned cold when she heard this, and she said hurriedly, "No. You are still young. You should train your character and will instead of rushing for success." "I know." Kinyu nodded without saying anything more, but looked at the lake quietly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Seeing this, Gu Yuena walked to Kinyu's side and hugged him in her arms. The image of him lying on the bed and letting me knead him came to my mind, and my heart was throbbing. No. This child is still so young, how could I have such a dirty idea? Gu Yuena quickly shook her head, trying to throw away all the yellow waste. She said softly, "Xiao Yu, you don't have to be so obsessed with becoming stronger. With me here, who in this world can hurt you in the slightest? We are in this lake of life, far away from the hustle and bustle, and the years are peaceful and good. Isn't that good? Everyone outside is a bad person. They all want to hurt you and use you. The only one you can really rely on is me." Wang Chuer rubbed her face in pain. After hearing these brainwashing words, she rolled her eyes and thought to herself, "This old woman is trying to trick Xiao again. Enough is enough." Although she was dissatisfied, she did not say it directly. After all, if you anger Gu Yuena at this critical juncture, you will really get beaten. Kinyu raised his eyes slightly and looked at her. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Gu Yuena keenly noticed Kinyu's changes and felt a little proud. She had her long silver hair slightly tied up, and the skin on her chest was as white as snow. The girl has a curvy figure, and she looks exceptionally sexy even in an ordinary white dress. Pale skin, purple eyes, and a beauty that cannot be described in any words, making it impossible to look away. Kinyu thought for a moment and then said, "I want to see the outside world and take revenge on my mother." Kinyu naturally would not forget what Bibi Dong had done to her, even though she was influenced by Rakshasa's evil thoughts. But the pain and suffering are real. After hearing this, Gu Yuena felt a little distressed and hugged him in her arms, kissed him on the face, and said softly, "Okay, Sister Nana will help you kill that crazy woman now." Gu Yuena smiled slightly, and lay directly on Kinyu, wrapped her legs around his waist, buried her head in the crook of his neck, and said in a coquettish tone, "But before you go, you have to accompany Sister Nana first, okay? We haven't been this close for a long time." Gu Yuena was in a very good mood now, as she could finally kill that bad woman. "From now on, Xiao belongs to me alone, and no one can snatch her from me." Kinyu's mouth twitched for a moment, but he still said, "I don't want to rely on Sister Nana's power for revenge. I want to rely on my own strength to return to her the pain I have suffered 1,000 times over. Let her struggle in despair and experience what it feels like to be abandoned by the world and helpless, rather than simply ending her life." Why is it so complicated? Wouldn't it be faster and more thorough if I just helped you deal with her? Gu Yuena frowned slightly, obviously not understanding Kinyu's persistence. Hey! Don't go too far. Your actions are getting too intimate. Wang Chuer felt ignored. Xiaoyu and I were the ones who fell in love at first sight. This old woman is so old and still meddling in other people's affairs. It's really infuriating. I clearly used my only chance to transform into a human just to be with Xiaoyu. But now he is being outdone by this old woman. She couldn't help feeling a little aggrieved, and her eyes were slightly red. No, we have to find a way to break them up quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Why must I be an ordinary person? Chapter 39 Kinyu Why must I be an ordinary person? Hey! Xiao and I beast, why are you still here? Do you want some intimate contact too? What a pity, Xiao Yu is mine, so don't even think about it. There was a hint of provocation in Gu Yuena's words. Wang Chuer heard this, her eyes rolled, a plan came to her mind, and then she curled her lips in disdain. Humph, I don't care. Don't think I don't know. You just want to devour Xiao's blood and become a true dragon god. I can't hide your thoughts from you. Hearing this, Kinyu's face turned cold, and he pushed Gu Yuena away fiercely, saying in a deep voice, Sister Nana, please give me some time until I return with revenge. You can devour me anytime you want, I will never resist. Gu Yuena panicked and said hesitantly, Xiao Yu, no, listen to my explanation. I didn't mean that. I just what? Kinyu smiled sarcastically, his eyes were full of coldness, without a trace of warmth. You don't believe me? You would rather believe this damn stinky beast than me. Gu Yuena's eyes turned red instantly. Kinyu's cold eyes were like a sharp knife that pierced deeply into her heart. She had never seen Xiaoyu so indifferent, as if the distance between them had become extremely far overnight. At this time, Wang Chuer also realized that she had said the wrong thing. She quickly covered her mouth and ran behind Kinyu, trembling, fearing that she would be killed by the furious Gu Yuena. Oh! Believe you? How can you make me believe you? Can you say you haven't had the thought of devouring me in the past few years? Every look you give me is full of aggression, as if you were looking at a prey. How can I feel at ease? Sister Nana, you saved my life. You want to eat me? I have nothing to say, but please give me some time, okay? Kinyu's voice was calm, but every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Gu Yuena's heart. Gu Yuena was stunned. She had never thought that this was the image of herself in Kinyu's mind. She did have such thoughts, but more than that, she felt a deep dependence on and love for Kinyu. She looked at Kinyu's cold eyes, which were exactly the same as the one he had used to look at Bibi Dong, and her heart ached. Xiao Yu! What's that look in your eyes? Everything I did was out of love for you. How could you look at me like that? Am I just a monster in your heart who only knows how to take and has no emotions? Gu Yuena's voice trembled, and she couldn't help but let her tears fall. Kinyu's face was terribly gloomy, but she still forced a smile, hugged her in her arms, and comforted her as usual. Okay, Sister Nana, don't cry, I was just joking. Before he could finish his words, he was pushed away by Gu Yuena. She looked up and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Her eyes were filled with anger, and she shouted in an almost crazy tone, are you kidding? Do you think this is a game? You are always like this, hiding everything in your heart and not wanting me to know. Tell me what's going on. How can I know what you're thinking if you don't tell me? Why do you always push me away? Why do you look at me like that, as if I'm going to kill you at any moment? Xiaoyu, you have changed. You have changed and frightened me. Gu Yuena's voice was trembling, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. She was fed up with Kinyu's indifference. She was so kind to him, but why did he always treat her coldly and distantly? Kinyu just lowered his head and remained silent, looking at Gu Yuena, who was so sad. It made him wonder for a moment if he was thinking too much. None of this had ever happened, had it? Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu's hesitant expression and cried even more aggrievedly. Her shoulders trembled slightly and tears burst out like a dam breaking. It took her a long time to calm down, and she buried herself tightly in Kinyu's arms. Her voice was choked with sobs. "Sorry, I lost my composure just now. Please, I'll do anything for you as long as you don't leave me. Can we sleep together every day from now on? I just feel that sleeping with you is particularly peaceful, solid, and comfortable. When you grow up, we can become partners and be together forever and ever. Wivu, I beg you not to leave me? Okay. I really can't lose you again, or I'll really go crazy. I swear, even if I die, I will never devour your blood. I just want to be your Nana's sister, protect you and accompany you until the end of the world. If you die, I will never live alone. I will accompany you and turn into dust in this world." At this point, Gu Yuena's voice had unconsciously turned into a crying tone. Her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. She woke up from her dreams more than once, fearing that everything in her dreams would become reality. Kinyu's body stiffened slightly, and the question in his mouth finally turned into a sigh. He slowly raised his hand and gently stroked Gu Yuena's hair, feeling her warmth and trembling. "Sister Nana, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't trust you. But I am a human after all, with a lifespan of less than 100 years. And you are the soul beast leader, 100 years is just a blink of an eye for you. What I fear is that when I grow old and turn into dust, you will still be young. Sister Nana, a human's lifespan is 100 years, but a dragon's lifespan is a blink of an eye. This gap is a chasm that I cannot cross." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena looked up in surprise and a bright smile appeared on her face. She held Kinyu's cheeks with both hands, her eyes full of tenderness. "It's okay, Xiaoyu, I don't care. Even if you are an ordinary person, I will accompany you through this life and grow old together. If that day really comes, I am willing to give up all my cultivation, reincarnate with you, find each other again, and fall in love again." Gu Yuena's eyes were full of longing as she fantasized about being with Kinyu forever. They can repeat the cycle of falling in love and getting to know each other over and over again. Each time is unforgettable and each time is as heart-pounding as the first time they met. "Kinyu, who wants to grow old with you? Why should I be an ordinary person and accompany you through this short and ordinary life?" Kinyu's heart was roaring, she was almost driven crazy by this love-brained mind. At this time Kinyu deeply realized that even if the God realm attacked, the soul beasts would be exterminated. Gu Yuena would never devour him, but would commit suicide to calm the conflict between humans, soul beasts, and gods. This is definitely a naive person who puts romanticism above all else. Please continue reading, and give me recommendation and monthly votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Tang 3 You have already found your way to death. Chapter 40 Tang San, you have already found your way to death. That's enough. I'm going out to gain experience. Don't follow me, or I'll be angry. Kinyu gently pushed Gu Yuena away and turned around to leave. There was a flash of panic in Gu Yuena's eyes. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, wanting to hold Kinyu's hand, but stopped at the last moment. Where are you going? It's dangerous outside. It's okay. I will protect Xiaoyu. Don't worry, old woman. And people who are too clingy will be disliked. Wang Chuer suddenly interrupted with a playful smile on her lips, and then followed Kinyu happily. You little stinky girl, how can you talk like that? Gu Yuena was very angry, but she couldn't get angry in front of him. I could only glare at her fiercely, secretly cursing this little girl for being so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. But in the end, I could only sigh. It was time to let the child go out and explore the world. Blind control would only make him rebellious. Gu Yuena had already noticed Kinyu's dissatisfaction and resistance to her, so she could only choose to let go a little. Douluo Continent, Barak Kingdom, Nodding City, Holy Soul Village. Kinyu and Wang Chuer did not choose to enter the village, but instead walked towards the back mountain of the village. One of them is tall, with long golden hair and long, curled eyelashes. The lips are pink and tender, bright and juicy, like a newly blooming rose. The light golden long skirt sets off her flawless face, making her look like a goddess descending from the sky, and every step she takes exudes irresistible charm. The other one has long silver hair, handsome looks, pale complexion, noble temperament, but there is still a childish look on his face. The two of them walk side by side, like a moving painting. In the past few days, Kinyu has tried to drive away this annoying Wang Chuer more than once, and even set up a space trap. But this bastard is very cunning and always manages to detect and avoid it in advance. Kinyu gritted his teeth secretly, but there was nothing he could do. "Hey, Sister Chuer, why are you following me? I'm not out here to travel." Kinyu stopped, turned around, and frowned. Wang Chuer smiled lightly, with a sly arc at the corner of her mouth. "I am your personal bodyguard and guide. You can't go through all the twists and turns on this Douluo continent without me." As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out her plump chest, looking very confident. The arrival of the two instantly attracted the curious gazes of the villagers, but no one dared to step forward and ask. After all, it is rare to see such handsome men and beautiful women in this remote Holy Soul village, and 9 out of 10 of them are soul masters. The two walked towards the depths of the forest behind the mountain. Kinyu came to the halfway point of the mountain and walked around, but still couldn't find the check-in point marked by the system. His spiritual exploration spread out instantly, like an invisible net, covering the entire back mountain. Every inch of land and every leaf are visible to him. On a small hill not far from the two of them, a thin child with simple clothes and dark skin was sitting cross-legged. His eyes were closed, his breathing was even, and a hint of purple flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of discomfort, as if he was being spied on. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Kinyu coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes that was not in line with his age. "If you dare to spy on me practicing martial arts, you will be doomed to death. Besides, the back mountain is so remote, and the person was able to find this place, so it was obvious that he came here for me. According to the third article of the Xiantian Bailul General Outline, as long as he is confirmed to be an enemy, he must be killed. Don't show mercy, otherwise it will only cause you more trouble." "Xiao Yu, why do I feel that boy's eyes are a bit creepy?" Wang Chuer glanced at Tang San with a puzzled look in her eyes. "I don't know why, but after seeing him, the power of destiny was urging me to kill this guy." But she quickly suppressed her discomfort. "Xiao is still here. Don't lose your composure. At worst, I can come back and kill him later. After all, my intuition is always accurate." Kinyu glanced at Tang San and ignored him. A little kid wasn't enough to distract her. He withdrew his mental strength and muttered to himself, "There won't be any mistakes in the system, right? Where exactly is this check-in point?" Just as he was about to search carefully again, Tang San suddenly raised his left hand. A black beam of light shot towards Kinyu silently at an astonishing speed, approaching in almost the blink of an eye. "Xiao Yu!" Wang Chuer exclaimed, and her body suddenly jumped up, rushing towards Kinyu like silver lightning. But Kinyu's figure had disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of Tang San. He grasped his wrist tightly, and the sword hidden in his sleeve was taken into his hand. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Kinyu's voice was cold. Tang San's pupils shrank. Even his purple-level magic pupil couldn't capture how Kinyu appeared in front of him. The young man in front of him looked to be the same age as himself, but how could his strength be so unfathomable? He was secretly alert in his heart, but his face remained calm and he said coldly, I am Tang San. The back mountain is where I practice. You broke in without permission and spied on me. You deserve to be punished. This is your first offense. As long as you join my Tang sect, I will forgive you for your past mistakes. Otherwise, you have already been killed. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang San's eyes flickered slightly, and he put on an unfathomable attitude. In his opinion, even though the little brat in front of him was quite capable, he was still young and energetic. As long as he can lure him a little, he will be able to recruit him into the Tang clan. Having said that, a dagger had silently appeared in his palm. His arms also began to turn into hard white jade, and the Xian Gong technique was running at full power. At this distance, if Kinyu dared to say no, his throat would be cut instantly. Kinyu looked at Tang San with a strange expression, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Forget it, it's just a naughty kid. Just give him a beating. Thinking of this, he slapped Tang San in the face without mercy. The crisp sound instantly echoed in the silent back mountain. Tang San felt his eyes go dark, and he was hit by a huge force and staggered a few steps, almost falling to the ground. The dagger in his hand also slipped out and fell to the ground. You! Tang San looked up in astonishment. His eyes full of disbelief. Tang San, right? Snapped, Kinyu slapped Tang San's other cheek again, and the originally dark skin became red and swollen. It's a way to die, right? Kinyu kicked again. But Tang San didn't know what steps he used to jump left and right, so that the kick hit him right between his legs. In an instant he was kicked to the ground, with dust flying everywhere. Tang San rolled around a few times in a miserable state before finally stopping. He covered his lower body tightly with his hands, his face twisted in pain. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Tang 3 collapsed. Chapter 41 Tang San collapsed. Broken, broken. My balls are gone. Tang San's eyes widened, the touch in his hand was not as hard as usual. Only the hot and wet liquid was left flowing down between the fingers. He was terrified and his voice was filled with tears. Kinyu. Why do I suddenly feel such an inexplicable sense of guilt? It was clearly him who started the fight first, and I was just fighting back in self-defense. I'm going to kill you. Tang San's voice was almost hysterical, his eyes burning with rage. He tried his best to stand up, squeezed his legs together and staggered towards Kinyu. Since we've become enemies, you can't blame me. Kinyu closed her eyes slightly, and when she opened them again, her vertical pupils had turned cold. The terrifying dragon might burst out from his body, turning the entire back mountain into daylight. Tang San was hit instantly and was blown several meters away. Puff! Tang San spurted out mouthful after mouthful of blood, and his face instantly lost all color. His originally dark face turned as pale as paper, his eyes filled with resentment and despair. He struggled to stand up, but it became extremely difficult to even move a finger. You, who are you? Tang San's voice was weak and trembling. He couldn't believe that a teenager of the same age as him could possess such terrifying strength. I possess all the unique skills in the Xian treasure record, how could I possibly be defeated by a native from another world? You're not dead yet? Ha! You're really lucky. Kinyu said, then turned and left. Kinyu sensed that there was a powerful force protecting Tang San. Although I don't know who it is, anyone with such ability is not someone I can afford to offend. But after all, he is the protagonist. It is reasonable for him to have the protection of a master. God Realm, see God Temple. Poseidon breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Tang San was almost killed by the sudden dragon might. If he hadn't acted in time to protect Tang San's heart meridian, the consequences would have been disastrous. He stared at Kinyu's departing figure on the screen with a frown. This power, is it the breath of the dragon god? No, it's impossible. The dragon god is gone, how could such pure dragon power remain in the world? The sea god pondered secretly in his heart, then shook his head and put this unrealistic idea behind him. He turned to look at the painfully struggling Tang-san on the screen, and smiled with some gloating, "Hey, little guy, feel the pain. Only by experiencing despair can you be more motivated to grow." Humph! As a cold hum was heard, the entire Poseidon temple trembled. The sea god's obscene smile froze instantly, and he looked towards the palace door vigilantly. I saw a majestic figure dressed in dark purple divine robes slowly walking in, surrounded by an aura of destruction. It is the god of destruction, one of the 5 great gods in the divine world. "Destruction, what are you doing here?" The face of the sea god changed, and he quickly put away his playful expression, becoming serious and cautious. "Do I need to remind you? You have interfered with the fate of Douluo continent without the approval of the God Realm Committee. You have violated the rules of the divine world. Those who violate the rules of the divine world shall die." After the god of destruction finished speaking, the scepter of destruction in his hand suddenly burst into dazzling light. The entire Poseidon temple was shrouded in a layer of destructive force. Suddenly, the figure of God Shura appeared beside the god of destruction. He tightly grasped the scepter of the god of destruction to prevent the destructive light from spreading further. "Wait a minute, destruction. How about giving me some face and letting this go?" The god of destruction withdrew his scepter without changing his expression, and the light of destruction gradually dissipated. He snorted coldly and said, "Sura. This sea god has repeatedly destroyed the balance between the god realm and Douluo continent. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Azura god said in a deep voice, "I agree with the expansion plan of the god realm you proposed earlier. How about it?" "Okay." The god of destruction looked at Shura deeply, then turned and left. "Sura, thanks to you this time, I didn't have to confront that old stubborn man head-on." The sea god patted his chest, took a long breath, and a lewd smile reappeared on his face. Shura's blood-red eyes became even colder. "What are you laughing at? You knew that the boy was the inheritor of destruction, and you still dared to interfere. Are you looking for death?" "Oh, there's nothing I can do, brother Shura, the inheritor of me was almost killed, how could I just sit back and watch?" Poseidon said with a hint of sarcasm. "Shut up. You're making me sick." After Shura finished speaking, he looked at the illusory scene. Looking at Tang-san's painful expression, his eyes flickered and he chose not to help him heal his injuries. "It's just that he's missing 2 ounces of meat. Without those 2 things and without the emotional constraints, perhaps he will grow faster." On the other side, in the Holy Soul village, Tang Hao, who was feeling sad in the room, suddenly became energetic after being impacted by Long Wei. He ran out of the house in one step, but saw a shocking scene. Everyone in the entire Holy Soul village was lying unconscious on the ground. What happened? Where did Xiao San go? Tang Hao felt a little uneasy. His mental power blossomed instantly, and after sensing Tang San's location, he quickly ran towards the back mountain. Although Kinyu was exploring the coordinates, he did not forget to scan Tang San's condition. In addition to replicating the entire flow trajectory of the internal force of Xiantian Gong, he also sensed that Tang San had 2 extremely high divine powers. One of the killing divine powers is actually at the same level as the destructive divine power. The Azura god and the sea god? They've set their sights on this little jerk so early. It seems that my stupid sister and my mentally ill mother deserved their defeat. Kinyu narrowed his eyes slightly and thought secretly in his heart. I'm afraid that Tang San's time travel might not be a coincidence, but the work of Shura god or sea god. The Shura god position had been reserved from the very beginning. Kinyu finally found the check-in coordinates in a waterfall halfway up the mountain. This is a cave hidden behind a waterfall. The entrance to the cave is covered by dense vines, and it is difficult to detect its existence unless you look for it specifically. There was a small mound of earth in the dim stone cave. There was a blue-silver grass with light golden lines growing on it. The blue-silver grass was in a somewhat sluggish state, apparently due to lack of sunlight. When Wang Chuer saw the blue-silver grass, her eyes lit up. She hurried over and poked it with her hand. Wow! If I squeezed the 10-year-old blue-silver emperor into juice and drank it, it would definitely be very nutritious. She said this half-jokingly, but then she realized her gaffe, stuck out her tongue, and looked at Kinyu embarrassedly. Kinyu fell into deep thought. I don't understand why Tang Hao chose to plant Aayan in this place. Could it be that plants in the other world can survive without sunlight? While Kinyu was in deep thought, Wang Chuer had quietly approached him. A wisp of fragrant breeze blew by, carrying with it the freshness and sweetness unique to a young girl. She gently tugged at Kinyu's clothes and whispered, Xiaoyu, it's a rare opportunity for you to come out, so you bring a girl to a place like this for a date. It's dark and damp here, but if you want, I can accept it. This is my first time, please be gentle. As she spoke, 2 red clouds crept up on her cheeks and she lowered her head shyly. The girl's face was directly close to Kinyu's face, so close that they could feel each other's warm breath. Kinyu suddenly came back to his senses and felt Wang Chuer's smooth face and pink lips so close to her, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. He quickly took 2 steps back to distance himself from Chuer, a rare blush appearing on his face. You shut up. I told you I'm not here to play. Stop imagining nonsense. This is business. Kinyu's voice sounded a little flustered, but she tried to remain serious. Hey! Xiaoyu, are you shy? You're so cute, ... Wang Chuer blinked and a sly smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. To be honest, Xiaoyu really scared her just now. He didn't expect that Xiaoyu, who was usually so well behaved, would have such a domineering side. Although he is still very handsome, she prefers him like this. With a little panic and immaturity, he seems more real and lovely. Please continue reading, please give me recommendation votes and monthly votes. I also ask my friends to stop supporting the book. The author will persevere. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Sign-in Reward. Sword of Destruction. Chapter 42 Sign-in Reward. Sword of Destruction. Ding, it is detected that the host has arrived at the check-in location. Would you like to check in? Kinyu calmed the restless silver dragon blood in his body, looked at Wang Chuer, and said softly, Sister Chuer, I want to ask you for help with something. Just tell me, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Wang Chuer restrained her smile and looked at Kinyu seriously. Can I touch your forehead? Kinyu said seriously. Since the 3-eyed golden lion is the darling of fate, it should be similar to a koi. Maybe if you can get some auspicious energy, you can be luckier when drawing cards? Of course, of course. As long as it's Xiaoyu, you can touch her anytime you want. Wang Chuer was slightly stunned, then excitedly rushed towards Kinyu. Hugging him tightly, her eyes became more and more obsessed and crazy. The slender tongue licked his face gently, as if tasting the sweetest honey in the world. Sister Chuer? That's enough, that's enough. I can't breathe anymore. Kinyu smiled awkwardly and tried to break free from her arms. The ever-tightening embrace and the plump body made him feel suffocated. That's enough. How can that be enough? Do you know how much I miss you, Xiaoyu? There was a hint of coquettishness in Wang Chuer's voice, and her hands gently stroked Kinyu's back. You bad guy, you haven't hugged me since I turned into a human form. Have you forgotten me? As she spoke, her eyes turned slightly red, as if tears would burst out in the next second. Kinyu. How can it be the same? You used to be a 3-eyed golden lion in pet form, so you were naturally free to hold it. But now you are a stunning beauty in human form. If I dare to do anything wrong, Sister Nana will kill me. With tears in her eyes, Wang Chuer pressed her lips against his without hesitation. The girl's face flushed, her breathing began to become rapid, and she bit Kinyu's lips carefully. His hands also reached out to Kinyu's clothes. Sister Chewer, this is not right. Kinyu was having trouble breathing and pushed her away violently. Well, I haven't had enough fun yet. Wang Chewer licked her lips with some satisfaction. But she still restrained her excessive behavior and a blush appeared on her cheeks. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, I'm too excited. She lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Kinyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't know what to say seeing Wang Chewer like this. But he didn't expect that his first kiss would be taken away so quickly, and the one who kissed him was Wang Chewer. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Kinyu could only force himself to return to his senses. System sign in. Ding, check-in successful, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Sword of Destruction. Sword of Destruction, the original angelic holy sword fell into darkness, and after being baptized by the ultimate power of destruction, it became a demonic weapon with the ultimate attributes of darkness and destruction. The sword is wrapped with the ultimate destructive intent. Once it is unsheathed, the sky and the earth will change color and all things will wither. Note, the strength of this sword will be determined by the host's soul power level and mental strength. As the host's strength increases, the power of the Sword of Destruction will also increase without limit. System evaluation. Perhaps you will experience the pleasure of using a big move as a basic attack in your lifetime. But the prerequisite is that your soul power must keep up, otherwise it will be a dead end. Kinyu looked at the introduction of the system and felt delighted. This is a golden legendary weapon that will never be eliminated and can grow with your own strength. He stretched out his hand and saw a black light flashing out of thin air. A long sword that was completely black and exuded a sense of destruction appeared in his hand. He swung his sword lightly, and a dark purple sword energy fiercely hit the stone wall. There was no loud sound, only a deep crack was left, as if it was torn apart by an invisible hand. What a good sword! Kinyu exclaimed excitedly. Even such a hard stone wall can be torn apart easily. If it were applied to a human body, wouldn't it be able to penetrate the bones and flesh in an instant, and even destroy the soul directly? But before Kinyu could be happy for long, 1/3 of his soul power was drained out of thin air, and his face turned pale in an instant. Kinyu's mind moved, and he took the Sword of Destruction back into his sea of consciousness. The inexplicable suction force also disappeared, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Kinyu thought to himself, the consumption is a bit too high. It may be that my current level is not enough to fully control this sword. At the same time, Tianmeng in his sea of consciousness was startled by the sudden appearance of the sword. It swam in a circle around the Sword of Destruction, curiosity flickering in its eyes. This sword is not simple. The God of Destruction is willing to give it to you. But you have to use it carefully, don't let it consume you. Tianmeng's voice echoed in Kinyu's mind, with a hint of solemnity. Kinyu nodded. If this sword was used improperly, it might really suck a person dry. Xiaoyu, what is that? Wang Chewer sensed the extreme dark attribute and felt a little worried. Kinyu replied casually, it's nothing, just a small gift from the God of Destruction for completing the divine test. God's test? When did you finish the God's test? Could it be that? How about we kiss for a while longer? Wang Chewer opened her eyes wide in disbelief. A divine test that can be completed by just kissing, where in the world can there be such a weird divine position? However, her mind instantly became active, and her eyes flashed with a cunning light. I always have the urge to cheat on Sister Gu Yuena. When Kinyu heard this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he waved his hands quickly. Sister Chewer, stop joking. This is a test that I accidentally triggered during my previous training. It has nothing to do with us. He made up his mind that he would never take this silly roe-deer with him when he went out, otherwise he would be led into a ditch by her sooner or later. Seeing this, Wang Chewer chuckled and stopped teasing him. Well, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Kinyu came in front of the blue-silver emperor, his eyes flashing slightly. He and Tang San are now enemies, and the fight will not stop until one of them dies. The blue-silver emperor in front of him is Tang San's mother, and she might become his enemy in the future. Or, let's get rid of her now to prevent future troubles? Who are you and why are you here? At this moment, a faint mental wave was transmitted into Kinyu's mind. Kinyu was slightly stunned, but quickly regained his composure. My name is Kinyu, a wandering soul master. I have just become a mortal enemy of your son. So I want to kill you. If you want to blame someone, just blame your son for being so good at causing trouble. The blue-silver emperor's mental fluctuations were obvious. Child, I can feel that your nature is not evil. Why did you make a life and death feud with Xiao San? You ask me? Who should I ask? He asked for death as soon as he opened his mouth. But now things can't be reversed, so just go and die. A dark light flashed in Kinyu's eyes, and a black flame appeared in the palm of his hand. This is the burning effect originally from the seraph's wings. Now it has transformed into a 10-year soul ring, and after being baptized by the power of destruction, it has long been sublimated into the flame of destruction that can burn everything. Please continue reading, please vote for recommendation and monthly vote. Another chapter is being rushed. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Tang 3A. Daddy smells so good. Chapter 43 Tang San. Daddy smells so good. Wait. That's not my son at all. He's just a demon that has taken over my son's body. The real mistress has long been dead. That day, I was hunted down by the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I could clearly feel that the child in my arms had already lost his breath. But he strangely came back to life, and his behavior became strange and cold. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen a stranger for a long time, or maybe it was to save his life. Aayan simply sold out Tang San and Tang Hao completely. Tell out all the secrets you know. It turned out that when Kyung Sunji was chasing them, Aayan was seriously injured and was planning to sacrifice herself to Tang Hao. A little blonde girl suddenly appeared and said something to Chiian Sunji. Then the people from the spirit hall just evacuated. In the days that followed, Aayan and Tang Hao settled down in a remote village to avoid being hunted down by the spirit hall. But Tang San's strange behavior made Aayan deeply suspicious. But when she talked to Tang Hao about it, Tang Hao didn't take it seriously, and there was a strange bloodshot in his eyes, which made her suspect that Tang Hao was also controlled. Life was so hard afterwards that I had to hide from place to place and had little money. Because of too much pressure, Tang Hao often went out drinking, and would be gone for days and nights. Sometimes he would lose all his money gambling and then abuse her when he got home. Until one day, Aayan finally plucked up the courage and secretly left after Tang Hao got drunk again. But Chiian Sunji appeared again. Although Tang Hao arrived in time, she was seriously injured and about to die. Helplessly, she had to sacrifice herself to Tang Hao in order to survive, and Tang Hao also detonated his soul ring to survive. After the sacrifice, Aayan was buried by him in this dark and damp cave. Fortunately, the roots were able to absorb a ray of sunlight and barely survive. While in the cave, she regretted more than once why she was so lovesick that she ended up like this. After listening to Aayan's story, Kinyu didn't react much. Instead, he felt that Aayan had brought this upon herself. But the little girl he was talking about should be Chiian Rongxiu, right? Although the plot is a bit off track and a bit different from the original, it seems to conceal a certain inevitability. The person who weaves destiny must be the sea god or the Azura god who is manipulating behind the scenes. Wang Chuer, who was standing aside, was crying loudly. He completely forgot that he was just thinking about making juice from the blue-silver emperor. Wow, Xiaoyu, she's so pitiful. How about we help her? She wiped her tears and looked at Kinyu with pleading eyes. Stop. What does this have to do with me? How do I know if you are lying to me? You'd better die. I don't want to get involved in this mess. Kinyu responded coldly, but he almost broke out in a cold sweat. It was a close call. I almost got fooled. As a qualified villain, he doesn't finish off his enemies, but kills them all. Who knows, he might lose his life in the future because of this weakness. Xiao Yu. How can you be so heartless? She is just an innocent mother. Her experience is tragic enough. We should help her. There was a hint of sob in Wang Chuer's voice. Obviously, it was Aayan's words just now, the accusations against Tang Hao and Tang San and the glorification of herself, that successfully touched Wang Chuer's sentimental heart. Sister Chuer, shut up. Otherwise, go back quickly and don't get in the way here. There was unquestionable determination in Kinyu's tone. How did the spirit hall disappear? I was just deceived by these women whose brains are full of love. If we let Aayan go today, she might bite us back when she recovers her strength in the future. If I really give myself a blow from my own mother at the critical moment, wouldn't that put yourself in an irretrievable situation in an instant? Kinyu would not take such a risk. Wang Chuer was shocked by Kinyu's harsh words, tears welled up in her eyes, and finally she could only lower her head in grievance. You are so mean to me. I will never talk to you again. Wang Chuer muttered, with a hint of stubbornness in her voice. Kinyu chose to ignore it directly, and the flame in his hand approached the blue-silver emperor without hesitation. Wait. I have a 10-year soul bone. As long as you can let me go, I will give it to you as a thank you. There was a hint of urgency in blue-silver emperor's voice. She truly felt the threat of death. Kinyu's hand paused, thinking that it would not be too late to kill her after taking the soul bone. So, he curled up a cold smile and said slowly, Okay, I will trust you this time, but you have to hand over the soul bone first. The soul bone is behind the stone wall on your left. You can find it by feeling around. There was a hint of helplessness in blue-silver emperor's voice. I am so pitiful, but this little guy is still indifferent. The world is so cruel. Kinyu came to the wall and detected it with his mental power. Sure enough, he felt a faint fluctuation of soul power in the cracks of the stone wall. He stretched out his hand and touched it lightly with his fingertips. The force of space twisted the stone wall slightly, and a heavy box fell from the stone wall. Kinyu opened it, and a blue-gold soul bone lay quietly in the box, emitting a faint blue light. Aayan's branches and leaves trembled slightly, and Kinyu could clearly feel the desire in his mental fluctuations. Kinyu smiled and said, Excuse me, what soul skills does this soul bone have? This soul bone's soul skills are healing and flying. It is a very precious auxiliary soul bone. Aayan wanted to praise the power of this soul bone again, but then he saw Kinyu throwing the soul bone directly to Wang Chuer with some disappointment. Here you go. Hey, give it to me? Xiaoyu, is this a token of love? Wang Chuer took the soul bone in surprise, her face flushed. This is a 10-year soul bone. I didn't expect Kinyu to give it to me so easily. Don't get me wrong, I just think it suits you better. Kinyu said lightly. In terms of flying ability, he has the wings of a seraph, and in terms of healing ability, he has the gift of the goddess of life. This thing has no other use except to increase your own burden. On the other side is the back mountain of Shengun village. Tang Hao's figure instantly appeared in front of Tang San and helped him up. I saw that he was still spitting blood and covering his lower body in pain. Tang Hao quickly used his soul power to check Tang San's injuries, his face becoming increasingly gloomy. Saner, tell Dad who did this? How could they be so cruel to you? Tang Hao's voice was low and full of anger, and his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. My Tang family is going to be extinct? This is absolutely unforgivable. He clenched his fists tightly, with a crackling sound coming from between his joints, and a violent breath burst out from his body. When Tang Hao realized that his son was possessed by a strange soul, he thought about strangling him to death. But after all, it is his and Aayan's blood, so he can't bring himself to do it. He can only drink every day to escape reality. He originally thought that even though the soul was not his son, at least the body was. When he grew up, got married and had children, he could continue his bloodline. But now, Tang San's eyes were lifeless as he lay on the ground blankly, tears still streaming from the corners of his eyes. When he heard Tang Hao's words, he felt an unprecedented sense of grievance in his heart. He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse, "Wivu, Dad, those two people attacked me suddenly when they saw me. They were so fast that I didn't even have time to react. I only remember one of the men. He had a cold look in his eyes, but he was very handsome and about my age." Tang San cried and confessed everything. He took a deep breath, and the strong smell of alcohol and sweat rushed into his nostrils. "Ah, this is the taste of daddy." Tang San not only did not find it unpleasant, but he actually enjoyed it. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never felt the love of family. Now that his father finally cares about him, he feels that all the pain he is suffering is worth it. A trace of disgust flashed across Tang Hao's eyes. But he still patiently took out some hemostatic drugs from the soul guide. I simply pulled down his pants and applied the medicine on his wound. The wound was horrific, and the surrounding skin was red and swollen. Obviously it had suffered a great shock. Tang Hao's hands trembled slightly. When he smelled the fishy smell, his stomach churned and he almost couldn't help vomiting. I dedicate this poem to the happy life of the God King of Tang. Please read it, give me your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The author asks everyone to stop supporting the book. End of this chapter. Chapter 44. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? Chapter 44. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your son, do you? Dad, do you think those legendary healing spirit masters can save me? Tang San suddenly roared with a look of grief and anger on his face. Don't even think about it. At least I've never heard of any healing spirit master who can regenerate a broken limb. Besides, you've been beaten into a pulp. The fact that you're not dead proves that you're very lucky. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly. If it was this rotten, even a god couldn't save it. Dad. I am disabled. Dad, will you dislike me? Tang San suddenly held Tang Hao's hand, his eyes full of grievance. There was some disgust in Tang Hao's eyes. He instinctively wanted to shake off this soul that had invaded his son's body. But looking at his son's face, he still couldn't bear to do it. He gently patted the back of Tang San's hand and said in a low voice, "You are my son, Tang Hao. No matter what you become, I will never despise you." Dad, thank you. Tang San was so moved that tears streamed down his face, and excitedly hugged Tang Hao tightly in his arms. By the way, Xiaosan, where did those two people go? Tang Hao suddenly asked. The two men seemed to be heading towards the waterfall on the mountain. Tang San buried his head in Tang Hao's arms, feeling the scent of his father. Tears and snot mixed together and soaked Tang Hao's clothes. His face was also covered with a thick layer of stains and iron filings. What? They went to the waterfall. Oh no. Jin. Tang Hao's face changed drastically. He threw Tang San away and ran towards the waterfall. Dad. Tang San stared blankly at the direction where Tang Hao disappeared. I don't understand why my alcoholic father can run so fast. Is he a soul master? In the end, Tang San could only pick up the medicine bottle that had fallen on the ground and apply the medicine on his wound himself. That damn brat! Don't let me find you again, or I'll make you experience the power of my Tang Sec's hidden weapons. Tang San gnashed his teeth and talked to himself. Kinyu's cold-blooded and ruthless figure kept replaying in his mind, and his heart was filled with hatred. On the other side, there is a waterfall cave in the back mountain. After taking the soul bone, Kinyu turned against him and wanted to kill Aayan to silence her. You are such a despicable person. Didn't you agree to let me go after you got the soul bone? There was despair in Aayan's voice. Her branches and leaves twisted wildly, trying to struggle, but ultimately she could not escape Kinyu's control. I only said I believe you, but I didn't say I would let you go. Kinyu spread his hands with an innocent look. What is credit? I'm a villain, why would I need that thing? Wang Chuer just felt that Kinyu was too despicable, but didn't say much. After all, the three-eyed golden lion is essentially a spoiled auspicious beast that regards the lives of humans and soul beasts as worthless. However, just as Chiian was about to make his move, Tang Hao suddenly rushed into the cave. Seeing this scene, his eyes were bloodshot and he roared, "Stop it! You bastard, how dare you attack Yin? You are courting death." Chiian was slightly stunned, then put his hand down and said innocently, "If I say it's a misunderstanding, do you believe it?" "Xiao Yu, this guy is very strong, find a chance to run, I'll hold him back." Wang Chuer reacted quickly and stood in front of Kinyu. Soul rings began to form around her body. Kinyu roughly counted them and found that there were 7 in total. It was obvious that she was already a powerful soul saint. And it has the ultimate attributes of fire and the ultimate power martial spirit simulated from the bloodline of the Golden Dragon. I'm afraid even ordinary Contra are no match for him. But these alone were clearly not enough to face the furious Tang Hao. "Boy, you hurt my son, and now you're killing my wife. Today is the day you die." Tang Hao's voice was filled with murderous intent, and his soul power was surging. A powerful pressure was released from his body, pressing Kinyu so hard that he could not move. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and the air around him seemed to solidify. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly sounded from Kinyu's body, accompanied by brilliant golden light. A huge golden dragon shadow appeared on his body and withstood the pressure. "Oh! Boy, that's not bad. You can actually withstand my pressure. But that's all you can do. You'll die here today." A huge hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand and he smashed it towards Kinyu and Wang Chuer. Wang Chuer hurriedly waved the golden dragon spear to resist, but Kinyu patted her on the shoulder and teleported her aside. "Humph, do you still care about your girlfriend when you are about to die?" Tang Hao sneered, and the shadow of the hammer became heavier. Kinyu's expression remained unchanged, but the soul power in his body had begun to frantically mobilize the surrounding space elements. Just as Tang Hao's hammer fell, it strangely passed through Kinyu's body, and the space in front of him was shattered. Tang Hao was stunned, but it was too late to stop. I saw Kinyu's figure appeared several meters away. "Your Majesty Haoshan, I wonder if you can come back alive if I throw you thousands of meters into the sky." Kinyu smiled calmly. He raised his hand lightly, and the surrounding space elements instantly wrapped Tang Hao's body. This is a spatial spirit skill." "Boy, who are you?" Tang Hao's voice echoed in the air. But in a flash, his figure disappeared. "Disappeared? Phew! Great! We are saved. Xiaoyu, let's run. It will be troublesome if he comes back." Wang Chuer felt a little scared, so she grabbed Kinyu's hand and prepared to flee the scene. You know, she has experienced Xiao's space trap. At most, it can only transmit about 7 or 8 kilometers. But if it is a titled Douluo, it is hard to say, he may be back in a few minutes. However, Kinyu stood there, not moving. He stared at Yin, his eyes flickering slightly, as if he was considering whether to kill her. Aayan felt a little scared when he stared at her. Her branches and leaves trembled slightly, and her voice trembled a little. "You, what do you want to do?" "Madam, your husband has been killed by me now. And your child is still so young. Even though he has been possessed by another body, his body still has your blood flowing through it, right? You don't want anything to happen to him, do you?" Kinyu gave a dangerous smile and slowly approached Aayan. Aayan's branches and leaves began to tremble even more violently. She tried to remain calm and said, "You, what do you want? I warn you, don't even think about threatening me with the mistress. He is not my son. My son is dead." He is just a stranger who has taken over my son's body. Oh, then you no longer have any need to exist. A flame instantly appeared in Kinyu's hand, and the smile on his face instantly turned into cold murderous intent. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Yu's Threat. Chapter 45 Kinyu's Threat. Xiao Yu, you don't look like a good person. Who did you learn this from? Did you learn this from that bad woman Gu Yuena? She is a very sinister woman. Wang Chuer couldn't help but interrupt. How did this little thing, who was so soft and cute before, grow up crooked? Hearing this, Chiian Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Sister Chuer, please don't wrongly accuse me. I am just taking revenge when I have a grudge, and I am taking grudges when I have a grudge. Wait. I have no relationship with Tang Hao and his son anymore. After the soul of my predecessor, Yin, was sacrificed, my soul was reborn in her body. It is essentially a completely new existence. Although Tang San has my blood in him, I have spread tens of thousands of blue-silver grass. Do I have to recognize every one of them as my own son? Please let me go. I am willing to leave here and never set foot in the human world again. There was a pleading tone in Aayan's voice. Xiao Yu, why don't you just let her go? She looks so pitiful. And let's leave quickly. It will be dangerous if we don't leave now. Wang Chuer said anxiously. Sacrifice yourself to me, and if you become my third spirit ring, I will let you go. Kinyu's voice was cold and ruthless, and he had no intention of letting Yin go easily. Sacrifice. But you still have to die. Yin will never surrender to you. Yin's voice was full of determination. Her branches and leaves instantly turned into sharp blades, and countless vines began to spread towards Kinyu. A sword of destruction appeared in Kinyu's hand, pointing directly at Aayan, and said coldly, say it again, sacrifice yourself to me and become my third soul ring. I will preserve your soul and consciousness and allow you to live in this world in another form. Otherwise, you will completely disappear from this world, and you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Aayan's leaves stopped trembling and she was silent for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons. Finally, she slowly said, can you really preserve my soul and consciousness? I swear on my soul, if you are willing to sacrifice yourself, I will do my best to protect your soul. It is well known that I am the most trustworthy person. Kinyu said lightly. But my origin is almost lost, and my soul has just been reborn. My power is weak. Are you sure I can become your third soul ring? There was a hint of uncertainty in Aayan's voice. If the soul ring after the sacrifice only exists for 1,000 or even 100 years, wouldn't that mean she would be completely wiped out by the enraged Kinyu? You'd better not have any second thoughts, otherwise I have plenty of ways to kill you. A faint light flashed in Kinyu's eyes, and he stroked the body of the blue-silver emperor, thinking to himself. Brother Tianmeng, hand over your original power. Hey, do you really want it? You are really not picky. You won't even let go of a blade of grass. Tianmeng I Silkworm said lazily. Immediately afterwards, a soul power wave as vast as the ocean surged out from Kinyu's body. Tianmeng, as a million-year-old soul beast, its original power is a great tonic for any soul beast. When Yin felt this power, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect Kinyu to possess such powerful strength. Fortunately, I didn't do anything just now, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. When Aayan received the origin of Tianmeng, a brilliant golden blue light bloomed from his body. The originally withered blue-silver grass suddenly came to life. The origin was also reshaped, and the roots became thicker. The entire cave began to shake, countless vines began to move, and the blue-silver emperor's body began to swell. Suddenly, Kinyu felt a warning bell ringing, and the sword of destruction in his hand glowed with a dark purple light. He swung his sword violently, and a ray of sword light cut through the air and headed straight for the core of Aayan's vine. But Yin seemed to have anticipated this. Her vines twisted at an incredible speed, easily avoiding the fatal blow. "Xiaoyu, be careful!" Wang Chuer exclaimed. "It's over, we've messed up, Sister Chuer, let's go!" Kinyu shouted at Wang Chuer and retreated violently at the same time. However, Aayan's vines seemed to have intelligence and quickly wrapped around Kinyu and Wang Chuer's ankles, binding them tightly. The blue-silver emperor gradually transformed into a beautiful woman in a blue dress. The woman opened her beautiful blue eyes, her red lips were moist, and her snow-white skin seemed to be shining. She smiled slightly, with the joy of regaining freedom and a hint of teasing. "Little brother, you seem to be too impatient. Since I have already decided to sacrifice myself, how can I regret it?" As she spoke, she pinched Kinyu's cheek. The touch made her slightly stunned, and then her ears turned red. The young man was dressed in white. Although he looked immature, he had an unparalleled handsome face. A divine pattern on his forehead made his temperament even more extraordinary. Aayan's pinch actually caused a blush to appear on his face, making him look particularly attractive. Aayan swallowed his saliva and stared at him intently, muttering to himself, "This boy is quite handsome. He is a good choice for a remnant soul like me. I don't know what my ex was thinking. There are so many handsome guys in this world, but she chose to fall in love with Tang Hao, a plain-looking, rough guy with a chauvinistic attitude." Although she had many complaints in her heart, she still kept a gentle smile on her face and continued. "However, since fate has brought us together, perhaps this is destiny. Little brother, how do you think your sister should punish you?" Aayan opened her red lips slightly and looked at Kinyu's snow-white neck, and her body felt an unprecedented sense of stimulation. She leaned closer, her warm breath brushed Kinyu's ears, and her voice was a little teasing. "Why not? I'll punish you, to always remember your sister." After saying that, she leaned over gently, closed her eyes, and was about to kiss those tempting red lips. However, the expected soft touch did not appear. Instead, a cold sword tip appeared on his neck. At the critical moment, Kinyu pressed the tip of the sword of destruction against Yin's chin, preventing her from making any further movements. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. "Sacrifice now or die," Kinyu said in a cold voice. His eyes were like a deep cold pond, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Aayan was awakened by the sudden coldness. She was slightly stunned, and then her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just as he was about to resist, a cold voice echoed in the cave. "How dare you? I'm still here, and you dare to tarnish Xiao's innocence." Wang Chuer's voice was filled with anger, and she easily broke free from the vines of the blue-silver emperor. A scarlet vertical pupil appeared between her eyebrows, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire cave. Wang Chuer's figure instantly appeared between Kinyu and Aayan, and she stared at Aayan with anger. "Please read, recommend, and vote for me. The author asks you to stop supporting the book, it has been very difficult recently." End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Aayan's Sacrifice. Chapter 46 Aayan's Sacrifice. You are the Emperor's auspicious beast." Aayan's face suddenly changed. Although the pressure was not strong, the class rooted in her blood made it almost impossible for her to resist. The Emperor's auspicious beast is a legendary creature with noble bloodline. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast like her seemed insignificant, and she could not have the slightest thought of resistance except to escape. Okay. I agree to sacrifice to you. But can you move this sword away first, sister? I'm a little scared." Aayan's voice trembled slightly, and she didn't dare look directly at Wang Chuer. She just glanced cautiously at the sword of destruction in Kinyu's hand, and the faint purple light made her feel a little nervous. "Hurry up, don't be clever." Kinyu's face was dark and he urged impatiently. If killing Aayan and absorbing the soul ring would not exceed the carrying capacity of his body, he would have done it long ago. Upon hearing this, Yin knew that she had no way out and could only proceed according to Kinyu's request. She closed her eyes, and a soft blue light emanated from her whole body, turning everything around her into a sea of blue-silver grass. Kinyu closed his eyes tightly and concentrated on guiding this power, letting it flow through his body and gradually strengthening every cell in his body. Then 3 red soul rings appeared on his body, shining brightly like the rising sun. Most of Aayan's vitality was used by him to temper his own body. It makes his already tough body even more perfect. When the blue light finally completely merged into Kinyu's body, the true dragon blood in his body regained unprecedented activity. At this moment, Aayan's soul consciousness turned into a stream of light and wanted to enter Kinyu's sea of consciousness. Kinyu's eyes turned cold and he blocked her from entering. Just as he was thinking about whether to completely wipe out Aayan, a message appeared in his eyes. 9 tests destroyed, the first test completed. First test reward, True Dragon Bloodline is restored by 10%, all soul rings are increased by years, soul power level is obtained. Soul Contract Ritual Array, Soul Years Blue Silver Emperor Aayan is obtained. Kinyu. Did I see it wrong? Why do I feel like the rewards later on seem to be soul power levels? How did it suddenly become Soul Contract Ritual Array and obtaining the Soul Blue Silver Emperor Aayan? As the information here disappeared, the mark of destruction between Kinyu's eyebrows burst into green light. Aayan, who was originally beginning to dissipate, gradually became more solid because of this green light. At the same time, Kinyu also felt that there was an inexplicable connection between himself and Aayan, like symbiosis, inseparable. Aayan opened his eyes, his blue eyes full of excitement. She came to Kinyu, gently touched Kinyu's face, and said softly, "Little guy, I didn't expect that you didn't lie to me. You really have a way to survive after sacrificing a soul beast. Sister is betting everything on you this time, so you have to treat me well." After saying that, she buried her head affectionately in Kinyu's neck, her eyes full of obsession and love. Ah! Kinyu came back to his senses and looked at Aayan with complicated eyes. What would you think if I told you that I was just thinking about how to kill you? As the green light disappeared, a dark purple light surrounded his body. The 3 10-year soul rings on his body gradually turned deeper and scarlet. The body also faintly echoed with the sound of dragon roar, which made it seem even more extraordinary. And the soul power also increased by 2 levels, although it was only increased by 2 levels. But Kinyu felt that his overall attributes had more than doubled. The soul power reserves in the body have increased several times. Especially the perception and reaction speed, which are almost astonishing. Just repairing 10% could actually allow me to reach this level. One can imagine how terrifying the complete True Dragon bloodline would be. Get away from me, don't come close to me. Kinyu simply pushed Aayan away and continued to explore the new task that emerged in his mind. Destroy the second test, go deep into the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and seize the resources prepared by the Shura god to train his successor. After hearing the contents of the second test of destruction, Kinyu's eyes flickered slightly. It turns out that the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire is the place of treasures from heaven and earth prepared by the god Shura for Tang-san. No wonder it has so many immortal herbs. At the same time, in a palace in the divine realm. Xiaolu, what on earth are you doing? Although we have a good relationship, isn't it too much for you to tamper with my divine exam rewards at will? The god of destruction frowned and looked at the goddess of life who was nestled in his arms, his expression somewhat displeased. Xiaozi, this child is not yet capable of bearing your divine position so quickly. His character still needs more tempering. Look how bad this kid is. He has no credibility at all and is so murderous. I am doing this for his own good. Besides, this soul contract can also greatly ease the conflict between soul beasts and humans, so why not do it? The goddess of life snorted, but looked at Kinyu with some concern. How lonely and terrifying would be a god of destruction without love in his heart. He absolutely could not let Kinyu become the Xiaozi of the past. This child needed more company. Nonsense. This child is the future god of destruction, not the god of life. His current character is the most perfect. The god of destruction spoke in a firm tone, but there was a hint of helplessness and pampering in his eyes. Humph. I don't care. Xiaozi, part of this child's bloodline has been revived, enough to carry my life inheritance. I will also take a part in future divine tests and guide him onto the right path. The goddess of life was not willing to be outdone. Xiaolu, you are so anxious to pass on the throne. Are you afraid that I will abandon you and leave the god realm alone after I pass on the throne? Don't worry, for me, no matter where I go, home is where you are. The god of destruction gently embraced the goddess of life, his tone full of pampering. Upon hearing this, the goddess of life blushed slightly and glared at the god of destruction coquettishly. You're the only one who can say that. Slippery-tongued. However, Xiaozi, we really need to plan for this child's future. If he really has radical thoughts, we must completely eradicate them before he grows up, so as to avoid disaster in the future. A look of determination flashed in the eyes of the goddess of life. Although the child is cute, his style of behavior does make the goddess of life a little uneasy. God of destruction. Am I the god of destruction or are you the god of destruction? Why are you so extreme? This child is just following the normal path towards becoming a dark god. Is he going to be wiped out? The god of destruction secretly complained in his heart, but did not refute on the surface. He just nodded slightly to show his agreement. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Tang Hao was seriously injured. Chapter 47 Tang Hao was seriously injured. Inside the stone cave at the back of Shengun village. When Wang Chuer saw the intimate behavior between Aayan and Kinyu, she was immediately furious. She clenched her hands into fists, her fingertips almost digging into her palms, and shouted angrily, "Ah! I'm so angry, you bad woman, let Xiao go now." Little sister, don't be so stingy. Love is not something that can be snatched away casually. Aayan smiled gently, but did not let go of her hand. Instead, she held Kinyu's arm more intimately. Go back to your sea of consciousness and don't bother me anymore. There was a hint of impatience in Kinyu's tone, and he gently pushed Aayan away. Upon hearing this, Aayan smiled slightly and was not angry. She just gently touched Kinyu's head, her eyes full of pampering and tolerance. Little guy, don't be so fierce. Sister just likes you and wants to spend more time with you. Forget it. There's still a lot of time to go on in the future. We have plenty of time to spend together slowly. As she spoke, Yin gently clamped her long, white, and slender legs around Kinyu's waist. The woman's face was as red as blood, she was extremely beautiful, and she pecked him lightly on the cheek, leaving a faint lip mark. Seeing this, Wang Chuer's face became even gloomier. She stepped forward suddenly, trying to separate the two. However, Aayan's figure had turned into a ray of blue light and sank into Chiianyu's brows. Kinyu touched the lip print on her cheek, turned to look at Wang Chuer, and explained, "Sister Chuer, if I say this is all a misunderstanding, do you believe it?" "That's enough. I don't want to hear it." Wang Chuer interrupted him, her eyes reddened, she turned her back to Kinyu and said in a trembling voice, "Go away, I never want to see you again." After saying this, Wang Chuer's bean-sized eyeballs couldn't stop sliding down from her eye sockets. There is a sentence written all over the girl's back. "I'm very angry, very angry. Come and comfort me." The three-eyed golden lion was originally the darling of the Star Do Great Forest. When had it ever suffered such an injustice? She had never lost her composure like this in front of anyone except Gu Yuena. At this moment, she was like a child whose toy had been taken away, feeling aggrieved and helpless. Kinyu came to her side and took her little hand. The power of space was activated instantly, teleporting the two people tens of thousands of meters away. Not bad. My soul power has increased several times. I will be able to teleport people in the future. Kinyu felt that his soul power, which was almost exhausted, was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. He turned to look at Wang Chuer beside him, only to see that she was still pouting and looking angry. Her big watery eyes were still a little red, making her look like a wronged little rabbit. Kinyu couldn't help but feel a little funny. She didn't expect that such a lawless little bully would have such a delicate side. He gently pinched Wang Chuer's face and coaxed her gently, "Okay, Sister Chuer, don't be angry. I'll take you to the human city to have a good look around, eat delicious food, and have fun. How about that?" "You, what are you laughing at?" When Wang Chuer saw Kinyu's heartless look, she became even angrier. "Do I want to go to a human city? I want kisses, hugs, and lifts you up, and pats on my head." Wang Chuer thought so in her heart, but her face became even more coquettish. She jerked her hand away and turned away in mock anger. "Humph, don't think you can coax me like this. You know, when I get angry, even the 10-year-old soul beasts in the forest have to take a detour." Wang Chuer snorted coldly and turned her head away, with a bit of coquettishness in her voice. Seeing this, Kinyu slowly approached Wang Chuer and spoke in a low and gentle voice. "Oh? Then I have to be careful. If I accidentally make our little bully angry one day, won't I be wanted by the entire Xingda Great Forest?" Wang Chuer's lips curled up unconsciously when she heard this, but then she glared at Kinyu in a serious manner. "That's good to know. Be nice to me next time, otherwise." Okay, Xiaojin and I was wrong. Is it okay if I am wrong?" Chiian gently turned Wang Chuer around to face him, reached out his hand and carefully wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, and hurriedly coaxed, "Don't cry, your eyes are red, it hurts me." "Humph! You're smart. If you dare to be so intimate with that woman again, I will really ignore you." Wang Chuer muttered, and although there was a hint of coquettishness in her tone, her eyes were full of seriousness. All right, Sister Chuer, stop messing around and run quickly. Otherwise, if that guy Tang Hao catches up with us, we'll really be trapped." Kinyu quickly begged for mercy, then took Wang Chuer's hand and turned to run into the depths of the dense forest. He felt somewhat helpless even though Wang Chuer was a stunningly beautiful woman in human form. But even after 5,000 years of cultivation, she still has the mentality of a child when she is just starting to gain intelligence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang San stared at the figure falling rapidly in the sky. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted and limped over. Until he saw the figure that was almost not like a human, he stopped abruptly, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. The man lying on the ground, covered in blood and tattered clothes, was his father, Tang Hao. "Father!" Tang San exclaimed, and rushed forward to help Tang Hao up. He felt Tang Hao's pulse with trembling hands, his heart filled with anxiety. Don't move. It's broken. It's broken. Go find the village chief and ask him to find me a healing soul master." Tang Hao squeezed out these words with difficulty. Falling from a height of thousands of meters, even though he was a titled Douluo and could stay in the air for a short time, he could not withstand such a strong impact. At this time, he had multiple fractures all over his body, his internal organs were damaged, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. When Tang San heard this, his eyes instantly turned red and he hurriedly ran towards the direction of the Holy Spirit village. As soon as the old village chief Jack woke up, Tang San hurriedly urged him to go to Notting City to find a healing spirit master. He looked confused but did not dare to delay, so he quickly called a few young men in the village and set out for Nottingham together. 2 days later, when Tang San and others returned to the Holy Spirit village again, they had already made plans for Tang Hao's death. But Tang Hao held his breath and waited for everyone to return. After carefully examining Tang Hao's injuries, the healing soul master said with a heavy voice, "It's a miracle that he can still hold on until now after suffering such serious injuries." Hearing this, the old village chief Jack's heart skipped a beat, and his heart finally settled down. He didn't really care about Tang Hao's life or death. After all, he really didn't have any good feelings towards this drunkard. But he really likes this kid Tang San. If something really happened to Tang Hao, what would happen to this child? The author can still hold on, but accidentally deleted 5,000 words of the manuscript, so I have to rewrite it, which is a bit depressing. Please recommend, vote for the monthly ticket and read it again. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Sister Gu Yuena, you are not still a novice, are you? Chapter 48 Sister Gu Yuena, you are not still a novice, are you? Master Soul Master, please save my father. I have already lost my mother and cannot live without a father again. Tang San knelt in front of the healing Soul Master, his eyes full of pleading. Ahem, it can be cured, but it may leave a permanent mark on the disease and you may not be able to work. I suggest that it would be easier to just let him die. After pondering for a moment, the healing Soul Master gave an answer that made Tang San feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. No. I can't lose my father. Please save him. I am willing to pay any price. Tang San's voice was firm, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with hatred for Kinyu. It can be cured, but can you afford the cost? This is not a small amount, and the subsequent recovery treatment also requires a lot of money and expensive drugs. The healing Soul Master sighed. He didn't mean to be difficult, but reality was often more cruel than ideal. What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it? People say that doctors are like caring parents, but you are here talking about money? Is life so cheap in your eyes? Tang San's voice was filled with anger, and there was even some murderous intent in his eyes. This person is so cruel that he ignores the actual situation of the patient's family and only demands money. He is courting death. A doctor's heart is like a parent's? What the hell is that? Boy, do you really think I'm doing charity? Upon hearing this, the healing spirit master snorted coldly, and all his good impression of Tang San disappeared. The child seemed quite filial, but I didn't expect him to be so ignorant and unreasonable. Village Chief Jack, I came here because of your kindness. It seems that I can't cure this disease today. Please seek help from someone else. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave, looking as if he didn't want to stay any longer. Seeing this, old Jack hurried forward to apologize. If you offend this great soul master, you will be in real trouble. Wait. Treat my father or you will die. Tang San's eyes were red, he took out an iron sword, and used his body skills to stand in front of the healing soul master. In the end, although the healing soul master was a little angry, he could only continue the treatment reluctantly. But during the treatment, it was inevitable that Tang Hao would be given some shocking things, and even if he survived, he would be a half-disabled person. On the other hand, Kinyu and Wang Chuer were forcibly captured by Gu Yuena not long after they left. Kinyu's intention to go to the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire was instantly stopped by Gu Yuena. He could only helplessly let Gu Yuena lead the hand and return to the lake of life. It is worth mentioning that Kinyu also saw Tian, who was beaten black and blue by Gu Yuena. Obviously, what Wang Chuer said before must have been taught by Emperor Tian. When Tian saw Kinyu, his eyes were filled with disgust at first. But after sensing Kinyu's true dragon blood that had become rich again, a hint of heat flashed in his eyes. My lord, the child's blood has finally recovered a little. You should eat. Tian was overjoyed if his master could devour the true dragon blood a few more times. Sooner or later, one day he will be able to transform into a real dragon god. By then, the soul beast world will completely get rid of human oppression and usher in a truly glorious era. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a cold gaze from Gu Yuena. Tian! Don't force me to beat you, get away from me now. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. But my lord. Tian hesitated to speak. Okay, Tian, say less. Bridget also looked at Tian with a bad expression. Xiao is such a cute child, how could this bastard say such cruel words? Xiao Yu, how are you? Are you okay? Did Chuer bully you? Gu Yuena hugged Kinyu with heartache. This child must have suffered a lot in the past 2 days. When she thought about how he must have been taken away by Wang Chuer and had been taken advantage of a lot, her heart ached and she could hardly breathe. Hey, what do you mean? Is it unfair for Xiao to hang out with me? I'm so beautiful and have such a good personality, how can he suffer any grievances when he's with me? When Wang Chuer heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She glared at Gu Yuena, put her hands on her hips, and said angrily, You. Gu Yuena was speechless because of Wang Chuer's words, and tears welled up in her eyes unconsciously. Her heart was filled with bitterness. It was clearly me who came here first, but Xiao only favored her. Why? Seeing this, Wang Chuer looked somewhat proud, as she had finally won the game back. She blinked, moved closer to Kinyu on purpose, and said in a sickly sweet voice, Xiao Yu, tell me, do you want to have fun with me or with Sister Naer? As she spoke, she blinked her lips, as if she was savoring something. Hee. But Sister Chuer likes Xiao very much? After all, Xiao's lips are really smooth, which makes people want to. Wang Chuer deliberately spoke ambiguously, her eyes wandering over Kinyu. A blush spread across her pretty face. Kinyu quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Wang Chuer's burning gaze. I knew in my heart that this stupid roe-deer was probably going to get beaten again. Gu Yuena's face instantly turned cold when she heard this. Her silver eyes were fixed on Wang Chuer. His hair stood up in anger and his eyes gradually turned scarlet blood red. She asked coldly, You little bastard. What on earth did you do? Well, I just experienced the feeling of human kissing, why are you reacting so strongly? Could it be? Sister Gu Yuena, you are still a novice, right? Wang Chuer pretended to be surprised, with a mischievous smile on her face. She deliberately emphasized the word kiss and her words were full of provocation. I'm so mad. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Gu Yuena instantly became furious and rushed straight towards Wang Chuer. However, Wang Chuer seemed to have expected this and threw herself directly into Kinyu's arms, tears in her eyes, crying aggrievedly, Wow, Xiao, look, your sister Nana is bullying me again, and I'm just a 5,000-year-old kid. She's been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and she's still arguing with a kid like me. She's really shameless. Woo-woo. Kinyu's mouth twitched slightly, but she still gently touched her head and comforted her softly. Okay, Sister Chuer, stop crying. Sister Nana is just a little excited, she means no harm. We all know that you are a good child, right? Seeing this, Gu Yuena turned to look at Tian and said coldly, Tian. Look at how you raise your child. You've raised this little bastard to be so spoiled and willful, and he doesn't even know his limits. Take her away now, immediately. I never want to see her again. Gu Yuena glanced at Wang Chuer and made up her mind to find an opportunity to beat her up. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Fool, of course I chose to leave. Chapter 49, Fool, of course I chose to leave. Tian's heart trembled, and he hurried forward and responded respectfully, Yes, my lord, I will take her away now. After saying that, Tian grabbed Wang Chuer who was still in Kinyu's arms. Although Wang Chuer struggled hard, she was still forcibly dragged away. Gu Yuena came up to Kinyu with a gloomy face and stared at him with a somewhat dark look in her eyes. Kinyu felt a little scared by her stare, and smiled awkwardly and asked, What's wrong, Sister Nana? You smell like another woman. Do you have another woman outside? Gu Yuena lowered her head and sniffed Kinyu's collar. The faint scent that did not belong to her or Wang Chuer filled her heart with anger and bitterness. Misunderstanding. This must not be what you think. I'm still so young, how could I possibly? Just as Kinyu was about to explain, Gu Yuena kissed him hard on the lips. Kinyu's eyes widened instantly, full of disbelief. Gu Yuena looked at Kinyu in a daze and said shyly, Xiao Yu, you don't have to do anything from now on. Just leave it to Sister Nana. After saying that, she wanted to deepen the kiss again. Kinyu came back to his senses, held her head and forcefully pushed her away, gasping for breath. Sister Nana, we can't, this is not right. Why is it wrong? Why are you still pretending at this point? Haven't you and that little bastard already done something? Why can't I do the same? Gu Yuena's voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with anger. Her hot breath gently touched Kinyu's neck. Kinyu's snow-white skin, where you could almost see the blood vessels, was covered with layers of blush, like peach blossoms blooming in the morning light, tempting to pick them. Sister Nana, calm down. Kinyu gently shook Gu Yuena's shoulders, trying to calm her down. It's already this late, how can you ask me to calm down? Xiao Yu, can't you feel my feelings for you? From the moment you came into my life, you have occupied all my thoughts. I am willing to give everything for you, including my life. Gu Yuena's emotions were completely out of control and tears blurred her vision. Her soft hands wrapped around Kinyu's waist and held him tightly. Her voice was filled with tears. Xiao Yu, let me be your support, okay? At night, in a thatched hut beside the Lake of Life, Gu Yuena held Kinyu and rested together. Kinyu felt the soft and delicate body pressing on him, and felt a little annoyed. At this time, Gu Yuena was wearing a gauze dress as thin as a cicada's wing. Her long hair was like a waterfall, casually draped over her shoulders and intertwined with her gauze dress, making her skin look whiter than snow and more beautiful and refined. Her dress was very short, and with just a casual move she could reveal her pair of white and slender legs. At this moment, her limbs were wrapped around Kinyu like an octopus, making him unable to move, and his breath was filled with her faint fragrance. Kinyu opened his eyes suddenly and wanted to push her away, but when he saw her comfortable expression, he stopped. Gu Yuena rubbed her rosy cheek against Kinyu's face, and her fragrance lingered around Kinyu's nose, making him unable to breathe. She seemed to sense Kinyu's struggle and whispered softly, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid, I'm right beside you, just sleep peacefully. Hey! Since you're awake, go back to your room. I can't sleep at all with you pressing on me. Kinyu saw that she was not asleep and hurriedly let out a howl of accusation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuena stopped pretending to be asleep and sat directly on Kinyu. The clothes on the shoulders slipped off due to the movement, revealing the white shoulders and delicate collarbones. She placed her hands on Kinyu's chest, her beautiful eyes full of cunning. You can't sleep, why can't you sleep? You little rascal, are you thinking about something bad? That's right. My body is so soft and I look so beautiful. If you want, I'm always available. Gu Yuena's words were a little teasing, causing Kinyu's cheeks to instantly blush. You have to stop joking. Get out of here. Kinyu retorted stutteringly. Hey! Xiaoyu, you're blushing. Are you excited? Gu Yuena seemed to have seen something interesting. Her beautiful face instantly became closer to Kinyu's face. The jade arm as white and tender as lotus root silently touched Kinyu's exposed waist. Kinyu hurriedly tried to sit up, but Gu Yuena was extremely agile. She pressed Kinyu's shoulders and made him unable to move. She put her lips close to Kinyu's ear and whispered softly, Xiaoyu, the more you resist, the more excited I will be. Why don't you just obey me? Helplessly, Kinyu could only hold her tightly in his arms to prevent her from moving. Seeing this, Gu Yuena said with satisfaction, that's right. It makes me feel like a monster. Xiaoyu, you obviously like me too, don't you? After saying that, she closed her eyes, found a comfortable position, and fell asleep in Kinyu's arms. Kinyu felt the smooth touch, but couldn't fall asleep. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Kinyu reached level 4 in the 4th year. The 4th soul ring chose a 6-year-old dark demon evil tiger. Although it was a bit difficult to absorb, it was a safe bet. Gu Yuena was in a bad mood for a while after knowing Aayan's existence, but she was soon coaxed into submission by Chiian. However, she was still a little jealous. During this period, Kinyu had thought about leaving the Stardo Great Forest to sign in. But Gu Yuena has already blocked the entire core area of the Stardo Great Forest with space elements. Without her consent, not even a fly can fly out, let alone Kinyu, a living person. Xiao Yu, you know what? I'm actually very conflicted. Late one night, Gu Yuena snuggled in Kinyu's arms and whispered. I want to lock you up by my side so that you will never get hurt, but I also want you to spread your wings and fly high to pursue your dreams. You won't blame me, will you? After all, I'm doing this for your own good. Kinyu nodded and said nothing more. Instead, he looked at the dark night sky and fell into a world of self-immersion. Gu Yuena knew from his expression that he wasn't listening at all. He couldn't help but puff up his cheeks in anger and gently pinched Kinyu's cheek. Hey, are you listening to me? Yeah, I'm listening, I'm listening. Kinyu replied perfunctorily. Humph. Dare to ignore me, I hate you. Gu Yuena's face looked a little ugly, but she still rubbed against Kinyu's arms like a coquettish kitten. Please vote for me monthly, please vote for me recommendation, please keep reading, the author can still hold on. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Encounter with Shrek. Chapter 50, Encounter with Shrek. I know you blame me for not giving you a chance to go out, but I'm doing this for your own good. The world outside is very dangerous. Besides, isn't it good to live a peaceful and beautiful life here with me? Gu Yuena continued. Kinyu remained silent, listening to her nagging with some impatience. He has figured out over the years that this silly dragon is a typical homebody. I don't want to go either. All I do every day is practice and revolve around him. If you ignore me again, I will be angry and the consequences will be serious. Now I give you two choices. One is to stay by my side and let me protect you, even though this may make you feel bored. Second, you leave the Stardo Great Forest now, and I will never care about you again. Gu Yuena crossed her arms across her chest, raised her little head, her eyes still wide open, and her little look seemed to be saying something. You have to think carefully. I am such a beautiful dragon girl. If you miss me, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Kinyu chuckled, stretched out her hand and gently scratched Gu Yuena's nose, and said gently, Silly, of course I choose to leave. The confident smile on Gu Yuena's face froze instantly. She widened her eyes, unable to believe her ears. What did you say? You want to leave? Have you really thought it through? Kinyu did not reply, but his figure disappeared. In an instant, he crossed a distance of tens of thousands of meters and arrived at the edge of the core area. This space teleportation almost used up all of his soul power. Now he can only walk, but fortunately his enhanced physique has allowed his soul power to recover much faster than ordinary people. You bastard, don't regret it. Even if you come back now, I will ignore you for 3 days. Gu Yuena stomped her feet in anger, her eyes slightly red, and her voice trembled a little. She never expected that Kinyu would actually choose to leave. The feeling of being abandoned was like a sharp blade, piercing her heart. However, just when Gu Yuena was about to lose control, a subtle wave came from the direction where Kinyu disappeared. Hey! Could it be that Xiao has abandoned you? Oh, that's right, an older dragon should know himself. How can he be as charming as a young man like me? Wang Chuer naturally secretly saw this scene. She shook her long wavy golden hair and chased after Kinyu without looking back. Gu Yuena suddenly felt a puff of smoke coming out of her forehead, and she laughed out of anger. Well, you two little bastards are challenging my bottom line one after another. She whispered to herself, then flashed and chased in the direction Kinyu left. Kinyu's training journey was not so smooth, he couldn't even get out of the core area. The surrounding space was firmly locked by Gu Yuena's domain. Even if he wanted to use the power of space to escape, it would be in vain. He was wandering around in circles for more than half a month, as if he was stuck in a maze. Xiao Yu is so pitiful, you old witch, please let it go quickly. I know it's you who is causing trouble. The three-eyed golden lion transformed into its original form and was held in Gu Yuena's arms. Her small body struggled, and her golden eyes were full of anger and anxiety. Humph! Xiao will come back to apologize to me soon. He will know how good I have been to him over the years. As Gu Yuena spoke, she retaliated by pulling out a few golden hairs from the three-eyed golden lion's head, causing the little creature to groan in pain. But soon the peace of the star forest was broken by a group of people. The Shrek group led by Flanders happened to run into Kinyu. Everyone at Shrek had different expressions when they saw Kinyu. Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up instantly. They had never seen such a handsome young man and were ready to make a move. But Tang San had already taken the initiative. He walked forward slowly, clenched his fists quietly, and looked at Kinyu coldly. Tang San's strange behavior attracted everyone's attention. What's the matter? Xiao-san, do you know this pretty boy? Are you attracted to him? Do you want to stick your butt out and give him a pass? Ma Hongjun's voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for everyone around to hear, and his voice was full of sarcasm. Pucci. Xiao Wu couldn't help laughing out loud, but quickly realized that she had lost her composure and quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes wandered between Tang San and Kinyu, and when she saw the mark between Kinyu's eyebrows, she was stunned. That's Kinyu, if it weren't for him, my mother wouldn't have left me so early. Xiao Wu's eyes turned cold in an instant, and she stared at Chiian closely. Tang San ignored Ma Hongjun's teasing. In his opinion, this fat guy was so outspoken and made fun of others at will that he was asking for death. Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price. He stared at Kinyu and spoke slowly, his voice low and powerful. The 6-year period has passed, and I am now a 29th level Great Spirit Master. There are some accounts between us, and it's time to settle them. Xiao-san, don't worry. He's just a gigolo. Don't worry. I, Daimyo Bai, will definitely stand by you. We, the Shrek 7 Devils, will unite as one to resist the foreign enemies. Daimyo took a step forward and curled his lips in dissatisfaction. I secretly cursed Zhu Zuqing in my heart, this stinky bitch. She couldn't even walk when she saw a handsome guy. It was really infuriating. Kinyu frowned slightly when he heard this. He was in no mood to get entangled with this group of people. Only Xiao Wu felt that Kinyu's identity was not simple. After all, it can be guarded by 2 10-year-old soul beasts, myself and my mother. Moreover, he was able to trigger a war between the Spirit Hall and the soul beasts. He doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Kid, which academy are you from? You dare to provoke the students of our Shrek Academy? Do you want to die? Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, his face full of mockery. His huge body was like a small mountain, giving Kinyu a great sense of oppression. Get out! Or die! Kinyu spat out a few words coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Zhao Wuji was stunned for a moment, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. The young man in front of him looked extraordinary, and judging by his fearless look, he was definitely not a commoner spirit master. Although Zhao Wuji is arrogant, he is not stupid. If he fails to see the situation clearly and acts rashly, he may bring unnecessary trouble to himself and Shrek Academy. Old Zhao, please step back first. Flanders patted Zhao Wuji's shoulder gently, signaling him to stay calm. His eyes were deep as he looked Kinyu up and down, but Kinyu was only wearing an ordinary white robe. Although it is engraved with luxurious golden patterns, there is no conspicuous logo or emblem to indicate its identity. Flanders thought to himself, but after seeing Kinyu's embarrassed appearance, he secretly guessed that Kinyu must have been separated from his tribesman or teacher, and was now just taking advantage of the power of others. The author is tired of writing 5 chapters in a row. Please recommend, vote for the monthly version, and read on. The author begs everyone to stop supporting the book. End of this chapter.